So welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into PFAS contamination in waterways and drinking water supplies throughout New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome, Mr Amos, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could you please start by stating your name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Anthony Amos. I'm a land use researcher with Friends of the Earth based in Melbourne. And the affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr Amos. Now, I assume you have a short opening statement for the committee?
A short opening statement. There's been a lot happened since I sent in the submission in November. The first point I'd like to make is that I've carried out a lot of FOIs and GIPA requests since that time. So I just want to let the committee know that the highest levels of PFAS recorded in Victoria in a domestic water supply were found at Lake Mulwala in July 2023. It was quite a serious incident. Now, Lake Mulwala supplies Yarrawonga on the Victorian side of the river, but has Mulwala on the New South Wales of the Murray River been tested for PFAS? The New South Wales EPA is supposedly monitoring Mulwala munitions factory for PFAS. I understand there's been some PFAS contamination that's been found in the groundwater there, but I'm just wondering, where this PFAS, where it came from, and why was such a high amount found in the Murray River at this location. The other update, Cowiga Creek, west of Blaney, appears to have possibly the highest PFAS loads based on 4 EPA detections in October 2024 in New South Wales. The highest detections appear to be downstream of a composting biosolids facility. Urimba Creek in January 2025 recorded some of the highest levels of PFAS in New South Wales. Water New South Wales has recently published test results from numerous locations across New South Wales. Highest levels were detected in Bowen Jup Dam, which is 45 kilometres downstream of Canberra. Local governments have also been testing drinking water with the highest levels recorded at Warialda, Tarcutta, the Blue Mountains, Narrabri, Bungendore, Narromine and Maryland, and some of those, particularly Warialda, were quite serious. I've also just received GIPA requests from Water New South Wales and Sydney Water regarding total PFAS detections in water systems throughout Sydney Water and Water New South Wales areas. I've asked for total PFAS detections because generally Water New South Wales and Sydney Water are only reporting PFOA, PFOS and PFH excess. And what's been interesting with those GIPA requests is there seems to be spikes in a number of New South Wales water supplies, particularly in Sydney, with the PFAS chemical PFBA. I was first alerted to this. It happened in the Blue Mountains in December. We got a spike of PFBA up there following some rainfall events that happened in the Blue Mountains in December. And the GIPA request from Sydney Water also reveals high levels of PFBA at Macarthur Water Filtration Plant, Illawarra Water Filtration Plant, Warrenora Water Filtration Plant, and Nepean Water Filtration Plant. And just to put this into some context, so if you look at the total amounts of PFAS that have been reported, for instance, at Illawarra, 98.59% of the PFAS detected at the water filtration plant hasn't been publicised. They've only mentioned 3 PFAS chemicals, but they haven't mentioned the spike in PFBA. A similar problem occurs at Nepean, where 98% of the PFAS detections haven't been publicised. Macarthur, it's about 98%. Warrenora, it's about 98%. North Richmond, about 66%. And even Prospect Water Filtration Plant, which is the biggest, most important filtration plant in Sydney, we're looking at about 47% of the PFAS detected there hasn't been published by Sydney Water or Water New South Wales on their websites. So yeah, that's about the updates from since I put my submission in November. But yeah, I'm still wading through a lot of the Sydney Water data actually.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much, Mr. Amos. So we'll get on to questions just because we've only got 30 minutes with you. That was very interesting, thank you, and thanks for your extensive submission. Your opening statement kind of leads quite nicely into the first question I was going to ask you anyway, which was your first recommendation states that the New South Wales government should coordinate a statewide PFAS drinking water survey testing at multiple locations, and you make the point of at least 30 PFAS chemicals. Could you explain to the committee 2 things? Firstly, why it's important to test for a wider range of chemicals than the 3 that the New South Wales government is testing for at the moment. Firstly, why that's important, and what other jurisdictions, including international jurisdictions, what are they doing in this regard in terms of testing for and treating PFAS as a wider range of chemicals than just those 3, PFOS, PFOA and PFHXS?
The water authorities are only obliged really to publish the results of PFAS chemicals that are listed under the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. So that's the reason they're only honing in on those 3 particular chemicals. So even the new review by the NHMRC, which we should be out April, May this year, they're not even looking at PFBA, which seems to be the most highest frequently detected PFAS chemical, at least in New South Wales. And the other question, I can't really answer that at the moment. I'm not too sure on what's happening overseas. I know that there's an environmental working group in the US that recommend a guideline level for all PFAS chemicals of about 1 part per trillion. So that's even under what the US EPA is recommending for PFOS. So, and I think England is way behind even where Australia's at. But yeah, I'm not au fait with a lot of the international stuff, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So do you have any knowledge of the PFBA, for example, any of the other kind of PFAS chemicals? Have you looked into it in terms of your research in this area, then why it is important to go beyond those particular 3 chemicals that we're currently testing for and that are currently in the Australian Drinking Water Standards guidelines?
Well, I think you need to capture the whole host of PFAS chemicals, or at least the 30 that Sydney Water are testing for. Look, part of the problem with the NHMRC, and I've been tracking pesticide pollution also, is that a lot of the guidelines that they've set up, for instance, for pesticides, there's a lot of stuff that's used throughout Australia that has no drinking water guidelines at all. And I think the drinking water guidelines for pesticides haven't been updated since 2011. And I'm seeing a similar issue with PFAS in that we might end up with drinking water guidelines only for 4 or 5, but there could be, literally, up to 50 that have been detected across Australia. So we could be in a scenario in 10 years' time where, yes, we've got drinking water guidelines for 3, 4 or 5 chemicals, but it's still going to be missing the majority of PFAS, which might be in the environment and might actually be in tap water.
Yes, thank you. Because even I think the US drinking water guidelines does include the Gen X chemicals, but our Australian drinking water guidelines, the draft guidelines, continue to say that there's not enough evidence or research in terms of the human health impacts of Gen X chemicals. Do you have anything in particular to comment on about the Gen X chemicals, Mr. Amos?
No, I haven't seen any testing for that in Australia. And the other one I'm worried about is TFA, trifluoroacetic acid. I was talking to an analytical chemist a few months ago, and he said there's no lab in the country that can actually test for it. Okay. So, and that is being picked up right across Europe, I think even in the United States as well. And it's a sort of breakdown, sort of a transformation product of PFAS chemicals. So it's a bit alarming that this stuff's been picked up in high levels in Europe, for instance, but not in Australia because no one can even test for it.
Yeah, thank you. You also mention, I know you've done like a fair bit of work on biosolids. Would you care to just give the committee your opinion about the upcoming regulation, we think, of biosolids in New South Wales, and what that is going to mean, and what's been happening historically with biosolids?
Oh, well, it's a huge question. I mean, in terms of Sydney water biosolids, so I did a GIPA request back in June last year, and what we found, what I found in that was about a quarter of all the biosolids produced by Sydney Water are above the restricted guideline sort of level that's been proposed by NEMP. So my question was, what happens to that 25% of Sydney water biosolids that exceed the guideline levels? Now, anything below the guideline levels are supposed to be sort of, what would you call it, diluted through the addition of soil, clean soil, and the PFAS levels are supposedly diluted. But I've got issues with that. The other big one that no one's really looking at is past use of biosolids. I think there definitely needs to be some sort of audit by the state government, EPA, whatever, about where biosolids have been applied in the past. And I've heard anecdotally that pine plantations have been there's been biosolids from Sydney Water applied on pine plantations. Well, which ones and where are they located? Are they located in water supply catchments? Mine remediation? What mines around the state have had these biosolids applied to them? And I want to let the committee know that in these biosolids are problems for 50, 60 years. And an example is in Adelaide, a place called West Lakes, which was constructed with biosolids from a decommissioned Port Adelaide sewage treatment plant back in the 1970s. And PFAS has been detected in waterways there recently, 50 years later. And they've recently just found that the groundwater at Royal Park, southeast of the old water treatment plant, is also impacted. So the groundwater's polluted. This is from 50 years ago. So have we got a thing happening across New South Wales where we've got these ongoing unmonitored pollution issues from past use of biosolids? And I've also got an issue with farms that where these biosolids are being applied. I don't think that there's any monitoring going on downstream or even monitoring for soil. For PFAS, I know in South Australia that SA Water's conducted some surveys, only a few, and they found PFAS residues in soil where biosolids have been applied. Our neighbouring farms been impacted by the use of biosolids on farms. Yeah, look, it's a whole can of worms. It's really, I think it's quite a serious issue that no one's been paying much attention to. And, you know, our PFAS from biosolids ending up in waterways. And I think the issue at Blaney is a really interesting one. There's a big composting facility west of Blaney, highest levels of PFAS in the Balubala River seem to be coming from the creek, which is very close to a biosolids facility. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Last question from me before I throw to other members. That leads on as well because in your submission you talk about the ecological impacts. We haven't focused on that much in this inquiry yet. You make mention in your submission about research from a fish hatchery at Wagga Wagga, whom we know, of course, Wagga Wagga is one of the places that has got PFAS contaminated water as a result of the RAAF base there. So could you just expand or talk to the committee about that research and your concerns about the impact of, what the uncertainty, I suppose, in some ways, in terms of what PFAS chemicals are doing to the ecology?
Yeah, look, I think most of what I've got to say to that is already in the submission. So yeah, that fish hatchery was seriously impacted, and there's been studies in New South Wales impact on platypus. We've had big problems in Victoria with some of the highest PFAS loads are in dolphins, and I know there's been productive fisheries that have been shut down, particularly I think it was Fullerton Cove, I think near Williamtown. That was about at least a decade ago. So there's a whole range of ecological impacts that we're not looking at. I should also say that those PFBA spikes that have been found in the reservoirs around Sydney, there seems to be a connection there with rainfall. It seems to be happening when there's high rainfall events. And I'm worried that there could be PFAS coming down in the rain, ending up in reservoirs, waterways, and it seems to be higher levels around the urban environments, which sort of makes sense because that's where the majority of the PFAS is being used. But if we've got it coming down in rainfall, well, you can imagine the ecological impact of that across wide areas of New South Wales, but particularly that urban area around Sydney. I mean, we've got PFBA happening in these reservoirs, which have got largely closed catchments upstream. So how the hell is this stuff getting into the reservoirs?
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Eileen McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Amos, and thank you for your submission. I just wondered, in your submission, you've called for audits of locations where firefighting foam has been used in the past 30 years. Have you put that to any government agency or perhaps rural fire service or anything? And if so, what was their response?
No, I haven't approached any authorities. It's beyond the scope of what I can do, really.
Yeah.
But I think it's something that a state agency. I mean, the Blue Mountains is is an example of a truck fire, and it's contaminated the water supply in the Blue Mountains. So what I'm theorising is there'll be a lot of other truck accidents or areas where this firefighting foam's been used. And, it's just located in domestic water supplies. And, I don't think it would take that much, for a government department to seriously look into where these incidents have occurred. I don't think that Class B firefighting foam has been used in bushfires, but I have heard rumours in Victoria that there's stockpiles of Class B firefighting foam that is used occasionally, but I can't confirm that either. But yeah, if you're looking at truck accidents or vehicle accidents where this foam's been used, particularly on highways, and that's washed off into waterways, it could be a big source of contamination.
Yeah, so you say like with bushfires, you wouldn't apply the audit to rural fire service?
Well, I think it's only the Class B foam you've got to be worried about in terms of PFAS, but who knows? There could be stockpiles of stuff at these firefighting areas that we've got a stockpile of foam. We should use this somewhere maybe. Look, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, and just following on from Ms. Furman's questions with regard to biosolids, on I think it's page 21 and 22, you've called for water testing in locations where biosolids have been used, so particularly in farmland, where they've used it from Sydney Water. Can you expand on why you're particularly concerned? I know you went into it a little bit, but could you give us a little bit more detail on that?
Well, my concern was raised with what I found at Bathurst. So there was a series of it's good. Bathurst Shire Council has been, they instigated PFAS testing in about 2017, and they did find quite high levels at times that were detected at the water treatment plant and upstream. And I got thinking, and I thought, well, how the hell is this stuff getting into the water supply at Bathurst? Because it's a farming catchment. And then I think in the submission I've also written that there could be recycled water being used.
Yeah.
And I think the committee should be having a look at Bathurst Council and just asking those questions. Has recycled water been used along the farmland of the river there, or have there been biosolids applied? I think it's you've sort of got to be part of a detective here and go back in time and try to link what's actually happened in those catchments. And that's part of the reason why I got interested in the biosolids issue was what came up in Bathurst. And also we did FOIs with Taswater and in Victoria, and we found that there was high levels of PFAS in biosolids in almost every water authority that we've looked at, and SA Water as well, for that matter.
I'll just ask one final question. Short of banning PFAS or PFAS, what other specific regulatory changes do you think should be introduced?
Well, that's the $64 sort of $1 million question.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be banned, and it should be banned immediately. It's not a sustainable outcome that the water industry has to deal with this problem, which they haven't created, but they've certainly got to deal with it. I think at this stage, I think for regulations, I think we really need to get more information about what's happening out there and where the hotspots are. Mm-hmm. And I guess once the hotspots are identified and we can look at remediation, I think that there needs to be some sort of legal enforcement of drinking water guidelines, so that there's got to be some legal recourse that water authorities, if they end up drinking water to communities, there needs to be some sort of legal stick that can be used to make sure that they don't do that again, and that other authorities, because at the moment the drinking water authorities, its guidelines are only sort of their guidelines only. There's no
They're
real
not standards.
Yeah. The other thing, I think we need to roll out a lot more work on PFAS pollution from potentially from fluorinated pesticides and also the pharmaceuticals. I don't see there's been much attention placed on pharmaceuticals that are fluorinated, and some of the breakdown products of the pharmaceuticals include TFA. I think Prozac and Lipitor are two of the most sort of commonly used fluorinated pharmaceuticals. Look, it's a huge issue, and it's going to be really sort of difficult for regulators to actually sort of capture the entirety of the seriousness of and the enormity of this problem. And as I mentioned before, how do you stop it if it's coming down in the rain? How are you going to legally protect rainfall?
Thanks, Mr.
Thank
Amos.
you.
We'll just go to questions from Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Amos, for your submission. I'm just wondering if I could just press you on the statement you made in answer to a question to Donald Ailey McDonald to ban this immediately, to ban this chemical immediately. I'm just wondering, how does one go about banning the chemical immediately, given its manifest appearance in a range of so many products that we've heard over the course of the hearing? We heard, for example, yesterday, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, that it's found in consumable items like toothpaste and shampoo, etc. So I understand the position of ban immediately, but how does one conceptualise just introducing a ban like that to ban PFAS on everything in Australia?
Like, it won't happen overnight, that's for sure. This stuff it's entwined in the very fabric of our society, and the question I'm asking is, how did that actually happen, and why did it happen, and why weren't regulators and all the agencies that we have looking after the environment and the health of people, why haven't they picked up on this? So I guess in terms of the question, I think what you really need to do is look at strategically at what are the biggest uses of PFAS chemicals. We need to maybe start looking at industry by industry, but also looking at easier options, like if it's found in cosmetics or items that can be easily sort of banned. I think there should be a ban enacted. But what we really need to get is the breadth of where the PFAS chemicals are, and then look strategically at what are the easiest ways to stop this stuff from entering at least wastewater streams. And one of the questions that in terms of we've got a huge import trade, for instance, in PFAS treated sort of even mattresses, carpets, you name it. It's enormous. So I haven't got any easy answers to that. There's going to be experts that you could probably call to try to work out a strategic plan about what items out there would be easiest to be banned, and then how do we go about that? And look, a first thing should be that we shouldn't have trade waste agreements where people can release PFAS treated water into the sewerage. That should be a starter.
So thank you for that. That's helpful evidence. So with respect, just so I gather this clearly in my mind, so is it the evidence of Friends of the Earth Australia that the only acceptable level of PFAS or the use of PFAS chemicals here in Australia, or the importation of anything that contains PFAS in it, is zero?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
No, it's
The
not.
other thing-
Is that the submission? That's I try to gather clearly in my mind. Is that the submission of the Friends of Earth Australia, that there is no tolerable limit at all with respect to anything that's got PFAS in it? Therefore, the position is zero PFAS on everything.
Yeah, and the other issue to keep in concern, there's the industry already moving away from PFAS, but they're creating other PFAS chemicals. So part of the problem is that we've got a system in place that isn't looking at the immediate impacts of the chemicals that are being allowed to be used in the Australian society. We've got, like I said to you, like I mentioned before, why is it that we've ended up in this state? If we've got such a great regulatory system, why on earth have we ended up with these chemicals that are potentially coming down in rainfall? So we've got to look at the whole regulatory system and put in place, we've got to understand why this has happened. What are the loopholes in the system and the laws that have allowed this to happen, and how do we resolve this for the future? Because I can guarantee now that there's other emerging contaminants that are out there that we're probably not even testing for.
Yeah.
Okay. Order. Sorry. We're
You had almost 20 minutes, Kate.
all right. Well, okay.
You had almost 20 minutes. That's just not. So can I just follow it up? With respect then to the matter of at source identification of PFAS, that's been submitted by a number of witnesses as being pretty important. In other words, take your submission that we have the manifestations in so many places, in so many ways. Your thoughts about that at source identification of where this is coming from in the first place. Any particular views about that?
Well, offhand, look, like I said, there's I think what you're going to have to put in place is somewhere in the New South Wales government is we need a really good audit of what items actually contain PFAS, and then I think I mentioned before, once that audit's done and we can look at all the products this stuff is in, then we can do a strategic review of what are the easier tasks to stop the major pollutants from at least ending up in the waterways. So, yeah, I can't offer any
thank
more
you.
specifics.
No, thank you.
that, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Amos. We are out of time, so thank you so much for appearing today. That's fantastic. The committee will get in touch with you if you agreed to take anything on notice. I'm not sure whether you did or whether the committee members have any further questions for you, but appreciate all of your work on this. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now, next witnesses are also online, so they'll join us in a second. From the CSIRO, I assume you can all hear me okay. We'll start by, nods all round, that's a good sign. We'll start by getting the three of you sworn in. So if we could start, please, with Dr. Maloney. If you could please state your name and position title, and then either an oath or affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. You can hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my name is Dr. Brett Maloney. I'm the Acting Research Director of CSIRO's Environment Research Unit. My substantive role is the Environment Science Director for CSIRO, and I'll use the affirmation that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now on to Dr. Jason Kirby.
Hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge also that I'm giving this evidence from the land of the Kaurna people in South Australia, Adelaide. So my name is Dr. Jason Kirby. I'm a group leader in CSIRO of the Contaminants and Mitigation Group. And with the oath, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Jens Blote-Vogel, is it?
Thank you. Yes, very good. Yeah. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I'd also like to acknowledge the Ghana people here in Adelaide. My name is Jens Blote-Vogel. I'm a principal research scientist at CSIRO and team leader for remediation technologies. And I hereby solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, does one of you have a short opening statement for the committee?
Yes, I do, Chair. I'll read it if I can.
Thanks so much.
We'll also provide it to you in written form. And I'm coming to you from the Whadjuk lands of the Noongar Nation here in Bulu, Perth. Pay my respects to elders past and present, and of course extend my respect to traditional owners and lands on which we're all meeting. We've met the team, and we really appreciate the opportunity to provide information to this committee. I note that CSIRO has provided a submission to the inquiry that is similar to our submission to the Federal Parliament Senate Select Committee inquiry related to PFAS. In line with our areas of expertise, CSIRO's focus today in our submission is primarily on detection, ecotoxicological assessment and monitoring, and effectiveness of treatment technologies and practices for PFAS remediation. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances known as PFAS and the compounds they break into are considered contaminants of critical concern due to their persistence, widespread distribution in the environment, and their potential for adverse impacts on human health, animal health, and the environment. Since the 1940s, thousands of PFAS have been used worldwide in consumer, commercial, and industrial products and applications, and at present there are more than 14,000 PFAS compounds identified. This provides the committee some idea of the scale of the challenge. We have a broad portfolio of research and technical expertise relevant to PFAS issues, and a track record of defining the scale and breadth of such problems and in devising remediation and management strategies. CSIRO provides evidence-based research used by stakeholders such as government, industry and community to inform regulation and risk assessments. It is not our role to comment on policy matters. It's important for the committee to note that the focus of our PFAS research has been on the environmental fate and behaviour of PFAS and their remediation and treatment. We have not been undertaking research into potential human health impacts of PFAS, and we know that others across the innovation network are. What we are currently working on is to ensure better measurement, prediction, risk definition and risk mitigation of PFAS. We're collaborating nationally and internationally to do so for the benefit of Australia and our region. In particular, we have advanced research on PFAS distribution in the environment and mobility through soils to groundwater and surface waters, PFAS retention and release in infrastructure materials, including concrete and asphalts, leaching and immobilisation of PFAS in soils, predicting PFAS mobility in groundwater, PFAS uptakes by plants and effect on organisms, and remediation technologies and site management scenarios. Our tools range from PFAS sensors and profiling, fingerprinting, and revolutionising ecotoxicology through systems biology and multi-omics or genetics-based approaches. We also assess the efficiency and efficacy of PFAS mitigation approaches for rapid response using sealants and absorbents. We explore destructive technologies through thermal and electrochemical processes and are developing nature-based solutions using phytoremediation with plants, through insects using entomoremediation and with microorganisms. In summary, addressing PFAS issues will require a combination of science, policy and management solutions, and CSIRO is engaging across our innovation system with government, industry and agencies to progress science outcomes and create solution options. We're happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Maloney. I'll just jump in just from your submission and ask a question about, you did make specific mention in the submission that it's a potential problem that most research on PFAS distribution and scale is focused only on known contamination sites or point sources, and that in fact what is probably what you're trying to say is that there's PFAS in many other parts of the environment now. So why is that problematic potentially, if somebody could answer that, please? I'm not sure who to direct my question to. I'll leave you, the three of you, to work that out.
Well, I'll probably start there if that's all right, Dr. Kirby, and then I'll pass on to Jens. But I suppose our initial research, like a lot of areas, is trying to find those hotspots where, that are adding a larger amount of contamination into the environment that can have a larger impact. So our initial focus, like a lot of other people in the world, were try to identify those hotspots where we knew PFAS was used and also potential to add, go into the environment or a pathway into the environment. So our initial work was very much around the AFFF containing PFAS, areas such as concrete areas, firefighter training areas, spills, aviation areas, airports, things like that, and then understanding their leachability, their mobility from those areas into the environment and their potential impacts. As we've actually developed over the last 10 years, I suppose it's the realisation that, as you probably know in this committee already, that PFAS is found in a lot of things. It is a very versatile, very useful group of compounds or substances that have now been found in a range of textiles or being used in textiles and plastics, etc. And so as our understanding of those areas of those compounds have actually developed, I suppose we've understood now that there's, the hotspots around landfills, wastewater treatment areas, areas that such as, like I said, AFFF areas that are being used. And from our point of view, I suppose it's about trying to get the techniques to be able to measure these compounds and then actually trying to help in identifying these hotspots and then understanding where their mobility, transport and toxicity can occur.
Okay, thank you.
Jen?
Yeah, I also wanted to ask about the types of chemicals that we're testing for, including in the draft Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. We've already had a bit of commentary about that from different witnesses, but you also mention in your submission that there's likely an underestimation of the future impacts of PFAS in Australia, and you make the point that's because our monitoring programs are really focused on those three, PFOS, PFOA and PFH excess. How big a concern are the other chemicals, and should we be doing more to monitor for those?
Yeah, so the information around a lot of those chemicals is unknown, and I think we know that. So their toxicological or their ecotox, their bioaccumulation potential. That we do know a lot of them are persistent, so we are still developing our knowledge around a lot of these chemicals. An example is, even when we talk about AFFF, PFAS does not just consist of one or two chemicals. We know there's up to 100, maybe more. Jens would be able to tell you a bit more around the numbers than that. But we know there's a lot more chemicals in there, and we don't really understand their potential within the environment or their potential risk within the environment. We very much target at the moment with the regulated chemicals. As you can guess, once they're regulated, we target heavily onto those areas. We do a larger sweep within our targeted PFAS analysis, up to about 32, 33 chemicals, I think it is at the moment. But what we're trying to say also is there's a lot of chemicals in there that we don't know about. And what we in CSIRO have been spending a lot of time in the last 5-10 years is developing the methods to allow us to identify these unknown or the chemicals that we don't target within the environment. And the reason we do that is because we use it really as an early warning system, or we're trying to actually develop the technologies now for high resolution kind of fingerprinting or profiling of these chemicals, as well as other chemicals, so things that are associated with plastics, etc. But you're trying to develop these high resolution techniques that allow us to now identify these unknown chemicals and then use either predictive technologies or other technologies to actually determine their risk within the environment. But I'll throw that on to Jens as well. Have you got anything there, Jens, to throw in?
Yeah, the only thing I may want to add is that we're still working on identifying PFAS. It's a large group of compounds, as Jason said. We're talking about thousands, possibly tens of thousands of different compounds. We're finding new classes of PFAS still. And so for all of those, obviously, we would have to look into what's the relevance, what's the bioaccumulation potential, what's the toxicity. But we can certainly say that there are more than 3 or 6 of regulated PFAS that occur in the environment. And again, that for most of those, we really have no information on their environmental fate and transport.
I'll just get one more question, then I'll go to government members this time. But with those, you mentioned something about 20 or 30 chemicals then. And that is what a range of other jurisdictions are doing or testing for. They have expanded the range of chemicals. I understand there's a lot of unknown chemicals, but there is that kind of 20 to 30 number that I think a reasonable amount has been done. Research has been done, detection has been done. Is there those 20 to 30, what was that the CSIRO is doing with those? And are you able to provide a list of those chemicals that you are working on?
Once again, I'll start with that. Yeah, there's no problem with it actually giving the names of the chemicals that we actually detect. So it's a general suite now in a lot of laboratories across Australia with some incredible scientists that are able to measure those. A lot of those chemicals are not easy. I should say as well. You know, we're talking about low detection limits now with a lot of these chemicals. So it is a challenge, I think, to still detect some of these PFAS within the environment, even though we all talk about we're finding these things now. There is still a challenge around accurate and precise results around PFAS analysis. But back to the original question is that, yes, so that information is being collected now. How it's being collated and then actually used and transparent and given out to the community or to government organisations or to the general public is another question. So a lot of it's being reported at the moment in different matrices across Australia, but how it's being reported, I think, is a lot of that information is not easy to get your hands onto. And what CSIRO is doing at the moment, I suppose, within that is that what we're trying to do at the moment is with our detection work, we're trying then to actually put it part of our modelling capability. So we're actually trying to use our modelling capability to say how, based on the properties or groupings of these chemicals, what would their potential fate be within the environment, how far can they be transported, etc. And then also part of our toxicological work, we're trying to predict the potential bioaccumulation potential, their toxicity potential and things like that at the moment. Because at the moment, you know, as you can guess, toxicity work takes a long time to get that information. What we're trying to do now is rapidly develop those tools, machine learning, AI kind of approaches to allow us to predict better what they might do within the environment.
Thank you. I'll go to questions from government members. Mr. Dillon.
And thank you, gentlemen, for agreeing to appear today, and thank you for CSIRO's valuable submission. My questions are quite a general one, so forgive me for being so general, but, and I know, of course, that the CSIRO is a national organisation of some repute and obviously looks at things from a national point of view, at least in part of the work that it does, but this is a New South Wales inquiry, as I know you appreciate. So my question is that if you take the state of New South Wales, your views or your comments about how does a state government, through its agency, systematise testing of the possible presence, and that presence might be from a high level through to either zero or a low threshold of potential PFAS contamination? The reason I ask that is that there's been evidence to the inquiry quite on a regular basis that because this manifests in so many places through so many products, it's everywhere. So the idea of a state government being able to test for everywhere is impossible, it seems to me, from a budgetary point of view. So how does a state government go about systematising where it should focus on its testing?
Thank you for the question. I'll use examples in Western Australia, if you don't mind, with the committee being parochial. There are regulated chemicals and chemicals that are already on a list, and Jason said he'll provide what we can test. But within each state, there's also a list of chemicals which are restricted or at least identified for testing. Some of the work that we're doing in WA flows through a state agency known as the Chem Centre, where they do the forensics for police, for example, and others. So they have a certified lab and can test these approaches. There's obviously places where they're obvious to start, and Jason and Jens have listed airfields, firefighting places. There's some other facilities which are obvious, and the Chem Centre is now looking at setting up and testing approaches to monitor leakage from asphalt and concrete, given the amount of building that's going on throughout Australia and the state. So it's about starting where you know that there are risks and lining it up with national standards of detection limits as a first pass. The other part that CSIRO is working in the background with a growing list is, can you fingerprint not only what the chemical is, and there's early stage of testing and development there, but also the more delicate matter of where it's coming from. In some places it's obvious, in other places it's, if you can imagine an industrial strip, say in Newcastle, identifying the source may be more problematic. As Jens and Jason said, it'll go through groundwater, it'll come through surface water, and while it may start off as a individual type of PFAS, it may break down into several. So it's a bit of a vexed issue. I think, to consider where your sites are most likely to be, and also where, based on those sites, where communities are likely to be at risk, would be a good first pass, I suggest. Jens or Jason, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll throw in there as well. So, this is something that we've been pushing for a while here. PFAS is a global issue. It's a national issue within Australia. And then you're right, it's just not a New South Wales issue. And I think there is an opportunity here, especially around this is a once-in-a-generation kind of chemical here, and it's a chemical of large concern for our future within Australia. This is an opportunity for us to better coordinate our approach to contamination research, as well as the funding, and also the way that we actually understand what's coming into our country, and also how do we manage these things moving forward. So from my point of view, it's always a struggle to do research around contaminants, in the sense that you've got to wait usually until there is something that's being regulated, and then you can actually start pushing ahead with the research around that. There's an opportunity here. We're a little bit behind the ball, but in the sense that we can actually coordinate better across those jurisdictions, and including New South Wales, but also DQ and also ACWIS, or the Australian Industrial Chemical Scheme, about what comes into our country, about how we actually standardise our approaches to understanding what's coming in the sense of chemicals coming into this country. What do we do once they're in there? Where do we actually target and prioritise Australian research around PFAS? We are different. We are a different world compared to the rest of Australia. We have unique challenges here that we have to deal with, and we should be able to coordinate better that around contaminant research within Australia, and definitely around PFAS.
I've just got one more question because we need to share them around. Thanks for the patience, Chair. On the matter of the knowledge we have of the content, starting from either 0 through to whatever level it might be, on imports into Australia that contain PFAS, so we're looking at what enters this country from overseas, what is the regulation around that, and what is the base knowledge we have that presently exists? Or that, in fact, we don't have that knowledge?
Yeah, around regulation, CSIRO provides science, so around the regulation, that's probably a better question for DQ or for the Australian Industrial Chemical Introduction Scheme. But I will say, I think our knowledge of or my scientific understanding of what's coming into Australia is very lacking. And that's across the world. We do not understand a lot of time if PFAS has been introduced into a lot of chemicals, into a lot of products, or is it actually contaminant associated with a lot of products coming into Australia? Doesn't mean every product has got PFAS in it, but I think our understanding of what is coming into Australia is limited at this point in time, I would have thought. We know it's associated with certain products, but we haven't got an understanding at the moment of a lot of things that have PFAS in them. And Jens, do you have anything to say around that as well?
No, I think that was a good response.
Okay, just questions from Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about one of the issues that you raised in your submission about the destructive and non-destructive technologies for dealing with PFAS. And just, I've got a couple of questions. The first one is just, you describe technologies like, I think it was plasma and electrochemical destruction, those two destructive technologies, as niche. and say that only incineration is really the commercially available technology at the moment. How far away are we from having alternatives, and are things like plasma and electrochemical destruction commercially viable? What are the issues with those?
Yeah, I think I'll take that question. There are two answers to this question, basically. Destruction of PFAS generally is something we can do. We have the technology and the knowledge to do it. It's just excessively expensive. So the other thing you can do is removal. So you remove PFAS from a more dilute waste stream, you concentrate them, and then you destroy that waste stream. So this way you can save cost. And so the advancements that we can make is to develop these treatment trains to make the overall treatment cost cheaper and more achievable. With that, also, we don't need large plants anymore, but we can use smaller plants, mobile plants even, and different technologies. So the technologies to destroy PFAS are basically emerging from two sides. Number one, maturing destructive technologies that are in development, and then also making the removal technologies more efficient to concentrate the PFAS. How far are we? So as our response said, incineration is mature. There aren't that many incineration facilities in Australia. In fact, there is probably no country in the world that has enough incineration facilities to deal with all the PFAS or PFAS impacted materials that are being produced. So again, it needs to be concentrated. There are a lot of demonstrations going on for destructive technology. So you mentioned electrochemical treatment. That's something that you can get at the moment, let's say on a trailer base, and doing about maybe thousands of cubic meters a day on that order. There is sonolysis, there is plasma treatment, there are other temperature reliant processes too. But everything I'd say is at a pilot scale. Most of them are being demonstrated through the US DoD in North America at the moment. Some of which at the smaller scale you can order tomorrow. Others will probably take another 2, 3, 4 years until they become commercially available. And to the last part of your question, what are the problems? Anytime you destroy something, you will likely not just generate what you want, so the much less harmful degradation products, but there are often intermediates that are being generated. So when you develop these processes, you don't just look at removal of the parent and generation of the end product, which in the case of PFAS is CO2 and HF or fluoride, but you need to have the analytical support to make sure that you're not generating intermediates that may be more toxic than the parent. And so there's a lot of research being done in incineration thermal processes because there's potential for that, but that is true for all destructive technologies. For some of them, we know this better, and for some of them, we still don't really know what these potential stable intermediates are.
And those non-destructive technologies, that's effectively the collection of PFAS out of waterways and other areas. Are those technologies at the moment covering the field? As you said earlier, we're discovering new varieties of PFAS amongst this enormous family of variants. How good are those existing technologies at collecting not just PFAS or PFAR or the main ones, but all of the others in that broad family? Do we know enough about that?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. So for the PFAS we are currently targeting, we talked about this list of 20, 30 PFAS roughly. Those are somewhat larger molecules. So let's put it that way. Not polymers, not the real big ones, but those are molecules that we can remove quite reliably from water and treat down to current guidelines and supply people with safe drinking water, if you will, going by those concentrations. The issue is when you think, there is a lot of talk right now about TFA, and I think we heard that in previous questions. So trifluoroacetate is one of the very short ones, ultra short chain ones, where which really, whose significance I'd say is only just emerging. There are cases and sites where this TFA represents the largest mass of PFAS in the environment. And for several of the removal technologies, so absorption, like through filtration, absorption to activated carbon, ion exchange, dissolved air flotation or foam fractionation, those processes appear to not work very well and very reliably for TFA. For that, at the moment, there is one technology that we can apparently reliably use, that's reverse osmosis. So membrane filtration with very tiny pores. This technology is available at the large scale, but as always, the more challenging a problem gets, the more expensive it gets. So it's doable, but we certainly need to learn more about how to remove these very, very tiny molecules, the ultra short chain PFAS.
Hey, we'll just go to questions from the opposition. Mr. Scott Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I hope my sound is working okay. It's still on those technologies, and I think you touched a bit on the collection and the destruction in that answer there. Can we throw the detection in there as well? How quickly are things moving in the research you're doing? How quickly are things moving in that space to what are we going to look like in 5 or 10 years' time? Is there some light that we can look towards there?
If you don't mind, I'll start, and then Jason and Jens can come over. Some of the work that's being considered and looked at last week, I saw a specific PFAS prototype sensor. So if you can know what you're looking for, this can give a quick swab, if you like, a bit like having a mouth swab, if you like, in sight. So, but you have to know what you're looking for. The advantage is it's easy to use. It can be, ideally, if we're looking a few years in the future, handheld, anyone can use it, and you can get a presence absence, if you like, or above a certain level. There's work in looking at, can we modify microorganisms to, if we know what we're aiming to treat in situ. So if you like, think of how beer is fermented, breeding up a microorganism with the right enzymes, and then actually treating it on soils, and that's something that's being looked at the moment. It's in early stages, but we have people that are working on those points, and there's also people working at the next scale up, looking at insects. Again, you've got to know what you're looking for, and to modify. They're having success with insects breaking down certain types of plastics. So can we use that same approach to break down certain types of PFAS? Jason or Jens?
Yeah, I'll jump in quickly there as well. So there is a lot that in the last couple of years around high resolution fingerprinting or profiling of contaminants. It's taken significant step changes around that detection of a range of different PFAS within the environment and a range of other contaminants within the environment. So the technology is rapidly advancing around that opportunity to profile better within the environment. Cyrus just invested a large amount of money into one of the largest high-resolution instruments in the world to actually do that. So, and we know that's about PFAS, but also about that early response and early management of contaminants. Once you know them there, you can actually do something about them. And so we're investing heavily into that. Jens?
Yeah, so going back to what Brett said, I want to emphasize, I think we're really on the verge of getting real-time sensor-based PFAS measurement in the next few years. And so that's an exciting development that I think you will see a lot of that coming out of the CSIRO. The other thing I wanted to mention is, if you think of petroleum hydrocarbons, if you think of asphalt and bitumen and all these natural mixtures of chemicals, those are mixtures of tens of thousands of compounds. So we have done this before, and we have worked with the appearance of these occurrence in the environment before. And what we've done there is we're looking for individual compounds which we know are bad, such as benzene, for instance, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, xylenes. So we have individual indicator compounds, but we also do bulk parameter measurements. So total petroleum hydrocarbons or diesel or gasoline derived hydrocarbons. For PFAS at the moment, we're focusing on a few of which we don't know if those are the most relevant. So that's where the research is still unsettled. We know they are relevant, but maybe not the most relevant. That we don't know. But let's say if we do research projects, if we develop technology and we want to make sure that we're not generating bad stuff, then we also use bulk measurements. So there are estimation methods for total PFAS. These are not used in any regulatory context, and I'm not implying it should, because again, we don't comment on regulation, but there are certainly other ways that could be used to inform what the actual amount of PFAS in the environment is.
Thank you. There's it was probably a simplistic but almost utopic view that we could just ban PFAS from coming into the country. I'm gathering from your submission and some of the needs for PFAS, some of the uses of it, it's not quite that simple.
You're right there. I think there's a couple of considerations. One, there's a large number of chemicals, and as Jason and Jens said, we're not even sure what is necessarily coming in. So that's the first challenge. The second one is that PFASs were designed for specific reasons and for good reasons. Think of firefighting foam. Finding a replacement, some exist, but some don't. So there's we have to consider what we would actually replace it with. And we also have to make sure that we're not just creating the next PFAS challenge in the future by whatever we're replacing it with. So we're trying to, if you like, get ahead and find solutions or alternatives which won't create the next generation of people sitting around a committee discussing how we're going to deal with it. Jason or Jens, would you like to add? You're on mute.
I had to be the person to do it, didn't I? So there is an international push at the moment to remove fluorinated chemicals. I think we can actually say that now. The EU and America especially are really pushing heavily towards removing all fluorinated chemicals if they can. It is going to be a challenge, yes. And I think there was a recent paper that showed that out of the different applications for PFAS at the moment, there's about 20% they know PFAS can be substituted for with other chemicals. About 40% they think there is substitutions, but that's going to take years of testing to actually do that. And then there's still about 40% they know at the moment that can't actually, or they don't have a substitution chemical to do what they need to do. And that is for vital applications such as in the medical industry, around oils and lubricants, around certain types of jets and heat-resistant textiles and things like that. So it is still a real challenge to remove all PFAS, but I think there is definitely a push internationally and within Australia, I believe, as well, to remove what fluorinated compounds you can. We know there's an issue, so remove those chemicals the best you can, especially those fluorinated surfactants, things like PFOA and PFAS, etc. And then I just want to highlight what Brett said as well. We've got to be so careful about unwanted substitutions of chemicals. A lot of the chemicals we want to substitute, we have little understanding of their toxicity, their persistence, and their bioaccumulation potential. So there is that worry as we move forward as well.
And just one more that I hope means we can come back if anyone's got a final question. And I can't remember who made this comment that we don't know what products PFAS is in. That seems, how do we not know? Someone must know. They've physically put this chemical into a product somewhere along the chain. How is that not registered or so I'm assuming then from that answer that there is no record of that no one is required to admit, say where they've put it in. That could have been worded better, but I think you get the tip.
I assume there is actually a pathway for where PFAS was introduced as part of an industrial process, but a lot of time PFAS can be introduced as a contaminant within a system or within actually an industrial process that moves through as well. About labelling and things like that, I can't really make a comment on that, but I think in a lot of cases there is, you will know PFAS is in there if it's labelled on a product coming in. That's probably a better question once again for the industrial chemical introduction scheme people. But also, I think what I was trying to highlight there is as well is that a lot of times that we just do not realise that PFAS has actually been introduced along that processing chain or along that actual manufacturing chain, and so we don't really understand a lot of times where it's been introduced or how it got in there, and a lot of times depending on where it's coming from.
Thank you. I'll just jump in with an extension of the question around phasing out the chemicals, or it's an issue of not knowing what comes in. I think Dr. Brady, I think you mentioned about the EU and the US being quite advanced in this area. It's also an issue, isn't it, that Australia hasn't signed the Stockholm Convention when it comes to persistent organic pollutants or forever chemicals, and there's an issue that quite a few witnesses have suggested that there's a fear that if we don't match what the US and EPA, the US and the EU do, we could become the dumping ground for some of these products, let's just say cosmetics. If other countries move on a whole suite and the class of PFAS chemicals and we don't, is that a kind of live discussion, or is that a possibility?
Again, this is at a higher level above us. We've seen, in the past, some examples where I won't say dumping, but think of fuel standards in motors and efficiency standards, that sort of model. I have no oversight of where the discussions around the Stockholm Convention are, so I'm not sure if Jason or Jens want to add anything there.
I think that's a better question probably for DQ, who is actually looking at that. I think from my point of view, I think the push by the EU and also by the US is going to set pretty much the standards for how we have to move forward around this PFAS and fluorinated chemicals. They're a large trading partner, of course. Products coming into the US and also into the EU, I assume, are going to start being looked at for PFAS chemicals. So, Australia will have to go along the pathway of the international area around PFAS, I would assume. And and like I said, internationally, fluorinated compounds are going to be, I think, more and more phased out as we move forward over the coming years.
Thank you. I do want to make sure we touch on PFAS and wildlife because of the research that the CSIRO did on turtles, which is very concerning. Would you care to just give a quick summary to the committee about that research, and also importantly, what future research is being done in terms of the impacts on wildlife or other current research?
So that research was done by David Beale's group in Brisbane, where they monitored turtles near an AFFF PFAS contaminated site and found that there was a population declines on turtle populations. Or that's actually what they hypothesised from their findings around that. That is very consistent, I think, across the world in the sense that impacts on heavily contaminated areas around PFAS. We're still understanding really how the toxicity works around PFAS chemicals in the sense of what metabolic pathways, etc., are actually being impacted by the different chemicals. It's still debatable at the moment, I think, and the information is still being gathered around what levels of PFAS and mixtures of PFAS as well. So it's just not one chemical you've been exposed to. You've been exposed to multiple ones. What levels are really, those that actually give you, are really those levels that we should be regulating on. I think they're still, the NEP actually has regulation levels, but we are still adding information as we move forward around, especially around chronic and long-term impacts of PFAS as well. So we know concentrations that give impacts on certain organisms on short-term exposures, but I think where PFAS is very unique is its persistence. What effect does it do in the long term to multi-generations and to populations? And that's the information that we're trying to supply at the moment. We're trying to focus a lot on our native species, especially a lot of our areas around frogs and turtles and things like that. We're trying to add more information around that. And like I said earlier, David's work especially is trying to find those early warning markers within those metabolic pathways. So those things that can tell you and give you an indication of fitness and health and reproduction and population decline. Can you do that through their pathways earlier than waiting for things to die and actually die and population declines, etc. So we're trying to develop those early warning tools is what we're doing, as well as that information around native species as we're moving forward.
Thank you. And that information, I assume, what goes to the Federal Environment Department in terms of the results of that research?
Yeah. So all our information especially within my group, CSIRO, is all publicly available. We work closely with most regulators in supplying our science. We try to line our science up around areas we think add the most value. And for us, I think native species in Australia is a real one of those hotbeds that we really need to get a better understanding of, in the sense of what PFAS can do to these unique organisms in Australia.
Yeah, thank you. We're out of time, so thank you very much for appearing, all of you, and for obviously the excellent work you do. That was incredibly interesting. The committee will be in touch if you agree to take anything on notice, or if we've got any supplementary questions for you, but we really appreciate the time you've given to the committee today. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sloan. How are you?
Good morning, Ms. Farnham. Good, yourself?
Good, thank you. Okay, if you're ready to go, we will commence by getting you sworn in as a witness. So if you could state your name and position title, please, and then just swear either an oath or affirmation.
Yep, I'm Gal Sloan, CEO of the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Association of Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to give to me by me shall be truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, do you have a short opening statement for the committee?
Yep, I will look to my submission and just add to that.
Thanks very much.
We are the national peak body for the waste and resource recovery industry. WAMA has over 2,000 active financial members, representing 400 companies and over 750 individuals across the entire waste and resource recovery supply chain. 40 odd years ago, the industry made a call that it needed a body that represented the entire sector, given that it is a supply chain industry, and it's important we understand the material management across the entire chain. So we come to you with a, I guess, informed and thoughtful view of how all the sectors and parts work together, everything from avoidance through recycling, through landfilling and energy for waste. The goal being, obviously, it's a complex system. And the more you spend time in it, the more you realise, and it's really important that we give a well thought through view to government about issues impacting us. We wrote to you, to the committee, because PFAS is one of our many obsessions, as often the sector, like water, at the end of the supply chain that receives this material, a material or a chemical that we cannot see, yet we have these crazy expectations at times from government about regulators around levels that we should be managing on site. Again, we can't see it. We don't see it in a truck. It's highly mobile. It bioaccumulates. The scientists have given you information way above and beyond what I can ever give you. But, we find ourselves in a situation where we're being told through things like the NEPM regulatory intervention that our products that we are making to, again, address issues like climate change, keep material circulating, that we receive, that we can't have levels of PFAS in it that is well and truly known in the broader community. We get levels put on us in organics and other products that we can't possibly meet given the presence and levels that it is on the shelf. I guess I want to give you a view away from water. Our concern as an industry is that this material continues to be placed on supermarket shelves. I can take you down to Priceline or a Chemist Warehouse or any other and show you how makeup has it at 10,500 parts per billion. I can take you to a supermarket and show you that microwave popcorn has it at over 18,000 parts per billion. billion, and it's readily being continued to be put out on the shelves. As an industry, it's very confusing for us, and I think also as a community, it's very confusing for us. Is it a concern? Isn't it a concern? If it's a concern, why does the ratifying of the Stockholm Convention to add these POPs take years? You know, we've had it foreshadowed as 2025 in ICAMS, and I would agree the approach being taken by ICAMS is wholly inadequate, because as a consumer I have no labelling or advice to know whether I'm even purchasing PFAS. Yet we regularly hear in the media it's a concern when it's in drinking waters at levels that, you know, don't come close to what we're putting in our face or in our mouth. Dental floss is at 15 parts per billion and we put it in our mouth every day. So we don't really have a really clear picture as an industry or as a community as to the impact that PFAS has. Is it a concern? Isn't it a concern? What is the safe level of exposure? That's what we are constantly grappling with. And the ladies who are coming after me are far smarter than I am, and they've done a lot of work for us as an industry about what a safe level of exposure is through compost and other products, because PFAS is everywhere and we need to manage it. That's the information we have. It is possible to have safe levels, and you know, we recently tested a whole pile of people in our industry and we all have it in our blood and we're okay. So I guess we're looking for help from you guys to say to federal government, probably as much as state government, if it's an issue, do something about it and do it now. And if it's not of a concern, can we find a realistic approach to the management of it whilst it's out there? Because we're not making it, we're simply taking it.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan. That was very succinct and valuable. With your submission, I will just go straight to, because you mentioned the Stockholm Convention, I asked that of the CSIRO, and of course they didn't want to comment politically in terms of what the government should be doing. The federal government, that I know it's federal government, but it does obviously impact in terms of products and everything else. What's your view in terms of where Australia is at compared to the EU, compared to the US, in terms of dealing with PFAS chemicals, including, there's obviously the Stockholm Convention, but we're also only dealing with the three, the PFOS, PFOA and PFHXS, while other nations seem to be addressing it a little more broadly. What's your kind of general view in terms of where we're up to?
Generally, when it comes to policy in our area, Australia is way behind European Union. And I do need to correct my submission. We have actually, Australia did join the Stockholm Convention in 2004, but what we haven't done is ratify the addition of the other POPs. So I just need to make that clear. And I went and checked the DQ website this morning, and it clearly states that we don't automatically, as these POPs and other things go on to the Stockholm Convention, adopt those. We have to go through a process, a treaty-making process, and we haven't done that. So at this stage, we don't have anywhere near the restrictions that other jurisdictions have. We're also really bereft in our point of view around how we deal with both the design of products, the management of products as they go through the supply chain. I am personally obsessive with waste directives of the European Union and how they actually, and one of the members, Scott Barrett, was saying before about the registration approach. Europe has, under the waste directives, both the REACH and CLP programs, which has a registration of what goes in products because you're designing and placing on market, and if we want to recycle it future times, we need to know what's in there. You also have a consumer labelling program, so you know what you're buying, right? We also have no sustainable design guidance in Australia, despite talking about going circular in 2030 or 2035, depending upon the latest document. We can't actually recover products that are not safe for recovering. Right? And that's our greatest challenge. Like, we have a phenomenal amount of hazardous and problematic materials out there that we're trying to recover as a sector that were never designed to be recovered. And this is a classic example when you've got a POP in there. Bromides, you know, previously we saw with plastics, BPA, it was not meant to be ever recovered, but probably as a chemical had a really good purpose. So we strongly believe that from a regulatory point of view, Australia is way behind making safe products, having sustainable design guidelines, and really giving us an opportunity to go circular and use less virgin material for longer. Right, so we've got a great opportunity to pick up. I would say that New South Wales in the last year has really grappled with some of this really well, particularly their plastics plan. They've moved away from being, you know, more green and trying to eliminate materials that and places in other problematic materials. So WA and SA saying, please don't use recyclable plastic, but go to compostable plastic that contain PFAS is not a good outcome. So we're replacing what is seen as a problematic material with what we know can be a problematic material. So we really need to get away from populism in our sector, and I realise I'm naive when I say that, towards evidence-led research and policy development so that we're making safe products that can be both placed on market and recovered.
Okay, I'm conscious of time, so I might just go straight to questions from the opposition. Mrs. Aileen McDonald, yeah.
Thank you for your submission. I'll just ask one and then I'll throw it to my colleague. Where are we? In terms of industrial chemicals environmental management standard, you've said in your submission that it's wholly insufficient. Could you just outline what your concerns are with these standards?
One is the timing. It's been foreshadowed for a number of years that PFAS will be placed on it. So there's not the urgency or alacrity if it's of concern that it's supposed to be for some. Secondly is the lack of comprehensive nature. So as I said just previously about the waste directives, you're not registering your products, you're not labelling your products to let people know. So, you kind of have to realise you're importing and you're looking on a database somewhere in the ether to know whether you can or can't. If we were to join the far more comprehensive waste directives approach, which the vast majority of multinationals and global already operate under, because a lot of them are domiciled in EU, we'd have a far better catch-all rather than having to set up our own separate Australian-specific system. And I think one of the big challenges is the lack of labelling for consumers around what they're actually purchasing. At the moment, they don't have a choice. They don't know if they're purchasing PFAS, because we know from all the research that whilst we've focused on firefighting foams, there is actually a lot of this material in homes, and we don't know we're purchasing it.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, do you have questions as well?
Well, I had a few questions, Ms. Sloan, but you actually gave a very thorough submission and also your opening statement, which has covered off a lot of what I wanted to ask. But do I pick up a fairly high level of frustration from you on this point?
You mean my poker face isn't working?
No.
Yeah, well, it's very confusing, and our sector, it is very confusing because you do get mixed messages, dare I say. We see a very strong response to the presence of PFAS in water, and yet we're receiving it all day, every day, unknown, that's not English. And then we're told we've got to make products at certain levels. And now we don't make it, I'm at pains to say. We do take it unknowingly and unwittingly. And the action on stopping, like literally turning the tap off on placing this product on market just isn't occurring. So, and I listened to yesterday and got made aware of the NHealth report and looked at that closely. And, that report says the health impacts are not, I guess, sometimes what you would be led to believe via the media. Maybe we don't know enough as yet. But we do get a very strong regulatory impact on our sector often about what levels we're supposed to produce at, which just don't bear any sense of reality given the products that are circulating on the market. So we are very vocal in our cries to government at all levels for many years on this. And, we've watched the NEPM 3, our consultation stopped on that in 2023, and we're now 2 years officially later, and we still don't have the output. So we're not seeing from the federal government any alacrity when it comes to the presence of this material coming onto market.
I understand a substantial amount of waste from Sydney, for instance, is then trucked and trained into regional communities and dealt with in waste management in those communities. How much of a concern should this be for those regional communities?
I wouldn't agree with your opening premise that we moved the material. Material moves around. That's the nature of it, because I'm not sure if you've tried to build a waste and resource recovery facility recently, but it's not an easy feast. So we have to move waste to where we do have facilities. I think in some ways this material going to well-managed, lawful, licensed facilities is one of the ways of genuinely managing any perceived risk. our landfills, if you're talking about residual, are lined and managed, and our leachate ponds and all that. So, I don't think that we pose a risk per se. However, we do know that this material it moves very easily and very quickly.
Okay, so that was not meant to be a swing at you guys at all. I'm just trying to get it.
I'm so used to it, I'm defensive.
No, look, I'm happy to hand back to you, Chair, while
Thanks.
the people in the room.
Thanks, Mr. Barrett. We'll go to questions from the government. Mr. Cameron Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I just wondered whether you could comment really on the importance of CLP, the classification, labelling and packaging. I mean, in this inquiry, we've clearly seen the level of alarm when people find out there's PFAS in the water that they might be drinking. But, equally, people could be getting just as much PFAS out of cosmetics, out of things like carpet in their home, and that ultimately ends up in the waterways through wastewater. It seems to me that it's just vitally important that people know what's in things so they can exercise that consumer choice, and we can manage the chain from production through to waste disposal, recovery, and ensure that we're dealing with PFAS. I just wanted to see if you could elaborate on the importance of it and just comment more about that.
I think just like all things, knowledge is power. And, I think if people realise that they could choose to or not choose to purchase this product, that would be half the battle. We're going to have to manage this product as it goes through circulating, and it continues to circulate. However, if we have if we're able to not purchase it and equally know the genuine risks of exposure and how much we don't we talk about zero as if it's easy. We heard earlier about substitute might be worse. It does play a strong role. None of us could cook an egg without our non-stick fry pan, to be honest, if you want to fry it. So it plays a vital role. The question is how much exposure is problematic. So we need to have an informed discussion, I think, rather than always freaking out, for want of a better term.
Yeah. I mean, I know parents that will, steer clear of non-stick because they're frightened about it, and yet, they'll use microwave popcorn when they've got a film night several nights a week. And I'm sure they'd be frightened to hear what you've just said about it because they don't know that there could be PFAS in a product like that.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we're given the power of choice. And this is an area that we do know, and we've got lots of studies, and I think yesterday it may have come up, the UQ study, and I'm very happy to provide a copy of that goes through the proliferation of PFAS in our home, because it does serve an important role when it comes to fire safety and other products, other reasons.
And what role do you think the state can play? I mean, a lot of these things we're talking about international treaties, we're talking about federal government's responsibilities over labelling and so on, but what role do you think the state can play in pushing towards that outcome where people know what's in their products?
I think that the state has a clear role on the information provision around the risk and consequences. And there was a piece, I think Mr. Beeman and Chappell touched a bit on that around the contaminated sites, but I think there's a larger piece to go on that around the consumption piece. I think we need to educate, and we're seeing, and we've got, I guess, the vehicle coming up with the plastics plan and also the packaging reform. New South Wales has actually really put its head up recently in a good way to say federal leadership is not working and we're not prepared to continue the way we have been with, say, packaging covenant, which, committed to voluntarily design out PFAS packaging by December 2023, and oops, missed that target again. So New South Wales has gone, we've got a hook in our legislation that we can drive forward some of these product stewardship pieces. And I think that's a great example. The chemicals, the green list, the red list. And then also looking, and we've seen recently ministers with batteries have started to look at fair trading and standards. And I think it's really incumbent on government to show leadership around here and go, we're going to work to make sure that our communities are safe and have knowledge. So, we've got some really tangible examples the last 12 to 18 months that have really helped us with that. We can go further and we can go faster. I don't deny that. But, we also balance that with the science and the medical information that's saying, there is safe levels of exposure to this product from how I read that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you very much for your submission and coming today. My question builds somewhat on my colleague, and you've touched on this already about the importance of communication and explanation. And I sort of want to take it to the level of the public at large. So there's an issue here, excuse me, which continues to receive for good reason exposure to the public at large, and there's, I think, probably an argument there's an increasing understanding of the issue. But it is a complex matter, as you've described in your submission and your oral evidence today. And my question, I guess, goes to, are you able to point to, and perhaps you want to take it on notice or make some general comments and then also take parts of on notice, about the way in which you think, or the organisation thinks, there can be an explanation, a comprehensive explanation, but a one that can be understood and processed by the average citizen about a complex issue like this, because there is the risk of, we've seen this in other issues, where there are large claims made which become embedded as really the position that needs to be taken. But it's far more complex than that. So at least, and this is not in substitute for what you've said about the particular needs you've got, but in terms of ensuring the public at large are able to comprehend something like this, do you have any particular views about that, how government needs to go about communicating that?
It's a very big question. I think clearly and accurately, and I do agree, it is confusing because different arms take different approaches, right? And we've seen that with the water standards that have come out that appear to indicate that it's of greater concern than need be at the levels that's being now proposed and the testing approach. We went through a process with BPA and fluorocarbons, and we managed to grapple by breaking it down to look at understanding the science, but also the impact and the community change behaviour, because we're talking about behaviour change too. I think there's got to be more transparency about what's being placed on market from producers, and this is a lot about extended producer responsibility too, and that's part of, I guess, our challenge. We are left with the cost of cleanup or management of these products. So I would say it's about having clearer rules around what can be placed on market, having clearer rules about design for recovery as well. So it is about being more transparent, I think, in the information that's out there to help with that behaviour change.
So I remember, and I was much younger, the issue around CFCs and the ozone layer, and, not a strict analogous in terms of a comparison, but nevertheless, obviously that built up over a period of time and reached a point of almost no return. In other words, there was, and I was very young then, so I probably wasn't appreciating what was happening.
I wasn't that young.
Sorry?
I wasn't that young. I remember it too.
Globally. But then it appeared to move, and once again, this might be just my faulty memory, seemed to move relatively quickly to sort of place that ban. And forgive me, I don't know whether it's an absolute and complete ban on the use of CFCs, but it must be a very substantial ban. I'm just wondering whether there's lessons from that that we can draw on.
Absolutely. And I think that's a great example, and again with the BPA, because we're working on multiple levels, which is how policy normally works, with banning, designing differently, and understanding why, right? And you've got to move across all those, having that education of the public, choosing not to buy it because of the impact, but also implementing changes to regulation and legislation, and also investing, I'm assuming, in research that says here's a feasible alternative that doesn't have the same impact. And we did shift. So, we have great examples of how we've done that. Europe is more consistent, the EU, and how it does it. It's far more holistic in its policy with the waste directives, the REACH, the sustainable design guidelines, circular economy policy adopted at scale, and the Green Deal. Like, they have integrated everything from science, research, economics.
Holistic,
And we haven't got that yet in Australia. We've got some great framework documents with pretty pictures, but as far as enforceable regulation to drive some of these changes and the transparency and the information. We're not quite there yet.
Is that part of the sort of what might be described as the curse of the Federation? Federation is wonderful, but this issue between the state and the Commonwealth, because there's just a number of witnesses have sort of commented about the challenge of movement here and not there and vice versa, and what a state can do. I mean, is it, do we have to sort of crab-like go and progress that way, as opposed to...
From my sector's point of view, and from many sectors, we are one common market. It would be far easier if we were doing it as a whole. Yeah. However, we all know, and you're the politicians, not me, competing priorities. So sometimes, for example, container deposit systems, federal said no, states went one by one, and then we realised we align. And we've done that with road rules and other things. What happened, yeah. So maybe that's what we need to do based on impact. But when it comes to importation, which is one of the great challenges that we have, and it was one of our submissions that talked about being a dumping ground for products that you couldn't get into other countries. Yeah. We have real concerns about that as an industry, because it's not just PFAS, it's e-waste and other products, batteries. We don't have battery directives, and yesterday we had yet another fire. So we've got real challenges because we don't place the same obligations on generators when it comes to design, how they make products, the chemicals they include, and how they manage at end of life that other jurisdictions have. So as a sector, we're very much in the front line trying to provide a safe environment with almost one hand behind our back at most instances.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Sloan, what's the association's view about the proposed changes in terms of biosolids that I think you've referred to a couple of times? In terms of biosolids, the treatment of PFAS in biosolids, which of course at the moment isn't regulated. What does it mean for your sector? I assume potentially the management of more biosolids going to landfill. Is that a concern?
We haven't seen the final NEPM, and it was foreshadowed in that again there would be, I think, a lower level of testing, so it will have an impact on that recovery, which will be again a cost and a management challenge for us. That did go to M at the end of last year, but we haven't seen it as yet. But yeah, it will affect our recovery rates, and again, potentially it's got a level that can't be achieved and is inhibiting resource recovery.
Because what's the practicality, if you talk us through, because this is where the state government does have jurisdiction over kind of licensing landfills and what have you. You do explain it quite in quite a lot of detail in the submission around the fact that PFAS has to be tested. This is in terms of generators of waste, but we have heard a number of witnesses say that, in fact, one earlier this morning, that PFAS was chemicals as potentially coming from a landfill site, biosolid. This is near Blaney, and we've heard a number of other suggestions that that's the case. Is it extremely difficult for, because there's a testing of PFAS, but then containing it when we know that for water, for example, the treatment and the filtration of PFAS chemicals out of water, the state government is only currently now kind of grappling with that. Is it a situation that is almost impossible for landfill operators to deal with? Is the PFAS contamination in the products that they're receiving, is it almost impossible to prevent them going into the environment around those landfills?
Again, I think it would depend on levels. I think because it is highly mobile, it is challenging to do that, but modern line sites with the liners they have, clay and other things, do all they can, I think, to do that. We are hearing about the challenge of destruction of it, and
because what about the landfills, a little bit more specific, that deal with and produce compost the sites that are actually dealing, they're receiving biosolids, creating, soils and compost for other applications. That's a particular concern, I would assume, and potentially that may be the ones that are the more greatly impacted by the changes at the federal level in terms of PFAS being regulated in biosolids. Are you hearing concerns about that?
I think that comes back to our threshold. We do not want PFAS-containing material coming to us, and the reality is because of the process flows and the material flows, we end up with PFAS potentially contaminating material, and we can't see it until we test it. So, organics, non-biosolid organics, I'll start with that. Like we've done a lot of work down the East Coast in particular to try and eliminate the presence of PFAS, but it's not possible to even test for zero PFAS. That's the reality, and I know NRESC will talk about that later. Like laboratories can't even tell you if there's zero. It's below the level of reporting. Yeah. So we try and de-risk products as often as possible, but we can't see what we're receiving. Anything that's applied to land generally across Australia is tested before to make sure it's an appropriate levels of the contaminants and inclusions. And we do that as a sector at large generally. We don't have the same testing obligations on those that are, I guess, making it or disposing of it to us. So, we're trying to do our best to manage what we get and containerize and make sure it doesn't spread or leave our premises at a level that's unsafe.
So just the last question on this, sorry. So is that a requirement, a legislative requirement here in New South Wales that like every truckload, for example, is tested for PFAS if you've got a truckload of biosolids that's about to go as fertiliser, that's about to go somewhere? Is that required to be tested for PFAS? I didn't think it did.
Not in... so the way New South Wales work, and again, it might be better for my ladies on my left to talk about that in more detail. We have the resource recovery orders and exemptions frameworks, and within each of those, depending on the product or the agreement you've reached with New South Wales, if you're applying to land, you have to test for the contaminants and inclusions in each of those orders. I'm not sure that all of them have PFAS in it. In theory, what's supposed to happen is, I think, like other products, under your licence, you're in theory not supposed to receipt certain materials, and so PFAS may be one of those, for example. And we had that happen in South Australia for quite a while, where there was no landfill that was legally allowed to take PFAS, for example, but we were getting it all the time in trucks because we can't see, right? So it's a sort of complex process of licence determining what you can accept. And in theory, to take PFAS, you would need a certain licence, but it's that inadvertent receipting of a material that you can't see that makes it more complex. And then there are specific orders and exemptions determine the chemicals you've got to test for the purpose of what it is.
Thank you. Sounds like we might put some detailed questions into the department potentially to get some of that. But thank you, Ms Sloan. We're out of time. Thank you so much for your extensive submission and the evidence you've given today.
Thank you.
I've found it really valuable.
That's
Thank
very
you.
good.
We'll get in touch if we need to in terms of anything you agreed to take on notice or supplementary questions.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
For your time.
The committee will now break for morning tea. We'll be back at 11. Go. Great. Welcome back and welcome to our next session. We will get you both sworn in before we begin. So if we could start with you, Dr. Jackie Wright, if you could state your name and position title and then either an oath or affirmation for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Dr. Jackie Wright. I'm the Director of Environmental Risk Sciences. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now, Ms Manning.
My name's Therese Manning. I'm a principal at NRISK's consultancy, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent, thank you. Now, do both of you or either of you, one of you, have a short opening statement? Great, Dr.
Yes, I've got
Wright.
a short
Thank
opening
you.
statement. So thank you very much to the committee for having us to present and also answer questions. NRISKs is a specialty consultancy, so we undertake human health, environmental risk assessments and reviews of toxicology for lots of different chemicals, and PFAS is just one of those. So PFAS are a group of chemicals like all other chemicals that we deal with in contaminated land, in water and so forth. One of the things that we want to make really clear, and just as a really good reminder, is the world is made of chemicals. It's not possible to have this concept of chemical free. There is no such thing as zero. You can't measure zero. Australia has extensive guidance on how we assess the risks that are posed by different chemicals in the environment and for people. That's in soil, water, food, air, all those sorts of things. That guidance works really well for chemicals, but also for PFAS. So we do have that guidance and we can apply that for PFAS. When we do develop guidelines, it's really important that we take the most robust science and approaches and we develop those well and we can communicate those well. If we are looking at other international organisations about what they have done with their guidance, it's also important to understand what have they done that might be different, but what have they done to develop those guidelines as well. So it's important that we undertake those reviews. When people are exposed to very high concentrations of PFAS, there is good evidence that there's effects are likely to have occurred in people. As is the case for most chemicals. If you're exposed to high concentrations of other chemicals, there's the potential for adverse effects. But the community is rarely exposed to such high concentrations. When we're talking about the environment, we're talking about low levels in the environment. We don't have evidence that exposure to low levels in the environment has any effects. When we're talking about chemicals and how we assess them, it's the exposure that's also very important. It's actually a key part of how we do the assessment. And we also need to think about dose response. So what dose causes what effects? And the old adage, the dose makes the poison, has been around for centuries, and we apply that to all chemicals. Equally needs to be applied to PFAS. So we just need to make sure that we undertake that. With PFAS, one of the things that is a bit different with these chemicals is it seems to have been given various different labels, such as things like forever chemicals. All chemicals are forever. The atoms don't go away. And there are things like metals that are naturally in our environment that are always there as well. We deal with them all of the time. But when we put this out, these types of phrases out in the community, it creates stress and anxiety and fear for these particular chemicals. Creating fear and stress and worry in communities about just being exposed to PFAS without any context about whether that has the potential to cause any harm creates a lot of stress. And we know that stress causes health problems. So we need to make sure that how we're dealing with PFAS is commensurate with what the actual harm is. That's the end of my introduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just start with the work that NRISKs, is it?
Yes.
Does with, say, water utilities or for the government when it comes to PFAS work. What work has the company done?
So I can answer that. So we're engaged by a range of different groups. So we have been engaged by government to assist in reviewing, for example, concentrations in organic products of PFAS and assessing potential risks to human health and the environment. We have been engaged by various different companies, including waste companies, to look at the concentrations that are present in different waste streams, but also what might move from those and move into the environment where people and the environment might be exposed. So we are engaged by a number of those different companies. We're also engaged by other consultants to do similar types of assessments where they don't have our level of expertise.
So we also did the human health and ecological risk assessment for MWU, for the New South Wales EPA, MWU, which is mixed waste organic outputs, which was the organic materials that come out of red bin waste. So we did the detailed review that then meant they changed the regulation about the acceptability of using that material, so that they changed the rules and you could no longer use that material and apply it to land. And we've done, for water utilities, we've calculated criteria, risk-based criteria for them. So for a range of uses for both treated effluent and biosolids, etc., what could be in their material and be subject to use for different purposes. So sometimes they want the most conservative number. So what's the worst case situation? And for these sort of chemicals, it turns out to be applying it in dairying situations. But, you know, what about if you're just putting it on a wheat crop? If you're just adding some organic material to the land so that the wheat crop can grow well, what numbers could be in it in that situation? And we've done all of those calculations.
Yes, thank you. I've have seen your work quite extensively in some of the reports on biosolids and FOGO and what have you. So what's the research then that you said led to a change in policy at a state level around the use of waste in, was it household?
MWU, yeah, so the mixed waste organic outputs was a material that people wanted to reuse because we're trying to be better with our resources. There was, the EPA issued one of those resource recovery orders and exemptions that Gail Sloan was talking about a long time ago. They then instituted an extensive research program, and then at the end we put together the detailed risk assessment that explained did the research show that there was any problem, and the main chemical groupings that were in the material that could cause problems were polybrominated diphenyl ethers, which are part of the brominated flame retardants group, and PFAS. And so we did detailed calculations based on the rules for using this material on agricultural land to work out whether you could get to concentrations in the food people eat that would be of concern. And given the levels that had been measured in these materials over the research program, particularly for brominated flame retardants, there was a potential for a problem. And so after they received our work, they changed the rules.
Thank you. I'll ask one more question. I know other members will have lots for you as well. I was just wondering if you could summarise as best you can the research that you did in terms of the risk assessments for the application of biosolids, restricted or unrestricted, might say restricted, the application of biosolids onto, let's stick with agricultural land, and the different pathways for human consumption, and kind of summarise that. You said dairy, and I'm aware that that's the highest risk, but if you could summarise as best you can simply for us, that would be great.
Sure. So as part of NEMP draft version 3, the government agencies did a set of calculations. The water utilities, a number of water utilities asked us to do calculations in support of understanding what the government agencies had done, but also to look at the whole variety of uses to which biosolids is put. So the government agencies looked at the most conservative scenarios. So we call them exposure scenarios. How does the chemical in this material get to the place where we care about it? So they'd done the dairying calculation. So we did the calculation for the dairying, but also for beef cattle, other livestock, but also what goes into eggs, what goes into fruit and veggies, and things like cereal crops. And so we did but we followed the same approaches. And the approach, so the calculations are well understood. We do them for every chemical. Most of the time we don't need to do some of the ones about uptake into plants and animals, because those chemicals don't do that. But in PFAS's case, we need to. But those calculations have been around. The first time the US EPA wrote about all of that was 1989. We've been doing these calculations for a long time. But the way to make sure we're not missing anything, we make an assumption about how much might move from the soil into plants, for example. We choose the worst case number. So there's a factor that says if you've got 1 in the soil, you'll have 0.07 in the plant. We use that maximum value. So the worst case, we're assuming everything will go at the maximum case into the plant, and then we calculate the maximum the cows might eat. We're assuming they're exposed all the time, every day. We're assume the cows eat 1/2 kilo of soil incidentally when they're grazing every day of the year. We assume the grass they eat is going to have the maximum amount of PFAS in it, etc., etc. So we followed the same approach that the government did, but we did it for more types of uses, because some things don't take it up as much as other things, and then we provided all of that information to them. So we did come up with a similar answer in regard to dairy. We were all pretty similar, and but the other numbers come out higher than that.
If you could just explain just what that, when you're saying the number in relation to dairy, just explain.
So
what
the
that
criteria. Thank you, sorry about that. The criteria that can be present in the biosolids for it to be used for that purpose. So we did what we call a back calculation. If this is the maximum people can have, what can be in the meat or the milk or the eggs or whatever, and not cause harm, not cause exceedance of what the Commonwealth says is a tolerable number in people on a daily basis. So we do what can be we generate the limits that can be in that material.
Okay, I'll come out. I'm conscious of time. We'll go to questions from the government this time first up. Mr. Murphy or Mr. Donnelly?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your submission and evidence. This is a technical question, I suppose, and it may not easily be explained rapidly, so you've got to take it on notice. But you spoke about the methodology of the risk-based approach used with respect to PFAS, having sort of a robust, understood framework. I'm wondering, just for my own knowledge, does that framework that's used for PFAS used for other chemicals as well? In other words, it is a generic, if we could sort of use that, and that's quite well. That's accepted globally as a framework to be used. So within that framework, and I take your point, and has been raised by other witnesses about it's not possible to test for zero. How far down can it test for, in 2025? Is that something that can be easily explained, or you need to take that on notice to explain?
No, so the limits for biosolids, for example, are probably just around the maximum sensitivity that the labs can achieve. They might, and some labs will do it better.
With current technology.
With current technology. You can't keep going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, because then what happens in the laboratory and in the sample containers and all sorts of other things, they overwhelm the signal. So there's only, we might be able to go a bit lower than where we are now. I would have to check with some laboratory people. Sure. But there is a limit to how low you can go, because the way the machine works is there's an electrical signal, and you need to be able to pick out the electrical signal from the background. And background is, the world is full of low-level noise from electrical things. There's also materials that get used in laboratories that contain these chemicals, and managing them well enough to not see them in the samples due to the sample handling becomes an issue when you go too low. So there is a limit about how low you can go. But that's true. I mean, yeah, there's lots of chemicals.
It's background. It's a background amount. In terms of then working out, so the measurement was one stage. In terms of working out the impact of a chemical, a synthetic chemical like the PFAS family of chemicals, that is a separate exercise, is it? That's essentially work done by other scientists to using the scientific method, conduct experiments over time to reach conclusions. Is that? I'm talking in general terms here, because there's part of this challenging area is claims that are made and restated and restated and restated. Some of which may be true, some may not be, some might be partially true, but ensuring we the politicians, the policymakers, people working in the agencies and the public at large have an understanding that grasping the results of this research work's done to show the effect, that's done separately, isn't it?
Yes, so the effects side of things is a separate exercise. So whenever we look at risk, there's the exposure side and then there's the effects side. So that's effects or toxicity. And the information that's considered when looking at those effects comes from lots of different types of studies. So some of those studies are epidemiological studies, so they're the big population studies. They all have their limitations and they aren't really the gold standard for establishing effects or doing tox assessments because they're so easily confounded and have bias. So they're not the gold standard, but we do have a lot of those for PFAS. What we do also look to, and we more heavily rely on, are studies in animals to look at what types of effects we're finding in animals for different types of exposure to establish that dose response. We then need to understand, are those effects that we're seeing relevant to us? Because the animal studies, animals that we use in the studies aren't people. So we need to make sure that we understand, are they relevant to us? And at what levels do we see sorts of effects? And are those effects actually relevant to our health? So sometimes you might see a small change in a biomarker, for example, but does that mean we're actually going to end up with an adverse outcome in people? So all of those studies, and we do have Australian guidance on how we look at our studies that are generated usually overseas or whatever. So how we combine all that information and how we collate it together and understand how that might occur. One of the other things that's really important to understand when doing this is what's the mechanism of action? So how does an exposure to PFAS what changes happen in the body to result in adverse effects? And that mechanism of action is actually one of the key things when doing any chemical, to be able to understand, are we seeing something that makes sense in those studies based on what we expect to see? With PFAS, we still don't actually really understand how it can cause effects in people. So we don't have a good understanding of that mechanism of action, which makes it complicated to review the studies to go, does that make sense? Does that not make sense? So we have to consider all of that together. And one of the things I just would touch on is, and it's something that maybe your question is prompting, is this concept of cancer. And cancer is an effect that is looked at for all chemicals. And for PFAS, we also look at, is there the potential for cancer to be one of those adverse effects? And there is some information that came from IARC. Now, the IARC review is not out in detail, so we can't tell you all the specifics of how they got there. But certainly, we deal with cancer-causing chemicals all of the time. One of the things that's really important to understand is how it might cause cancer. There is consensus amongst the scientists that it doesn't cause cancer by a genotoxic mechanism, and I won't go into detail about that. But what it means is when we do an assessment or when we look at the potential for cancer, it's not just a small bit of exposure that can result in your increased cancer risk. That's not what this means. It means that there actually has to be enough exposure for some other damage to occur to the cells or some of the processes within the cells before cancer can be initiated. So there's a threshold for cancer to occur. So just having exposure to PFAS does not mean you will contract cancer. It's about the threshold above which there's the potential for cancer. So cancer is one of the health endpoints that we look at, of many, but it's important to understand how that mechanism or how that health effect might occur. So just calling PFAS cancer-causing is, like we say, it's very alarmist. It's not helpful because at low levels of exposure, it would be below a threshold where it has the potential to cause cancer. So we need to be clear about that, and we need to be able to understand that and communicate that well.
And the other thing to say is that one of the tasks we need to do is check the quality of the studies. Have they done those studies well? And so not all studies are equal when we look into these things.
I'll probably just check with the opposition first, go to them for a couple of questions.
Yeah, we'll have
Mrs. Aileen
Well,
McDonald.
we have a lot, but
Yeah.
we know that, and I'm just interested in your opening statement and in your submission, you referred to chemicals are everywhere. And I thought from a public perspective, what misconceptions about PFAS risks do you often encounter?
But yes.
People forget, and people forget that everything is made of chemicals, and we are in contact with chemicals all of the time. We're made of chemicals. Chemicals are everywhere. So some of the stuff that Gail was talking about it's being in all those consumer products, people forget about all these things, yet they worry about a report that says that defence base or that fire ground over there had some PFAS in it, and there might have been some that came off and went into a local creek or a waterway, and they're very stressed about that. But again, they don't understand that it's actually in so many other things that they come into contact with every day.
Yeah.
We don't talk about chemicals, and we don't talk about those things very well in our community.
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say, well, how can New South Wales better communicate the health risks and possibly the remediation efforts to not just affected communities, but people in general, so that we don't, throw our arms up, but we want to be more informed?
We try very hard in our reports to make them accessible, and we try and put introductory information in, like the world is made of chemicals and, we are, etc. It is difficult sometimes when often the responses to media situations or community concern situations where somebody from, say, the EPA or health, they usually only have a few seconds to say something. And it is very difficult in that circumstance for them to properly situate the information. And so it might not take that much longer, but it's longer that they don't get the opportunity to do. So it is difficult. It's one of those things that drives us a bit nuts, because these were things that were explained in school, that there are atoms and molecules and that's what the world is made of, and that people, there's lots of other things we get taught in school too, but, there was some fundamentals about the world, and it would just be nice if just those little things get... because we don't want to scare people. The fact that we do measurements and find things seems to be scaring people.
Yeah.
And often there is no need to be scared. And it's hard to... It would be good if there was some ongoing, perhaps, education materials out there.
And just on that, so not wanting to scare people, should New South Wales government publish real-time PFAS contamination data, or for public access, or is that going to lead to?
Well, first of all, you can't do real-time PFAS measurements.
Okay.
The samples have to go to the lab, and the lab takes however long the lab takes. It is always difficult. It's always difficult to put numbers out there without context. there are a lot of people who think any value more than 0 is a problem, and that's not the case. And so it is tricky to have that sort of reporting without putting stuff in context. And there was regulation passed a long time ago about reporting things for licensees and putting things in online on a monthly basis and stuff. But there was always a requirement that they give some context to the numbers.
And just one final question. Do you think, or in your opinion, is Australia's approach to, say, PFAS regulation too industry friendly?
It's not that much different from our approach for all the chemicals, and it's not particularly industry friendly or not. It tries to be with the science.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. It tries to use the science to establish guidelines to allow industry to continue. I suppose one of the tricks with PFAS is it seems to be getting caught up with wanting to achieve, the community wanting to achieve 0, but industry still wanting to be able to do their job, and a lack of understanding between the two that PFAS is present, and does it cause, is it something to be worried about? We just need to make sure that we follow the guidelines that we do have, establish robust guidelines, provide good context for those so that everybody can understand what information they're being given.
Scott, Mr. Barrett, do you have questions? No.
I have one more, just
Not
on
if
that,
others
sorry. If, say, New South Wales doesn't strengthen its PFAS regulations, what do you believe the long-term risks for public health and the environment are? If you could, maybe you might take that on notice. Yeah.
Well, the quick answer to that is PFAS is being phased out in many things, and so what we have now is probably what we will have into the future.
When you're saying PFAS is phased out in many things, what exactly are you referring to? Are you talking about international efforts or?
Both. So firefighting foams, the largest amounts of PFAS came from training. They don't train with PFAS-containing foams anymore, neither the airports nor the defence, and haven't for a long time. In the fire brigade, people like McDonald's and many of the fast food places, international ones, have committed to phase out materials in their packaging that contain PFAS. So these chemicals are not going to be increasing. There are newer different ones that are in things like batteries and stuff, but they're quite different to the ones we're talking about.
So when you're saying McDonald's at the McDonald's at the international level, but there's other jurisdictions in other countries that are actually legislating to phase out or stop packaging containing PFAS, pizza boxes, microwave, popcorn, chips, a lot of things. New York City, I think, could be one. That's not happening in Australia, though, is it?
No, not that I'm aware.
No. I just wanted to ask one question about your submission in the time remaining. You've got down here about, you state that guidelines are not available for PFHXS, for the protection of terrestrial and aquatic environments. But that is that's surprising because that is one of the very few PFAS chemicals that the federal government and state government is regulating. Firstly, who sets those guidelines? Is that a state government thing? It's a federal government, is it?
Yes.
So could you, this is for just PFHXS in terrestrial and aquatic environments. Is that unusual that guideline is missing, even though we're trying to regulate it in drinking water and elsewhere?
I suppose it's not unusual. The Commonwealth process for developing guidelines, again, it has a very robust process that it goes through, and it does take time to do that. It also relies on having good, robust studies on the effects of those specific chemicals in the various different species that they need to look at. If that data is just not available, then it does limit what they can do. So they, and I suppose it comes down to whether they have been asked to actually add that to their list of chemicals that they need to actually establish a guideline for, and if they've done that detailed review. Certainly I can say when we do risk assessments and if we're required to look at PFAS in the environment, we would go back and look at what studies are available to look at can we assess the effects, and that's from a site-specific risk assessment perspective. So, and that's part of our guidance that we follow. We have guidance that says, well, if we don't have a guideline value, we still would do an assessment of that chemical in the environment to see is there potential for adverse effects to those species. So it's part of our normal process that we would normally follow, even if we don't have a guideline. So it would be assessed.
And we do the same calculations that the Commonwealth do when they set an official number, but we do it on a site-specific basis. We use their methods to do the calculations once we've got the data out of the US and European databases.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you both very much for attending. We're actually out of time. I'm sure we could keep asking you questions, but unfortunately time's up. So the committee will be in touch if you've agreed to take anything on notice or if there are any supplementary questions from members, but we really appreciate you giving your time today.
Sure, not a problem. Just one thing we'd like to just table to the committee. This is just our detailed response to the NHMRC on their proposed draft drinking water guideline, just so you can see the technical details on that effects side of things, which is what it's talking about.
That would be very useful. Thank you. That's great. So, thank you. Thanks so much.
It's quite long, so we weren't thinking we would
Thank you.
give it to you. Expect anybody to read it today. Thank you.
Is there an executive summary?
From local government and councils. Councillor Galvin online yet? Hold on. Thank you very much. Got it? Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, they've just started to. Great. All right, we can see you now. There's two people in the room, is that right? No, there's two here. Oh, sorry, yes, ignore me. Okay. All right, let's quickly kick things off and get everybody sworn in before we begin. So we'll start with people in the room. If we could start with you, Mr. Reynolds, name, position, title, and either oath or affirmation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Reynolds. I'm the Chief Executive of Local Government New South Wales. I'll be taking the oath, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tout.
Thank you, Councillor Tout. I'm Mayor of the City of Wagga, but also a board member of Local Government New South Wales. I'm doing the oath as well. I swear that the evidence now I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Mayor Black. In fact, I can't see your video. While we're trying to sort that out, I can't hear you either, you might still be on mute. We'll just go to the other witnesses. So we've got Councillor Galvin.
Hi, Tiffany Galvin, Mayor of Gwydir Shire Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by myself be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. And then Mr. Eddy in the same room there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alex Eddy, Engineering Services Director, Gwydir Shire. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Now, just checking, Josh, can you hear me? I'm currently on mute, so I don't think so. While we're trying to sort that out, we'll go quickly to opening statements. So in the room, are you both giving one?
Just Councillor Tout.
Okay, Councillor Tout.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry today. My name is Councillor Dallas Tout, Mayor of the City of Wagga Wagga, but I appear today in my capacity as a board director of Local Government New South Wales, the peak body for local government in our state. Our President, Councillor Phyllis Miller, OAM, extends her apologies as she is unable to join us today for the hearing. Representing all council-owned local water utilities, LWUs, in New South Wales, Local Government New South Wales appreciates the opportunity to address the committee on some of the challenges posed by PFAS contamination in New South Wales. We acknowledge the community's growing concerns about PFAS contamination in drinking water supplies. Widespread media coverage and the increasing awareness of the potential health and environmental impacts of PFAS has heightened public scrutiny on the safety of drinking water. Local water utilities play a critical role in ensuring the delivery of safe and reliable drinking water in compliance with the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. With guidance and funding support from New South Wales Health, all local water utilities have undertaken initial PFAS screenings on their water supply systems as a precautionary measure to safeguard public health. It is important to recognise that local water utilities are not responsible for PFAS contamination. As research and studies have shown, there are different sources of potential PFAS contamination, including firefighting foams and everyday consumer products such as food packaging and cosmetics. Addressing PFAS contamination requires broader government action and regulation to restrict its use in consumer products. Without regulations to limit the sale and import of products containing PFAS, controlling contamination in water will remain challenging. It is important to make the point that local water utilities are committed to safeguarding drinking water quality and managing PFAS risks, but they cannot do this alone. The draft Australian Drinking Water Guidelines propose significantly lower PFAS limits. LG New South Wales welcomes changes supported by evidence-based health recommendations. However, any tightening of standards will place greater pressure on the local water utilities to manage PFAS contamination, despite having limited control over its sources. As a result, all local water utilities will face additional costs associated with increased testing, increased monitoring, and remediation of PFAS. This financial burden is a significant challenge, especially for smaller water utilities in rural and regional New South Wales. In our submission, we make clear that the New South Wales Government needs to provide financial assistance to LWUs to 1. Meet stricter PFAS standards, 2. Upgrade drinking water treatment systems to address PFAS contamination, and 3. Undertake PFAS cleanup measures. It is critical that the New South Wales Government continues funding and working in partnership with local water utilities to address the issue of PFAS contamination. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the room with Councillor Galvin now and Mr. Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present Gwydir Shire Council's recent experience regarding PFAS contamination discovered in the Warrior Township reticulated water supply. Gwydir Shire Council participated in New South Wales health testing for PFAS in local water supplies. Due to some irregularities in the initial samples, there was follow-up testing. On the 9th of December 2024, Gwydir Shire Council was advised that the Warrior water supply recorded positive results for PFAS in excess of the current PFAS guidelines. The Council, in conjunction with the relevant state authorities, promptly took the action to sample each of the 5 operating bores in Warrior to identify the source of the PFAS contamination. The Council also sourced bottled water and arranged for its distribution to the Warrior residents. We also put out town flyers the next day and media releases. Gwydir Shire is extremely grateful for the prompt support that it received from the Area Health Service and other health-related agencies from the outset of this contamination having been identified. This level of cooperation and support has continued. 2 of the Warrior town bores are contaminated and are now offline. This places great strain on the remaining bores and will require the sinking of additional bores. The initial source of the contamination remains unknown, and this is a concern due to the many private bores in operation through the Warialda town boundary. The contamination appears to be isolated in the northern part of Warialda, which was the location of the two decompromised contaminated bores. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and we have not been able to get Councillor Black back online successfully, so we'll wait and see what happens there. I will just go straight to I will just go straight to questions actually from the opposition. Mr. Scott Barrett.
Thank you. Thanks so much for coming along. Councillor Galvin, you're down to three of five bores, or
Two of five bores.
What would have happened if this happened in 2019?
I'll
let Alex speak.
Alex Eddy, Engineering Services Director. If this had have occurred in 2019, we would have been looking at immediate level 5 water restrictions. And clarification on the bores that are down, 2 of our 5 bores were tested as contaminated for PFAS. One of the 5 was already offline due to very small recharge, very low recharge.
Okay. And so I can imagine this. Sorry, can you tell me more about the stress of not knowing the source of this contamination and where that's up to investigation-wise?
Not knowing the source is of considerable concern for a few reasons. One is the number of private wells and bores that are in the township of Warialda, and the extent of contamination across those bores and throughout the aquifer is unknown. In the sampling that council has done on primarily council-operated bores, it's been identified that it seems to be located largely on the northern side of Warialda, but there does seem to be there remains some concern about private use of water on the northern side of Warialda, and indeed the southern side on the large number that have not been tested. Council doesn't have the resources to be privately testing private bores within the township.
Okay, I'll just interrupt there because we have got Councillor Black has just joined. We can see him and hopefully he can hear us. And hopefully be able to hear you, Councillor Black. Great. We'll get you sworn in before we proceed any further then. If you could state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Black, Mayor of Dubbo Regional Council, representing Country Mayors Association of New South Wales as an Executive Board Member. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, now sorry to do this as well in terms of the line of discussion we were just having, but Councillor Black, do you have a short opening statement for the committee?
Oh, very short. Thank you for your indulgence. The evidence that I'm going to give covers the majority of the 87 Country Mayors Association member councils and the 5 associate members, but particularly focuses on the Dubbo Regional Council area, and that pertains to lots of other areas west of the Great Dividing Range. The presence of PFAS in the aquifer around Dubbo gravely impacts council's ability to supply enough water to the residents of Dubbo and the surrounding villages. So PFAS is now a very real threat to the future water security and drought resilience of Dubbo and the surrounding villages. I will mostly focus in terms of reference on C, H and N to do with historic firefighting practices and New South Wales government agencies providing adequate infrastructure and resources, and also the impact of taking contaminated water sources offline on water security. So Dubbo is directly impacted with some of our water supply bores being contaminated with PFAS, one above the current threshold and at least one would be impacted under the proposed new thresholds. There's also a historic firefighting area, a training area that is impacted by PFAS, where Fire and Rescue New South Wales is sort of saying that they're not to blame for that when there's no other source of contamination. So They're the sort of areas that I'll talk about later, but I'll allow the hearing to go on and happy to answer any questions as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, Councillor Black. We'll go back to you, Mr. Barrett, because you were in, or had you, I'll just check with Mr. Reynolds and Councillor Tout. Had you finished responding to the question about the bores? Yes. We'll go back to Mr. Barrett. He can.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it was Guida Council had finished, yes.
Yes, yeah. We were just talking about Guida Council, talking about the fact that the source at this stage is unknown. There's a concern, obviously, because there's a number of private bores. I'm guessing there's also a concern, is this something that's spreading and is at risk of getting into the other bores?
And another concern is, Scott, that it is quite dry up here at the moment. There is scattered storms, lightning strikes, fires. So that could be a problem on its own, you know, needing water for those sorts of things. We're about to start children's sport on ovals, which we haven't got the water to water the ovals where these kids are going to be playing sport. So it's not just a small piece, if you can.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And when we look back at 2019, 2020, I remember it sounds like a trite issue that we can't water the grounds, but it's quite a big deal in those small communities to not have green spaces.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I can add to and expand on your previous question regarding what would have happened if this had occurred in 2019. In 2019, we were already investigating a location for a new bore. We were experiencing drops in the recharge of the 5 bores that we were operating at the time. And in the interests of improving the drought resilience of Warriata, we considered that an additional bore was necessary in 2019. Now that we are down to 2 bores, it's absolutely essential that we expand on the network we have. The largest supply to the town we have of the 2 bores we have operating is pumping for 23.5 hours on average every day. It's become the most critical piece of infrastructure the town has. A failure in that bore, be it in a pump, be it in electrical supply, be it in the casing, is an emergency situation.
I'll come to you, Mr. Tout. I understand the cost of the testing that you did do in Guida was your own expense. Mr. Tout, you talked about how great an impost this would be. Where would the testing and remediation sort of fit in relation to the overall budget of particularly these remote councils?
From the water utilities themselves or the councils who are part of a water utility, the testing at this stage, I'm on the Riverina Water County Council board, that comes out of budgets for our own local water utility. I would imagine, I'm not aware of all the local water utility situations, but would be coming out of their existing budgets. I'm not aware of any other funding coming in to help with that.
And so, sorry, what sort of proportion of your, I'm guessing you don't have that sort of money sitting in reserve in these water utilities?
No, that comes out of any reserves that we, unfunded or unallocated reserves that we have. I'm speaking on Riverina Water County Council's behalf right now, but I would imagine for most local water utilities it would be similar situation. They would have been unfunded, unknown, particularly the testing and all of the other investigations. So on your question about funds and testing, Riverina Water County Council have already allocated $20,000 in the last month or two just to investigate a new reading in Tarcutta. But I can expand on that further if I get a question on it. But anything that anyone is spending is unknown, unfunded, and they're having to pull it out of reserves or out of their existing budget.
So is it a case of if we take this in, it'd be tough, or simply we just cannot take this on, this added expense?
I'll do one opening sentence, but I'm getting the look from Mr. Reynolds as well. Look, as I said in my opening statement, it's not them or us. We have to be in this together, whether it's the state, local government, local water utilities, of which local government's a part of, and also federal in some cases, particularly for Wagga. We're all in it together. So, and that's part of the recommendations that LG New South Wales have put up, is that assistance and working together in supporting funding and money to assist with the readings, because these testings are going to go for a long, long time. The plume that's around Wagga may not hit us for 20 to 50 years. So this isn't a short-term thing. And what Guaida's talking about, it's around the whole state. And we don't know what we don't know. We're not sure where money will be required. So we need assistance from state government, particularly in this space. But Mr. Reynolds?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, for allowing me to add to that. Look, some initial support from New South Wales Health last year in terms of supporting council with some of the testing costs, but clearly, whilst standards are changing and precautionary approaches are probably correctly being taken in terms of what a safe level might be, that leaves open the question of how much remediation or how much treatment local water utilities would actually need to put into play practically to continue to provide safe drinking water. So as the standards continue to move, councils and local water utilities do have asset management plans and funding strategies, but there's probably a window where ageing infrastructure could be helped in terms of capital renewal by funding from other sources, so that you can fix a remediation problem at the same time as doing a bit of future proofing on ageing infrastructure as well. So the local water utilities are well managed, they're set up to run well. There are other processes happening within and around government at the moment. You've had IPART look at pricing structures. You've got the government thinking about how local water utilities should be collecting and setting charges, but that's on the basis of continuing to do the same thing. If the standard shifts and shifts quickly, capital is sometimes slower to follow, and so that becomes a challenge for a council or a local water utility who's really, they're not trying to make money, they're just trying to serve their community in terms of getting them an essential service, which is water. And we've heard, from our friends at Guaida about direct impacts there, and from Councillor Towd in his experience. These are not luxury items. This is life-giving stuff that we're trying to just maintain in communities.
Thank you. We'll have to go to the government now for questions, Mr. Barrett. So, Mr. Cameron Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask you, Councillor Black, can you just take us through the situation on the ground in Dubbo in a bit of detail, and just, for example, what upgrades are going to be required to meet the new standards? What's the estimation from local government about the cost of that? And what really is the capacity of the council and the local water utility to meet that? What sort of assistance are you likely to need from the state government?
Thank you very much. So just very quickly, the Dubbo Water Treatment Plant, we supply the 44,000 residents of Dubbo, and there's 5 surrounding villages. So the capacity there is roughly 80 megalitres a day. We source water. We've got 8,700 megalitres licensed from the Macquarie River for surface water, and from the Upper Macquarie alluvial aquifer, groundwater, there's 4,000 megalitre licence there. But we need 7,500 megs a year to sustain the current population, and that's at level 5 water restrictions, not with no restrictions. So we don't have enough groundwater to be sourced there. I don't know that people realise how close in 2019 the Macquarie River came to a no-flow event where, frankly, water trains and trucks wouldn't have been enough to supply the population of Dubbo and the industry, so the zoo, Fletcher's abattoirs and all those sort of things. It would have been a catastrophic event. Council were lucky enough to get a $30 million grant from the state government. We've drilled 8 new bores, so we've gone from 7 up to 15 bores, but we do need more because with the PFAS contamination of some of our bores. So we've already turned one really high productive bore off, and with the new proposed thresholds, there's a possibility that another bore or 2 may have to be turned off as well. In a drought and with the changing climate, like 2019, that really does become a catastrophic event for the town and surrounding villages. So we really need state government assistance and probably federal government assistance as well in providing some of those units that the reverse osmosis that are able to filter out the PFAS from the bore water. And we also do need, with the board that's impacted by the Ollie Robbins Oval, the fire and rescue firefighting foam, we really do need the state government to step in and pay for the remediation there. And that's very interesting, that one, because Ollie Robbins Oval is actually named after a firefighting captain, where they used to do a lot of the firefighting games and training at that oval right beside the Macquarie River, and there's a large plume of PFAS there. And I, a couple of months ago, wrote to Fire and Rescue and got a letter back where Fire and Rescue sort of said that they know about this, they've investigated it, but they're sort of not really taking responsibility for the PFAS contamination. And it would really be up to Fire and Rescue to find another source of that contamination. So that's something that we could highlight there. But the PFAS contamination of the bores in Dubbo really does place us in a future drought like 2019 in a catastrophic position. The cost for council to develop more bores along the southern bore field, back along the Macquarie River towards the back of Geary and Wellington Way, would be into the many, many tens of millions of dollars to secure those licences without state government assistance. That'd be a huge impost, but it's something that is going to have to be done without being able to treat the bores that we currently have that are PFAS affected. So we're looking at a major investment needed. And this is not just Dubbo, this is replicated throughout, especially Western New South Wales. And the investment into water infrastructure that's required to future-proof for future drought events is into the many hundreds of millions of dollars. So that money, councils don't have that money, quite frankly. It's going to have to come from the state and feds. And the PFAS issue is something that we really should deal with now in order to not wait until it's in the middle of a drought.
Yeah, there's no real capacity for local water utilities to come up with the money to pay for this, is there?
No, not at all, really. So everyone you talk to, they're all councils around, lots and lots of them are looking at special rate variations, and that's just to maintain the current water supply, the current sewer, and all of the current activities of council. Putting on extra 10, 20, 30, 40 million dollars onto many councils is an impost that they wouldn't be able to cover, and we're really looking for investment from state and federal governments into securing the water security needs.
Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and through your Chair. I'll address my questions to all the witnesses, and you can pick and choose who answers as you wish. And can I thank the submissions that have come through and the evidence provided this morning. With respect to the submission from the Local Government New South Wales, and specifically the recommendations on page number 9, excuse me, just questions about a couple of points. With one, support for PFAS screening, that New South Wales continues to support all LWUs in screening for PFAS. The comment, rather the words continue to support, could you please elucidate on that to provide information to the committee about what is the level of support, and is it an absolute cost recovery or cost covering support, or it's a mixed model?
Look, my understanding, my understanding at the moment is that New South Wales Health have been funding the testing. I'm not sure that extends to remediation and follow-up activities, but simply at the moment in relation to screening, they have been working with councils to cover the front end of that. But obviously the issue is, as we've heard, this is a very long-term problem, and so councils really need some certainty about how that support will be continued, so that they can engage properly with setting up good programs of long-term testing and then work on actions that need to follow from whatever the levels that are found as part of that testing. So that support needs to continue both in terms of officer-to-officer engagement, so that there's shared professional expertise, because I feel this is an area where understanding and learning is growing, and that needs to continue, but also very deliberately in terms of the financial coverage that supports the testing.
Yes. I'm particularly to understand the scope of the testing that's being done. Is it done when there is, dare I say, an emergency situation that arises and there's some publicity about it, or is it more systematic and done on a rolling basis?
Look, I can speak for Riverina Water as an instance, and others, Josh or someone may correct me if Dubbo's different or Guaida's different, but that's done, I think, on a bi-monthly basis from now on in. We just test all of our bores every couple of months now. That won't stop because we have that many bores. We have to know what the readings are continually so that we can be aware of what the situation is, and also goes into the second recommendation, which you'll probably hit on in a minute, but being aware of what the situation is because things change rapidly. We've had a bore change in the last week in Tarcutta, so because of the regular testing that we're doing, it's changed. So
We do ours monthly.
Is that, when you say you do yours on that basis, New South Wales Health undertakes it? Is that what you're saying, or the council itself?
The council itself.
The council itself.
Yep. Yeah.
Facilitated by New South Wales Health, but council does the sampling and the coordination of the testing.
And sorry, just to be clear, so does the cost of that fall to the council, or the tabs picked up by New South Wales Health? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The cost to date has been picked up by New South Wales Health.
Right. Okay.
What about, we'll just go to Dubbo then, Councillor Black.
In Dubbo, I'd have to take that on notice, but I would just note that prior to November 2019, that there was no analysis of PFAS in the groundwater carried out by council, and in February 2020, as part of the due diligence process for the expansion of the Dubbo water supply, town water supply bore network, there was sampling of existing bores done then for the first time, and all of the tests showed PFAS in several of our bores, and one of the bores, which was a really highly productive bore, had levels that were beyond the current Australian drinking water guideline values, and that was immediately disconnected from the network. So we know that there's a couple of bores that, with the new guidelines, would probably be just above those or very close to. So I'll have to take that on notice, but I'll find out and inform the committee.
And just, if I can just throw one more sentence in, the comment I made earlier about Tarcutta is exactly what Mayor Black was just saying. There's only 2 bores that service Tarcutta. One was under the existing but above the proposed, and the second one was okay. In the last couple of weeks, the other bore now is above the proposed but below the existing. So if the new proposed levels come in, the last readings, both of those bores would be out if the proposed levels come in. So that's, as Mr. Reynolds was saying before, the moving around of the thresholds, that will change the whole landscape in this space. As the levels drop, then more bores will be reading higher or triggering action. So 2 bores in one town, and if those new thresholds came in, they'd be both out. So.
Yep. And just, and you are right, the public education issue is an important one, but I'll put that one on notice if you don't mind. But the point number 3 about the ongoing investigations, I'm just wondering, is it a top-down exercise of the investigation programs that take place within the council areas, or is there opportunity for the councils themselves to, from the ground up, so to speak, raise potential areas that they may have concerns about with the EPA, and then through some internal process have that followed through with testing? I'm just interested in what the process is in terms of, is it up from them down, or yourselves up, or a bit of both?
Yep, it's a bit of both, I think is the honest answer. With this latest Tarcutta thing, our county council has put 20,000 of our own money in straight away to try and investigate the cause of those 2 readings in the bores in advance of thresholds possibly coming down.
Right.
So, but that's not a position a lot of water utilities want to be in or can be in financially. We can't do that in an ongoing way, but we're also there for the community. So we've committed to do that, but we're also in constant discussions with EPA and health anyway. So again, as I said at the beginning in my opening statement, it's more about partnerships and working together and escalating up if you need to. So it's a bit of both in answer to your question.
Does any other witness want to comment on about the matter of the satisfactory relationship with the EPA, or not, as the case may be, about dealing with investigations in your local government area? No?
Alex Eddy from Guaida. The financial burden of ongoing testing is of serious concern to council. Since the discovery of PFAS in Warialda in December, we've expended somewhere in the region of $250,000 of unbudgeted money from an annual budget of $2.8 million for our entire water services across 3 towns. The talk of plumes moving and what we've just heard about Tarcutta is of concern to council. If there's a possibility that we have a plume in the aquifer that is moving, ongoing monitoring is obviously a necessary measure to ensure that our bores that we're currently operating, which are completely PFAS free, if there's PFAS, it's below the detectable threshold. If we are to have some surety regarding the low levels of PFAS remaining in those bores in the future, the exercise from council's perspective looks like regular monitoring of not just our own bores, but some of the private bores within Warialda. Right. The financial burden associated with that is something that council could not take on.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. What support is being provided? I'll go to Local Government New South Wales for this one at this point. What support is being provided for the remediation of PFAS, the treatment, successful filtration, disposal of the chemicals? Is there any support that's being provided across the state in terms of, economies of scale, if all of the water utilities, or many, are going to have to deal with this? What's happening at the statewide level in terms of supporting the remediation of PFAS contaminated water?
Yeah, I'm happy to come back to the committee with some more information on the remediation support. I think that primarily the support at the moment is at the front end and the screening and the testing process. So it seems to be about gathering that information and then working with water utilities from there. I think in my earlier comments around opportunities to then look at what remediation and what expenditure might be needed to then help the water utilities recover. I think that's probably the next phase that we're moving into once the standards settle and we know what the goalposts are for where we need to remediate to. So I think that's probably the start, but happy to take that on notice and come back with some more detail around the support there.
And can I just comment on lived experience? I know I keep going back to Margaret, I'm sorry, but we've covered all bases with PFAS there. With the Forest Hill Air Force Base, there's a working group that includes health, EPA and Defence and Climate Change Department and Wagga Council and Water Council. That works well. At the beginning, we all had to find our feet and who was responsible for who, for what, but that works through. But there's not one answer to PFAS, and I'm not a scientist, but there's different PFASs. So what's happening from Forest Hill is firefighting basically based, but Tarcutta, we don't know what the cause is. So it's hard to talk about support for remediation. It needs to be there in the future, but we need to identify the causes first across the state of what's causing each one, as to know to what remediation to do. But the answer at the end of the day is, I keep going back to it, we need support. Water county councils and local government can't afford to do it on their own. So we need support from state and or Fed, if Fed also are in the mix, like they are with Forest Hill.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, isn't the issue, I'll go to Guida and Dubbo for this response, just building on my question, that if you're in the business now of having to shut bores because of PFAS contamination, unless work is being done quickly, particularly if we're talking about aquifers being polluted, the cleaning up that PFAS out of that water at kind of the source when it comes out is surely something that needs to be supported at a state level. I can imagine that most councils financially, the option would be keeping the bore shut as opposed to treating it because of the expense with that. And that's one of the things I was asking in terms of just economies of scale. If there's multiple councils having to deal with this, is something that needs to be looked at very soon before the next drought hits. I'll go to Guida.
We've investigated filtration for PFAS based on the test results that we've had to date, and the capital investment is somewhere in the region of $1 million. Guada's or Warrialda's supply is only in the region of a megalitre a day. It fluctuates throughout the year, obviously. The ongoing costs regarding the filtration, I don't have an answer to that question. I'd have to take that on notice. However, the situation simply is that, yes, we have 2 bores that have water that could be of very good use in drought, that without assistance to provide filtration or treatment are effectively useless.
Thank you. Councillor Black, Mayor Black.
Thank you very much. Yes, as I said earlier, one of the principal concerns that as a council we have at the moment in Dubbo is the Fire and Rescue New South Wales trying to spread the responsibility for PFAS contamination that council's investigations show could only be due to the use of the firefighting foam extensively by Fire and Rescue over many decades at that site. And that's something that we would really like to see Fire and Rescue New South Wales take responsibility for remediating that area and stopping further ingress of that PFAS into the aquifer, which then gets dragged as a plume into our very highly productive bores along the river in that region. So that's something that I'll be following up further with the Minister now that we've got a response from Fire and Rescue. And also, I think there is a real opportunity for the state government to provide the plants like they've provided up at the Blue Mountains. I noticed there where they had the firefighting foam when a tanker was on fire, and that PFAS has now got into the water supply. I've seen a photo of the little drop-in plant there, and that's something that I would call on the state government to provide to Dubbo as well for our bores that are currently on board. It's currently offline, and possibly another one where we really can't afford that ourselves, and we really need some state government help. And I've explained the critical situation in another 2019 event.
Thank you. I'll go to. I was going to go to Mr. Barrett just to see if he said he had a couple more, maybe one more, and then Mrs. McDonald as well. Actually, I'll go to you first, Eileen. You haven't asked any yet.
I was just both to LGNSW and the Country Mayors Association. What funding model would you propose to ensure long-term PFAS management for local councils?
I hope you're not after a percentage share off me. Look, again, I will keep repeating what I'm saying. It's a partnership. So, but we do need state government and federal government because the capacity of local government, we've been through financial sustainability reviews and it's already been mentioned about SRVs. Local government can contribute part, but I think the load needs to be carried by the state government essentially, and federal government, as I've said before, if they're involved in a particular plume or outbreak, or if it's to do with further things down the road as far as getting it out of products, consumer products, etc. So wherever that responsibility may lay. So I think my honest answer to that is the majority would come from state government and the portion of federal government and local government where they can. Local government aren't trying to get out of this responsibility. They're our communities. We're there for them. But we just can't afford to do this. As some of the figures you've heard already, they're in the millions and millions, the infrastructure that may either have to be upgraded or cleaned up or replaced entirely.
Mr. Barrett, time for maybe one more question from you.
All right, great. I've got 2 if I have time, but I'll leave it in your hands. Guada, what do you need to return to a comfortable level of water security for Warrialda, and how urgent does that need to happen?
2 options we can pursue. One is filtration and or treatment, and as I previously said, that would be a capital investment of $1 million approximately, plus ongoing operational costs. The second alternative, and it's the alternative that Guada is proposing, is the sinking of an additional bore upstream in the aquifer in an area that the advice we have received is unlikely to be subject to the movement of a PFAS plume or any other contamination that is in the aquifer. In order to get that across the line, the investment is somewhat less, in the region of $500,000. Question how urgently, with the water restrictions we have in place at present, the town is serviceable. The fear that we have is if the one bore that is supplying the vast majority of the town's water goes out of action, we are down to about 10% of what the town is consuming at present available in supply of uncontaminated water. So the potential for it to be extremely urgent is very high.
And if
the other thing is, if we don't get rain and it becomes drier, that also affects it. And if there's fires around, that also affects it. And we've had lots of dry storms lately as well.
We have heard evidence of one of the big impacts of PFAS contaminations is the psychological impacts on the community. What's been the impact on your community?
Well, do you go first?
There's an element of mistrust. There is a concern among the community that the levels of PFAS are responsible for a number of health ailments, and that we're talking about forever chemicals. There's a perception that there's a forever problem.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. With that, unfortunately, we are out of time. As always, we would have liked more time with our councils and local government reps. But thanks so much for the work you're doing. We really appreciate the time you have given us today. We'll be in touch. The Secretariat will be in touch if you are committed to taking anything on notice or if we have any further supplementary questions for you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's commence our next session. Hi, Mr. Witherman. I think I just saw you there, so good to have you with us. We'll just get you officially sworn in. So, if you could state your... No. Are you still there, Mr. Witherman, or have we lost you? Can you hear me? So he's come back. Mm-hmm. You there, Mr. Witherman? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll get you to swear the oath of affirmation. Firstly, state your name and your position, if you've got one, and then swear either the oath or affirmation, please. I think his video connection is going to have to be turned off. Brad, if you could just leave your video off at this point, because the connection's not great.
I'm going to switch the video off.
Oof.
Okay, 1 second.
It is off already. We can't see you.
Sorry about this.
But that's sounding good. If you just wanted to continue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
We could hear you.
Yeah, so if you could just...
Okay, I've stopped the video. So we're just on audio.
That's right. So if you could, yeah, let's...
Okay,
let's go.
my name is Brad. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. You did break up for a second there as well, but we got the gist of the evidence, I think. Sorry, of the swearing in. So let's, Mr. Withyman, I'll just get you to start with an opening statement. I will interrupt if the connection isn't great, and we'll see, get you on the phone after that. So, Mr. Withyman, have you got an opening statement for the committee?
I haven't scripted anything, but
Okay.
I would like to just say a few things before we start, because I want to give the committee as much time as possible to ask me questions. Just quickly, my background, I've been associated with this river. I have a very strong connection with the Nambucca River and the surrounding estuaries. My great-grandfather was a mariner in this area back at the turn of the last century, and started a family here. So I don't know why I ended up back here, but I was drawn back here about 10 years ago, and basically just reconnected with the river.
That was so good, but now you've just...
1,000 hours a year.
So, Mr. Withyman, you just... we may need to get you on the phone, I think, if that's... We heard you up until reconnected with the river. We're going to have to... Have we got him on there?
Sorry, yeah, and you're dropping in and out. So I've got...
Just one sec. We're going to call you on the phone, and then you're going to have to hang up the online connection. Have you got him on the phone? Yep. And is he off this, or else that's going to just be awful? Okay, great. One sec. We're just going to put you in front of a microphone. You are now literally at the table, coming out of a phone. So, Mr. Withyman, can you hear me again?
Yep.
Okay. Excellent. So, if you could, that was very swift, Secretariat. Well done.
I'll speed things up here.
Yes.
I've had several discussions with the Secretariat before I presented to the inquiry. Just wanted to make sure that the committee understands that there is some fair bit of evidence that I submitted as attachments that I would prefer not to be discussed. But I'm happy to speak about the chemical drums, the blue drums, and I'm happy to talk about my reporting with the EPA.
Yeah,
Okay.
the committee understands that, and anything submitted confidentially is submitted confidentially. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'll be quick. I just wanted to give a very quick, try and be quick and brief about an experience that I had dealing with the EPA about a reporting matter. 2020, 2021, this area had quite severe flooding, and in 2021, I assisted the EPA with their cleanup recovery efforts, which didn't go very well at all. And I reported all my concerns all the way through. In fact, ended up having to make a complaint to the minister at the time. But after many complaints and inquiries, EPA confirmed to me in writing that they investigated and researched my claims about these used chemical drums and found no evidence that there was any toxic residues or anything to be concerned about. And as far as they were concerned, their efforts and investigations were complete. Many months after that, in 2022, in September, I've been recovering these blue drums from the river for years and years, but handling them so often, I obviously wanted to work out what was going on. This just didn't seem right. And I'd done a ton of it, taken a ton of research, did a deep dive into these blue drums. And, was concerned, but EPA confirmed that there wasn't anything really to be concerned about, but one of the things I wanted to do was to try and work out how these drums could be reused or repurposed, because I was just collecting them and just dropping them off at the boat ramp and they would just disappear, and I was led to believe by council that they were being recovered by themselves. One of the old timers on the river said, "Oh, you should turn those into garden beds." A lot of us old blokes, a lot of people use chemical drums or use drums into garden beds, and I thought that's a great idea. So I recovered 8 or 9 drums, brought them back to my home very carefully. I was still very, very cautious about what may be inside these drums, and put on some protective clothing, did everything correctly, and started to open these drums up lengthways. As you can imagine, you've probably seen the images there and some of the attachments, how these garden beds look. And after the 3rd one I'd cut open, and the 3rd one that had clear chemical residues in it, I stopped what I was doing. I started to get itchy forearms and realised I should stop. And I did, and I stopped, and I got the drums and I put them aside. That evening, I realised I'd been poisoned. I'd poisoned myself, essentially. I woke up the next morning feeling really sick, diarrhoea, nauseous, not knowing really what to do, apart from obviously seeking medical advice. But I made a phone call to a recycler who had been dealing with these drums for years and had told me that he'd stopped handling them because his staff in his recycling yard were also getting sick, and he described fingernails were discolouring, fingernails were falling off, and he stopped dealing with these drums. He no longer would accept them. And I said to him, I think the same thing's happened to me. And he said, absolutely, you've poisoned yourself. What do? Seek medical attention. He said, but you need to get that stuff off your property. Call hazmat and get it off your property. So I immediately took that advice. I immediately rang hazmat, Coffs Harbour, and they immediately sent down 3 fire trucks. They turned up at my property. Quite a drama. Their team put on their protective spacesuits, came onto the property, identified the hazard, and made phone calls to EPA. And there was very long discussions between the lead fire officer and the EPA on my property. And he then came to me. By the way, they called me an ambulance as well, and I said, yes, I will go to hospital, but I will wait to you guys remove this material from my property. That was my main concern. And when he cut off the phone, I spoke to the EPA. They questioned me. I told them what I'd known, and they said, okay, we're going to pass this over to Nambucca Council. You'll be getting a phone call from them. And that was it. Hazmat left my property without taking a thing with them. They left me with a hazardous waste bin. These are these big, secure hazardous waste bins, the big bright orange things, and put all the residues that I'd actually collected, because I actually thought this is an opportunity to have this tested. We need to know what this is. They put all the residues in the drums and in this hazardous waste bin, sealed it up, made me sign for it. I was legally responsible for it, and then proceeded to tell me that he had no problem with any of this material and that I could take it down to the local waste tip and dispose of it. So I'm waiting to hear back from Nambucca Council. 2.5 months went by, nobody came to the property. Lots of exchanges of emails and communications. I was tired of having this on my property. Obviously, I was upset and stressed about it. So I loaded up my trailer, went down to the local rubbish tip to dispose of it, as Hazmat explained, and they wouldn't accept it. Wouldn't accept it, hazardous waste, some reason. So I then wasn't bringing it back home. I then took and disposed of those drums at a stockpile of drums on the side of the Pacific Highway, or the old Pacific Highway, along the river, where drums had obviously been collected and placed there for collection. And that's where I disposed of the drums. And I did it responsibly and carefully. I'd also taken samples of the contents, and I still had the hazardous waste bin from Hazmat. I then took the samples, I filled out all the appropriate paperwork, from a laboratory, documented everything, and I took it up to EPA's office in Coffs Harbour. I was waiting in the foyer after I rang the bell, and the man appeared, an EPA officer appeared. Who are you? What's going on? I explained to him who I was, what I was doing, threw his hands up in the air and said, no way, we're not dealing with this. Walked into the EPA office, locked the door, and left me standing there. I waited for several minutes. I left the building. I left the material there, left the building. Later that evening, I got a phone call, Coffs Harbour Police investigating what I had done. I also learnt that hazmat was called to the property. The same team, the same hazmat team that I had here on my property, were called to the building, and hazmat locked the building down and apparently evacuated the entire building. This was I think a 6 or 7 story government building. They evacuated the entire building over material that they knew what it was. Everything was documented, and that's what happened. That was my experience. And that was the day that I decided to have no further dealings with the EPA. So that is the level of their community engagement and their reporting.
Thanks, Mr. Witherman. I'm going to jump in there because we've only got 15 minutes left with you and quite a few members around to ask questions. I'll just ask one before I throw to other members. In relation to PFAS specifically, you talk about in a submission about the fact that the blue drums that have been used in aquaculture by the oyster industry, we know how prolific the use of those big blue drums are. You are concerned that they may contain chemicals with PFAS, but are even made, of course, with some PFAS chemicals, and they're not suitable for that use because they biodegrade, and therefore the drums leach PFAS chemicals, microplastics and everything into estuaries and waterways. Could you just expand on your concerns a little bit with that particular situation?
Okay, so my first concern when I started paying close attention to these blue drums, and like I said, there are thousands of these drums on Nambucca River and tens of thousands spread throughout New South Wales, was the photo degradation. Me being a mariner, I know all about UV inhibitors to protect plastics in the sun against UV damage. These drums were not protected with any UV inhibitors. These drums were all photo-degrading, and you see that white chalky substance on these drums. That's essentially nanoplastic, which is a chalking. It's finer than microplastics. That was my first concern. And then, obviously, I realised that there was liquids in most of these drums that I had picked up and recovered, and later found out that these liquids were chemical residues. Whether they are or not, PFAS contaminations, I think there's no doubt that when you look at what these drums are used for, and these drums are designed to carry hazardous liquid waste. That is the statement by the manufacturer. I provided you there with a spec sheet of the Mauser drums, and there is no doubt these drums contain PFAS. In fact, there's probably all sorts of harmful hazardous waste there. There's a list there of what these drums are used for specifically, and hazardous waste, and it covers a lot. It's very broad. So, yeah.
Thank you. I've got a question from the government. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you for your evidence and your helpful submission. On page 1 of your submission, on the bottom right-hand corner, you've got a helpful photograph of a structure which involves 2 rows of drums with cross beams to keep it all together. Could you just please explain for me and maybe other committee members, what's that structure? Are the oysters placed between the structure and lowered into the water, and this effectively acts as a framework to suspend the oysters as they develop?
That's correct. The floating raft there, the timber structure is the raft, the drums are the flotation, and the oyster trays are suspended inside the raft, and the trays will be stacked in numbers of 8 or 9, and there will be maybe 6 to 8 stacks of those on both sides. So yes, substantial amount of trays.
And on the river itself, your evidence is, if I remember correctly, that these drums are used as floating devices to suspend the oysters right across the river system, or the Nambucca River.
Exactly right.
Yeah, and just, you may or may not answer this. Before the plastic drums, did they use, or were you aware that they use metal drums to do the same suspension, or you don't know?
No. In my submission there, I state the background. I think it's in the attachment there. The background to the drums, the catalyst was the oyster industry used to use a rack and rail system, and in some places they still do. And these rack and rail systems were made of hardwood timbers, and they would coat them in a toxic tar to prevent marine borers from, destroying and chewing the timber. So they would coat them in this toxic tar. And after decades, they realised that this toxic tar, which is made of hydrocarbons, was polluting the waterway and damaging sensitive seagrasses where most of the leases were set up. So they decided in the mid-80s that they needed to go away from the rack and rail system, and so DPI developed the raft. And you can see what they've done. They've gone from a harmful practice to an extremely harmful practice. So this is back in the mid-80s they started doing this. Nambucca started seeing large numbers of rafts turning up in the mid-90s. But this is now, I think in my submission there, it says that I think there's up to 37 estuaries that are using this system.
And just a last quick question. Sorry to cut you off because I've got to share the question through the chair. With respect to the EPA visit to your property, I thought I heard you say that orange drums or an orange bin of sorts was left for you to deposit.
Yeah, it was a hazardous waste drum.
Yeah. So what happened to that? Did you actually, because it didn't quite...
I took that back to EPA.
No, but did you put did they request of you to you yourself place the blue drums into this waste disposal?
No. This hazardous waste bin is the size of a large bucket.
This is...
210
I apologise.
No. I collected the sample of the residue from these drums that I'd opened up. I'd placed them into secure containers, and that's what they placed in the hazardous waste bin.
Thank you. That's clarified that,
Thank you. I just wanted to see if there's any other questions. I'll jump in.
Just one briefly.
Mr. Martin.
Have you had any personal blood testing, and are you happy to talk us through a bit more of ever since your incident there that you outlined in your opening statement and in your submission?
I went to the hospital. I explained to them what had happened. They monitored me for, I think I was there for about 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours. They put me on the IV, and they said the practice was to just try and flush my fluids through. Provided me with some information. I then went to my GP straight after that and explained to him. He was very concerned about it. And basically, I just had to monitor what my symptoms were. But look, I don't know. I don't know. It's a bad experience. It's a really scary, horrible thing to experience being poisoned.
Yeah. So to be clear, this event that you've outlined was around 4 years ago. It was in 2021.
This happened September 2022.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I misread your submission there. See, it says reference to 2021. I don't know if that's a typo. Are you saying it was 2022?
The poisoning incident?
That was later on, was it?
I believe.
Okay. Have you had any symptoms that you might think link back to it, or have you thought about getting further blood testing? We've heard from firefighters and others that have been in.
I get blood tested every 12 months. That's a GP lines that up for me.
Okay.
But the laboratories that they're using aren't testing for, I would imagine, PFAS in the bloodstream. I think that has to be sent off to a specialised lab, I believe.
All right.
But I do get blood tests annually.
Okay. All right. Look, thank you for taking the time today, but also your very detailed submission. I appreciate it. I believe the Chair has some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about these, where is it? The Mauser drums, they're called. So the
Mauser, yeah.
Yeah, Mauser, is it? Okay, thank you. Those drums, so they are commonly used. Now, have you done research into where they're sourced from? What?
Okay. Yeah, I did a lot of research. I deep dived heavily into how these blue drums were being used, acquired background. So these blue drums are predominantly acquired from recycling yards in Western Sydney. I provided photographic evidence of how they're advertised. So these are big stockpiled recycling yards. I spoke to a recycler at one stage during the research and asked them, do they clean these drums? And they said, no, we don't clean these drums, but the ones we're offering for sale were used for food. And I knew that was completely incorrect and dishonest. These Mauser drums that we're talking about are used for hazardous liquid waste. They have special secure lids or bungs on top. You don't use those for food. There's other Mauser drums that they use. Mauser's a massive packaging company. They have all the appropriate drums for food packaging. These are specifically chemical drums. I did speak to, I wanted to know who else was using these drums in the industry, and I did speak to the engineer of Huon Agriculture in Tasmania, and I shared with him what I'd learned about these Mauser drums being used in aquaculture in New South Wales, and told him and shared some photos with him, and he laughed. He thought it was a joke, and when he realised I was serious, he said, and I think I quoted my submission, if we were to do that here, the Tasmanian community would have us shut down in an instant. He says, we have to comply with using marine grade flotation. Everything has to be logged. He just said, how are they getting away with that? The question you need to ask, how have the relevant agencies here allowed used chemical drums to act as flotation devices in the marine environment? I spoke to the lead engineer at Mauser Packaging. I told her how these drums were being repurposed, and she was shocked. And I told her what was happening, and she was very, very on top of it straight away. She said those chemical residues would be leaching through the plastic within at least 10 years. She also told me that they do not offer any warranties on these drums after 10 years. That is it. They don't recommend these drums to be used after 10 years. So, I have so much information, and the more I learnt, the more shocked I was at how do our relevant agencies allow used chemical drums in their thousands to be floating in the sun on our precious marine estuaries. Not to mention what they're supporting and floating. We all know what oysters are, being bivalves. They're filtration devices.
Mr. Witherman, are you aware of any testing just around the Nambucca River area for PFAS, any contamination areas, anything that's come to light in your research?
I haven't done any research since I told you, and after September 22, I was done with EPA. But I did do it when I was just reacquainting myself with the research for these submissions. I did see a media release by the EPA that I'm just going to pull it up on my laptop, that they conducted I think they called it a campaign of compliance. One second. Here we go, I found it. So April 8, 2024, Nambucca waterways not impacted by excessive pesticides. That's the title. Not impacted by excessive pesticides. I mean, that's just an outrageous title in itself. But apparently they partnered up with Nambucca Council and did a campaign on 7 farms, tested for 100 different types of pesticides, and found that only one of the properties was non-compliant. 3 were fine, and the other 3 are still being assessed. That report was widely condemned and damned by all levels of environmentalist groups, even councillors. In fact, I came across an article by Michael West Media that talked about this exact report and the situation with the lack of testing by local authorities and the EPA in regards to the use of pesticides and herbicides. But so PFAS is one issue, but I don't know whether the committee realises that PFAS is heavily used in herbicides. I mean, PFAS is a performance enhancer. It's why they use it. It increases the performance of herbicides and pesticides. And you see local government authorities spraying for weeds on the edges of waterways. I see Department of Transport boom spraying herbicides and glyphosate along the highway in the middle and on the outsides of the Pacific Highway, just with spray drift just growing everywhere. They're now using herbicides to control, plant growth and weeds. They're not using slashers and whippersnippers anymore. They're just spraying poisons everywhere. Highways are like drains. If you look on the side of a highway, there's drains, and they all lead into small creeks, and the creeks feed into the larger creeks, and then ends up into an estuary or, an aquatic waterway. It's just alarming.
Thanks, Mr. Whitman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but we are at time. So I just wanted to thank you so much for your evidence, which was very interesting.
It's a shame the video isn't working because I did take a sample of a drum 3 days ago when I was on the river, and I've got it. I'm holding it here in my hand, and you can see the biosolids in the bottom of the jar.
Take a selfie and send it to us. Thanks so much, Mr. Witherman. We'll be in touch if you've agreed to take anything on notice, or if the members of the committee have any supplementary questions for you. Really appreciate the work you do in this space and for making time to speak to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The committee will now break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:45. Go. Great. Okay, welcome back. After lunch, we'll begin hearing from our next witnesses as soon as we get you both sworn in. So we'll start with you, please, Mr. Rogers. If you could state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Peter Rogers, co-founder and technical director at LotSearch. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. And Mr. Walden.
Hi, I'm Howard Waldron, co-founder and general manager at LotSearch. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now, do one of you have a short opening statement to make?
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence as part of this important inquiry. For our opening statement, we'll provide a high-level overview of our business, the extensive research we've conducted to date, and provide a series of recommendations for your consideration. LotSearch was founded in 2014. Our mission is to create a more environmentally aware Australia, and we have pioneered the development of environmental information and insights. We are the leading provider of environmental reports that help clients identify potential contamination risk to land and property. We have spent the last 10 years developing an extensive database of contamination sources. We have identified the location of over 260,000 known and potentially contaminated sites across the country, with 75,000 of these sites located here in New South Wales. By way of a comparison, there are approximately 2,000 sites that have been notified to the New South Wales EPA as being contaminated. The knowledge gap between what is known and what is potentially contaminated is significant. Further information about our unique services can be found in some of the documents that we've tabled with you today. In terms of recommendations, LotSearch can help support multiple aspects of this inquiry. Given the complexity and widespread nature of PFAS contamination, it is crucial to identify and mitigate the sources of these pollutants effectively. LotSearch can help bridge the knowledge gap, having identified over 75,000 known and potentially contaminated sites located across New South Wales. A key area for reform relates to existing government searches. The Section 10.7 planning certificate is a mandatory document produced by councils to disclose property and planning information during a property transaction. These are not adequately informing the public about contaminated land issues, and this has been outlined by the New South Wales EPA audit included in the information pack provided to the committee today. In summary, the audit found that many of the councils investigated did not provide contaminated land information or have a contaminated land policy in place. Certificates showed inconsistencies or had missing or incorrect results related to known contamination issues. To help the committee understand the gaps in these certificates, we have tabled an example of one of our contaminated land searches and a corresponding Section 10.7 planning certificate for a residential property in Sydney. The LotSearch report identifies that the residential property is within a PFAS management area. This information is not included in the corresponding council certificate. LotSearch have developed a nationwide suite of contaminated land reports to improve the disclosure of key information and close the current knowledge gap during the buying and selling of property and the planning and development approval process. The use of contaminated land searches like ours is further supported by the Norton Rose Fulbright opinion piece, which we'd also like to have tabled today as evidence, and it's in your information pack. We urge the committee to consider the integration of LotSearch's information services into the New South Wales strategy for addressing PFAS contamination. And we strongly advocate that contaminated land searches form part of the mandatory disclosure of information for every property transaction. Thank you for your time, and we now look forward to helping answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. So you've said your company's identified, this is stick to New South Wales, so 75,000 contaminated sites. You noted that 2,000 have been notified to the EPA. How many people work for LotSearch?
We have
South Wales,
20
roughly?
employees. We have 20 employees. We're based in North Sydney, but our products are nationwide.
Okay, and So just to be clear, the way in which you're finding this out is via searching lots of different information.
Yeah, we pull data from lots of government departments, including the EPAs, and other private organisations as well. But we've done our own research and pulled over 3.5 million business records from old phone books, and we also do research from old historical images as well. So we've built up a very extensive historical land use database across Australia.
And so your kind of your business model is essentially that developers, people buying the property, want to be very sure about what they're buying, and they'll pay for that information.
Correct. Yeah.
So in other words, sorry.
No, that's all right. There's the buyer beware, where you want to disclose in this instance, in this example we gave, where council and it's not just us, it's the EPA that have also identified that councils haven't been including key information during that disclosure process. So we're helping to inform buyers particularly, but also vendors during transactions to avoid buying a potentially contaminated site and then being responsible for the cleanup and the costs associated with that.
So maybe it's fair to say that if an agency, for example, a government agency that has far more resources than you do, really wanted to find contamination and contaminated sites, it's not that hard, and it's possibly a scenario of you'll find it if you look hard enough.
I think we previously to working at and founding Lot Search, Peter and I both work for the UK's leading provider of environmental risk reports, so we've been in this industry for over 25 years now. What we've done here in Australia in particular and New South Wales is far different to the approach that was taken in the UK. It's really, really difficult to get access to key information. They're really disparate sources and really convoluted ways in which government keep registers or information and then choose to report on it. And understandably, I think things are getting missed in key areas. So it would, in our view, be actually quite difficult to recreate what we've developed over the last 10 years, but prior to that, 15 years in the UK of our experience and the team's experience now in helping us continue that work, and also this rigorous QA/QC that we do over our database as well.
Okay, this will be my last question before I throw to others. So here in New South Wales, we've got in terms of PFAS contamination, the sites largely that the EPA is investigating and investigated are obviously the firefighting areas, some of the contamination that's come off the defence, but even though we know that that's also the responsibility or is the responsibility of defence, there's a lot of other contamination, obviously. There's a history of manufacturing, for example, in Sydney or New South Wales as well, and no doubt there was, if we just stick to PFAS, PFAS potentially used in some of this manufacturing in the 50s and 60s, yet we don't really hear about that in terms of a contamination legacy, but in the States they definitely have got that. Are there lots of things like that you think we're missing? We're a committee that's looking into this, that the government is missing. You're both nodding furiously
Yes.
for the benefit of Hansard. It's manufacturing to begin with.
Yeah, so we have many, through the old phone books that we've taken data from that goes back to the early 1900s in some states. In New South Wales, the data we've got goes back to the 1950s, and we've taken all of the historical business activities. We've identified from all of those directories that we've captured 40,000 potentially contaminating activities, and what we're currently undertaking is linking which ones of those could also be a source of PFAS.
And then who goes, sorry, one more question there. Who goes in to do the testing then? Or you just say they could be contaminated? Is that the...
We
yes,
raise
Okay.
the flag, and the environmental consultants will do the testing.
Yeah, we're identifying both known and potential contamination. So known being what the EPA have and record and actively choose to list on a public register as being contaminated. So it's gone through the rigorous investigation and testing phase. And then the big gap that we've identified is the potential.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Knight?
Chair. Yeah, this is fascinating. So to be clear, a purchaser or potential purchaser might engage your services, and you'll have, correct me if I'm wrong, a bit of a shallow level of detail as to whether there is or isn't contamination, and it'll be possibly flagged. Is it? Can you walk us through how this process works?
So it's we use spatial technology. So it's a GIS system. So we're mapping all of this data to a really fine level of detail. So each report that we produce centres in on the property in question, and then includes a search radius of the surrounding area. And the information is all visually presented on a map, so it's easy to determine what is on site, but also what is off site that may be a potential risk to your site in question.
Okay, so
because you might have a service station next door that the tanks are leaking and it's leaking onto your site. The Section 10-point planning certificate, coming back to the key disclosure document that's currently available, only focuses on the lot and the information for the lot and the information that council choose to then include on that certificate. So there's a real limitation, we feel, in the amount of information that's been actively disclosed as part of a property transaction.
And then for the next step, does your organisation pass on or leave to the owner or potential new owner to then go and engage with other consultants, or is it something that you do yourself?
Yeah, so within our products we have like the next steps. So if there are any potential risks raised, there are the next steps that they could either get more information from the councils or the EPA about the records that we've raised, or they could engage an environmental consultant to see if they would interpret from our data whether there is then a risk and whether it's worth going onto the site to do some testing.
And I understand my next lot of questions might be a bit sensitive, so speak up if need be, but do any New South Wales government agencies engage your services?
Yep, so we've conducted some research projects for the New South Wales EPA, discrete projects to identify historical landfills and historical gasworks across the state. And we've also completed 16 projects for 16 regional councils across New South Wales to help them build an internal register of known and potential contamination sites.
And are you able to tell us a bit, even if it's high level, as to when these pieces of work took place?
New South Wales EPA was the gasworks project probably 3 or 4 years ago now. Okay. You have to forgive me if I get the date quite wrong, a little bit wrong. And then the landfills was maybe 2 years ago.
3 years ago. Yeah, we did those projects.
The council work was done under a particular piece of funding from the New South Wales Environment Trust through the EPA. And it was under the Regional Capacity Building Initiative that New South Wales was funding, and the 16 councils used the funding then to engage with consultants. Either they hired them and then they were integrated into the regional council group, or they were engaged as consultants, and we were engaged to provide our information services.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned earlier, you said that you used phone books to go back decades and decades and find different activities. So I imagine your organisation mosaics as much as possible, vacuums up as much as possible, and then when you're engaged, you get more detail again, and that adds to your process.
Somewhat. We're always evaluating new data sources. We have over 1,000 individual data sources already in the database, and also for the current data sets, like the EPA have, for example, like their public registers, we're regularly maintaining them and keeping them up to date, and also asking them for additional information about the records and about their accuracy, so that we can make sure we pinpoint the exact sites that are on their registers. And then we're also evaluating, we've got 63 categories identified of contamination, and we're always looking at how robust is that is our data in that area, and always looking for maybe more historical insights that we can glean and gather, in a process around that though for capturing that information. If it needs to be updating it, and obviously putting a QA/QC process around it to make sure it's fit for purpose.
Fascinating. Thank you. I'll pass
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Cameron Murphy now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had a question. I'm sort of curious about how the risk grading may work for sites that were previously contaminated with PFAS but have now been cleaned up. And in this context, where in one of the earlier days where we had public hearings, we heard evidence from witnesses that old fire stations were cleaned up, but only to a commercial standard. Then they were sold, and then after that they've been repurposed. The evidence was, I think there was one that was being used as a childcare centre, and it was quite common for them to then be converted into residential premises, which have a very different standard. So do you capture that type of thing in your risk assessment and reporting?
Only where it's available, where that remediation may have occurred. So there may be some statuses on government registers that says certain sites have been remediated, but in general, we'll just keep that full history in our report so that people can say, even though it may be flagged as remediated, they can still see there was an original issue and the original activities that may have occurred on site.
So over time, it'll just build up a continuing profile of that particular lot.
Exactly. There is also something called environment management plans that will often be used to, when they've cleaned the site up to a particular specific level based on a certain type of use, there is often an environment and management plan associated with that site. Those actually are really quite challenging to access. The EPA doesn't have a register of them and defaults almost to council to keep that, and often council don't have that information either. So what's happening is our sites, we're understandably there's a lot of investment going on in trying to clean up sites to a certain standard, and they're being used for suitable purposes at that point in time. But after that, they then may be reused for other purposes, and that environment management plan may go missing, and people then mistakenly...
I'm glad you've raised it, because it was the next question I was going to ask. And do you think, there needs to be a central repository? Should the Land Titles Office, for example, keep that on the registry information about the lot so it's there for all time, rather than it being, at a local council level where notoriously there are floods, records are lost, things go missing?
Yeah, we would recommend, however, there is a central register of them, whether it be state or local or both, and that be publicly available.
Thanks.
Like other registers that we include.
Yeah, sure.
Just a general question about the definition of, a contaminated site. That's a matter that's determined by how, in that if there isn't the sort of exploratory examination deeply into the site itself to reveal the full suite of what the problem might be, what definition, or how do you structure your definition to state or be able to state that this is a contaminated site, just in general terms?
We've aligned all of the activities in our database. We're aligning them to potentially contaminating activities that are defined in guidelines that have been developed by the EPA. So we're doing that to identify that. But then, as you said, it requires that testing to actually determine how contaminated the site is.
To also further to your question, if it's on an EPA contaminated land register, we deem it to be contaminated. Everything else is deemed to be potentially contaminated until the testing has been done. What the advantage is also of the work we've done is that if you are to investigate a site and do the testing, you can use the information that we provided on the historical use of that site to do more specific targeted testing for particular types of contaminants that may be associated with those particular types of activities that took place on that site. There is such a wide range and spectrum of testing that can be done today that you could actually test for a site for certain contaminants and not reveal that it's actually contaminated because you're looking for the wrong things.
Yes. No, thank you.
Thank you. Go to the opposition, Mrs. McDonald.
Just to follow up on Mr. Murphy's sorry, the Honourable Murphy's question. So I understand from what you've said that New South Wales doesn't have a comprehensive PFAS contamination map.
No. Well, I guess we have one.
You have one, yeah. So with that map and the data, how do you think it could help in the cleanup of PFAS contamination more efficiently?
Understanding the location of potential PFAS sources, and then our database also contains information around environmental sensitive receptors, such as the waterways or water bodies, and that's where the consultants come in or government come in to do the analysis of how the contamination may travel from the source to environmental sensitive receptors.
And do you think that this information should be made sort of like on a public register, or?
I think the public registers are there to record what's been notified as contaminated or has an environment management plan on, on that site. I think those public registers, there is a little bit more that could be done to improve those. But I think the potential is something that we've just spent 10 years building and continue to build every day, and work on that actively. And so it probably comes back to your original point. I think it's incredibly hard to replicate that. We're not proposing to put it in a public register. We offer a variety of different reports at different price points to be able to engage, I think, with the most appropriate people, though, not just the general public who could come to our site, but it's the majority of people who are coming and ordering our reports are the experts. So they're either environmental consultants who are then going to use that information to determine then is there a likelihood of contamination and do the testing, but also lawyers and conveyancers who are then acting on behalf of their clients during the property transaction and may again involve environmental consultants should they need to, or contact the EPA for further information. And so we're offering a variety of different services to key individuals and key companies that then can support the general public in making a more informed decision.
And so in the known hotspots or the hotspots that are known, are you seeing that the PFAS levels are increasing or decreasing?
I think that's something out of our realm. That's where the consultant would come in to determine the actual levels of the PFAS.
Okay, yeah. And so, say if someone came in, they want to buy, is this how it's used? Like, say someone wants to buy a property, so they come to you to find out if there's any legacy PFAS issues, or any, not necessarily PFAS, but other, and you're able to provide them that history. Does that then impact like real estate values? Have you seen that happen as a result of say, in your transactions?
We haven't, because again, we're normally providing those reports to key individuals who are then representing their clients. It's normally buyer beware, so it's normally something that the buyer takes and then either chooses to proceed or not. And we haven't as yet seen that ourselves from the work we've done to date.
But that information, say if they had that information, they choose to buy the property, and then some legacy issue, they can then point to say, well, we know the history, it wasn't us. It could help in legal.
It can help because the polluter pay principle applies. What is challenging is identifying who the exact polluter was. Sometimes you can have people who've operated, different companies have operated on that site, and also they may not be around anymore. The company may have since ceased operations, and that company has ceased operating, and you can't necessarily get to the polluter anymore. And that's the big risk we see, and that's why we're really promoting buyer beware, because you can end up buying a property that is contaminated, and even if you can find the original polluter, you may not be able to successfully get the money back to clean up your site, and you may actually be required to pay the costs for cleaning up the site, as well as the legal costs for going after the
clean up and everything. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask whether, so has this, for example, if the state EPA or New South Wales Health approached you with, the willing to pay for it, of course, and asked you for potential PFAS contamination sites across the state, would you be able to produce that report for them?
Yeah. Well,
we would. Like the other projects we've run for New South Wales EPA, for example, we would look at the requirements of that project, the scope of it, and then find and work on then providing that information in a format that suits the clients. When you're talking about statewide data sets and information sources, obviously there can be quite a lot of information. So again, it's sort of working with the appropriate organisation to then work with them on a solution that meets their needs.
And from the work that you've done, and then I'll go to you, Taylor, from the work that you've done with this is again just contaminated, not PFAS contaminated sites, but this one, 75,000 sites in New South Wales, 2,000 notified to the EPA, or is that's contaminated?
75,000 known and potential contaminated sites.
Known and potential.
Yeah. And 2,000 that the EPA have identified as being contaminated. And
yes. Of those, of your known and potential sites, how many of those do you think can you hazard a guess that is PFAS contaminated, or how many would you think are PFAS contaminated that aren't on the EPA site?
That's one we'd probably have to take on notice. That one.
That'd be very interesting if we take that on notice. I mean, do we have to pay for that information?
I think we would, yes. We might not be able to answer that though. There is a bit more, I think, analysis that we could do and need to do. And I think maybe part of that research project, or if we are commissioned to do that work, I think it would be best to look at that as part of that project.
Yes. I was hoping I'd get some kind of a rough idea, but I totally understand. But there are others. There are what you're implying and what you've referred to.
And of course, PFAS can be used at low levels, and and again, there might need to be some sort of risk matrix of different types of activities, and which ones then an agency chooses to then look at, a bit like has happened to date, where it's the firefighting that's been the main priority. But as you mentioned, manufacturing, I think we all know is arguably one of the next ones that could be looked at. Maybe should be looked at. And
thank you. I'll go back to Mr. Martin for questions.
No, look, all my follow-ups have been covered in other questions. I'm just fascinated again by how far behind we are compared to other jurisdictions. And as you said, the UK, leaving aside PFAS, just in terms of contaminated land, have been involved in the kind of work that you do for over a quarter of a century now. So that's something for us to think about for our final report, I think, Chair.
We'd be happy to answer any questions subsequent to the inquiry about what's our experience in other jurisdictions as well.
Mr. Barrett, can I just check whether you've got anything? Yeah, okay. Can I also ask just, we do have 1 or 2 more minutes, but Mr. Donnelly, have you finished your question?
Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask whether, we talk manufacturing, firefighting foam, there's been quite a few witnesses that have also raised the issue of PFAS chemicals in insecticides and pesticides. Has that come out as well? I mean, we're a big state, we've got a lot of agriculture. Is that on your radar at all, or is it more?
We certainly have locations of manufacturing of herbicides or herbicides and insecticides. We also have done work in sort of the regional councils to identify where there is intensive agriculture, and therefore that may potentially flag that there are spraying happening in the intensive agricultural areas.
So that is potentially an issue where particular crops, for example, we've just heard from, not saying any is a particular fact, but we have just heard from Guida Council, for example, Dubbo, about contaminated aquifers. There's potential that, for example, a contaminated aquifer is not just as a result of, for example, the use of firefighting foam at a fire station in an area that is highly agricultural and intensive cropping and the use of pesticides, aerial spraying, we could need to look further.
Yeah.
The work that we've done today is to identify sites in these regional councils that are used for intensive agriculture, and then it's up to the councils to take that information and then use it to maybe choose to assess certain sites should they wish to. We don't have any information at this stage. I don't think that it indicates which sites have necessarily applied particular types of contaminants or herbicides or pesticides. We haven't got that. We haven't got it down to that fine level of granularity at this stage.
Thank you very much. That is the end of the time for this session. You've just, I think every session we have opens up a lot more for us to look into, and you certainly have. So thanks so much. That was really valuable.
Thank you.
Thanks for making the time. We'll get back to you if you agree to take anything on notice or if we've got any further questions for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And get our witnesses sworn in, those that can hear me at any rate. So we'll start with those in the room with us today from Sydney Water. So if we could get you both sworn in, starting with my left, Mr. Shiro, state your name, position, title and oath or affirmation, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Roch Charou. I'm the Managing Director of Sydney Water, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Dr. Power.
I'm Dr. Kay Power. I'm the Principal Water and Public Health Advisor for Sydney Water, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much. We'll go to you, Mr. Nichols, so I think you're all good.
Thank you very much. So I'm Andrew Nichols. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of IPART.
Christine speaking.
Oh.
Christine, this is Tina.
We can hang. Sorry.
Hello. Are you ringing about sound?
Sorry, 1 second. We're just dealing with.
Yes.
Ms. Allen, can you hear me? Just 1 second, Mr. Nichols. Sorry. Can you hear me, Miss Christine? No, this is very.
I still can't hear.
Is she on the phone with somebody? She needs to mute. Oh, she has muted. Okay. Mr. Nichols, sorry, continue. You were in the middle of.
Yes, so I'm Andrew Nichols. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of IPART, the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, and I don't think Christine Allen will be able to hear me yet because nothing's changed. Okay, all right, so we'll begin with the opening statements by Sydney Water. Mr. Shrew.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today before the committee and provide Sydney Water's perspective on this global challenge. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge that I am on Gadigal land and I would like to pay my respect to their elders past and present. Sydney Water is Australia's largest water utility, providing essential service, water supply and wastewater services to 5.3 million people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. While up to 15% of Sydney water supply can be provided by desalination, a majority comes from protected catchments and is stored in dams before being treated by one of our 9 water filtration plants before being distributed to customers. As the committee is aware, PFAS is widespread in the environment and poses significant challenges across the urban water cycle. Sydney Water's approach to managing PFAS is focused on 2 distinct areas: ensuring the safety of drinking water and managing its presence in wastewater systems. It is important to distinguish between these 2 domains to effectively address the unique challenges each presents. For drinking water, firstly, I want to assure the people of Greater Sydney that our drinking water is safe and meets the Australian drinking water guidelines. We conduct rigorous testing and monitoring to ensure this. Through testing and monitoring, we identified in 2024 that while all our plants were producing water that complied with the current guidelines, one of our 9 water filtration plants, Cascade in the Blue Mountains, if not modified, would exceed the proposed revised guideline that are anticipated to come into effect this year. We have already acted by installing advanced PFAS treatment processes at Cascade over the Christmas period, and I'm pleased to report that the plant is effective at removing PFAS from the water, and the concentration in the treated water is reducing, and the plant will be producing water that is below the proposed new guideline level. For wastewater, PFAS in the wastewater system presents a more complex challenge. A significant source of PFAS in wastewater comes from everyday domestic activities, showering, washing clothes, and cleaning, simply due to its presence in consumer products like cosmetics, clothing, and non-stick cookware. We also manage flow from industrial customers, which may also contain PFAS. Wastewater systems were originally designed to address a fundamental public health challenge by treating water to remove microorganisms and nutrients, but they were not designed to handle persistent synthetic chemicals like PFAS. An unavoidable byproduct of wastewater treatment is biosolids, which Sydney Water has successfully reused as compost and fertilizer for pasture, fodder, forestry, and some direct application to some crops such as canola oil. As regulatory guidelines evolve, we are adapting. One example of this is what we are designing our first thermal treatment facility to convert biosolids into biochar, which can destroy PFAS. While promising, this process is energy intensive and comes with significant costs. It's critical to understand that the costs of us managing PFAS are ultimately borne by our customers. Treating PFAS at the end of the cycle, whether in water filtration plants, wastewater systems, or biosolids, is far more expensive and less effective than preventing it from entering the system in the first place. This is why Sydney Water strongly urges decisive action to address PFAS at its sources. Banning or severely restricting its use in non-essential consumer products is the most effective and equitable solution. Avoidance is always more cost-effective than treatment, and it would significantly reduce the burden on water utilities and, by extension, on our communities. To close, Sydney Water is committed to playing its part in managing PFAS, but the issue requires coordinated action at a national level. We encourage the prioritization of policies that eliminate PFAS at its source to protect both the environment and the affordability of essential services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shore. We'll go to Mr. Nichols now, and just so you know, Mr. Nichols, I think we're trying to get Ms. Allen on the phone.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the opportunity to meet virtually today. Unfortunately, I have COVID right now, so I thought it best to perhaps stay away from you all. And Christine's tied up in some meetings, so we do appreciate it, even though the tech's not quite working for us. But thank you for the invitation today. IPART has specified regulatory functions under the Sydney Water, Hunter Water and Water New South Wales Acts, respectively. All three public water utilities regulated by IPART produce drinking water under their operating licences, and IPART, as the independent regulator, plays a role in advising the Minister with recommendations on their licence conditions. IPART also monitors compliance with these licence conditions through reporting and auditing, and has enforcement powers in relation to breaches of any licence obligations. Specifically, they each have obligations to manage the quality of drinking water by applying the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines through their water quality management systems. Hunter Water and Water New South Wales also have some responsibilities in relation to source water in drinking water catchments. IPART develops and audits these obligations in consultation with New South Wales Health using water experts. Now, the water utilities have generally demonstrated a high level of compliance with the current Australian guidelines through these audits. For the most part, non-compliances have been administrative and not substantive. IPART also sets maximum prices for water supplied by the three public water utilities to reflect the efficient cost of providing safe and efficient services. IPART also sets prices for essential energy, which provides water services to Broken Hill, the Water Administration Ministerial Corporation, the Sydney Desalination Plant, and for the Central Coast Council. But IPART does not, however, regulate local water utilities run by councils. These are largely located in regional and rural New South Wales and are primarily regulated under the Water Management Act by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Likewise, IPART does not set water prices for council water services except for Central Coast, as I've noted. IPART also plays a regulatory role for private water utilities licensed under the Water Industry Competition Act. Aside from the Sydney Desalination Plant, as I've mentioned, none of the small private water utilities regulated by IPART produce drinking water, although some on-sell drinking water supplied to them by the public water utilities. IPART recognises that PFAS in drinking water is an emerging and critical area of concern, particularly in light of the current review of the Australian guidelines by the National Health and Medical Research Council. IPART is confident that a swift response will be possible following any government decisions on changes to the guidelines, because the current water licences are outcome-focused and flexible. Guidelines and requirements can change without the need to reissue a licence. IPART has established a water regulators advisory panel consisting of IPART, New South Wales Health, the Environment Protection Authority, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and the Natural Resources Access Regulator, which can be used to help coordinate the New South Wales response. IPART's existing audit framework is well placed to test the adequacy of the public water utilities' responses and monitor ongoing compliance with any new requirements. And IPART's economic and pricing frameworks will allow us to carefully consider efficient costs allocation to the extent there are any cost implications of changes to standards. We look forward to the outcomes of the Select Committee's inquiry and stand ready to assist in any response. We're happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. Now, I do just want to test if Ms. Allen, can you hear us now?
I can, thank you, and apologies for that.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we'll just get you sworn in as a witness then as well. So if you could, if you've got that in front of you, the oath or affirmation, state your name and position title, and then the oath or affirmation, please.
Christine Allen, Director of Regulation and Compliance at the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much. Okay, all right, we'll proceed straight to questions. Mr. Charoux, why did Sydney Water refuse to engage with ABC Radio about the PFAS contamination as emails revealed that that's indeed what was happening within the agency before Christmas?
So we've been engaging with the ABC and with many other media channels, TV, radio, and print in many different occasions. And this email that was discussed in this committee was just an example where there was no reason to engage at that point. But the engagement of Sydney Water with different media has been extensive, and I think it can be viewed everywhere.
Have you made inquiries within Sydney Water as to what this email referred to when it said that the ABC as well as the Sydney Morning Herald has an agenda, and that the impact of putting someone on air outweighs the benefit as they have their agenda? Firstly, have you made inquiries as to what that agenda is?
Not specifically in the recent days. That's a discussion that happened probably some weeks ago, definitely, and there was discussion about at that time. I think the email was worded in a way that is probably not completely accurate, and was, I guess, the choice of word was probably not completely appropriate at that time.
Just in terms of the agenda of the ABC and the Sydney Morning Herald on this issue, I mean, they've been the two media outlets that have really, exposed contamination in the community and in drinking water, haven't they? And that's a good agenda, isn't it?
Absolutely. And look, we are all for transparency, and I think the information that we've made available on our website to the media, to the public, to the communities demonstrate that we are all for transparency. So there is no issue with talking to the media, and this is something we've demonstrated we do all the time.
Why was Sydney Water saying that there were no known hotspots in our drinking water catchment? I think you may have said that as recently as last year.
Yes. So the principle of the drinking water guidelines is risk-based assessments. So what the guidelines says is you do an assessment on the entire value chain, which is basically catchment to tap for customers. And this is a risk assessment that we do jointly with Water New South Wales and New South Wales Health, where the three organisations will be looking at all the risks that exist along the value chain and work out if there is any hotspots. In the case of PFAS, when we look at the entire value chain from catchment to tap, no hotspots were identified.
But it didn't take the community long to work out what a very significant contamination incident was. I mean, quite a few, in fact. We had Fire and Rescue present to this committee in Katoomba, and they said they looked at all of their incidents along the Great Western Highway, where they'd used firefighting foam historically over many years on parts of the highway that flowed into creeks, that flowed into the Sydney water catchment. That just came about again after this investigation and revelations in the media, and the community looked at that. So it does sound like this desktop risk analysis was very threadbare, to say the least.
Well, from a Sydney Water point of view, the analysis that we have done at our plants have demonstrated that we were compliant with the Australian drinking water guidelines, and I think that's really the important point here for our customers.
Any questions? conscious of other members, I'll go to the government for questions.
I'm interested in the challenge, Mr. Shiro, of communication to the public at large and the way Sydney Water approaches issues when they arise. One of the challenges we've seen as we progress through our hearings is what is it? I think the challenge of communicating to the public at large over what can be quite complex matters about water contamination in a digestible form that can be readily understood and clear. I'm just wondering, is that a focus for Sydney Water when it does have to report on matters like we've seen in the Blue Mountains? And can you provide some insight about how one brings together all the information to communicate as best one can on a matter?
It is definitely something that is front of mind. We are dealing with matters that are complex, and that can be on the water side, that can be on the wastewater side, on the environmental side, on all sorts of things. Not to mention when we're discussing tariffs and things that are even more complex to discuss. We always try to make it as simple as possible so that our customers can understand and can also respond and participate. So if you go to our website, we've got pages of explication and explanation and education about what happens in the water cycle. And there is a specific page that is dedicated to PFAS, where we are explaining in terms that can be understood by almost everyone about what is the situation with PFAS, what is the impact, and what the situation is. And we're doing that for every aspect of our work. This is the engagement with the community and what we call water literacy is something that we measure. So every month at the executive meeting that we have, we look at what is our performance in water literacy, because we know that explaining how the systems, water and wastewater and stormwater works to the community is absolutely critical. So this is something really front of mind. I'm talking about a demonstration plant that we've opened last year at Quakers Hill. That is also really a demonstration plant where we're taking the public to go through the process, have a look at all the technology that we're using to produce the water. Education, we've got a number of vans, a number of teams going to schools, going to shopping malls to explain the water cycle, to discuss with people, but also, more importantly, to listen to their concern. And all this information that we collect is then integrated into the plans that we are doing for Sydney Water.
And can I ask, through that work that you do and have been doing, are you detecting through your consultation with the community awareness that may be expressing concerns or questions over PFAS in water?
So we have had this, and going back to 2019 in North Richmond, where at that time there was discussion about the Air Force Base and the fact that there was firefighting foam that was used there and the risk of having PFAS going down the river and potentially, and we've got a water treatment plant. The water treatment plant is actually upstream of the Air Force Base. Therefore, the risk of contamination of the plants was very, very limited. Now, we heard the community saying that they were concerned, And so back in 2019, we started to test for PFAS at the Richmond water treatment plant. And we were completely compliant with the regulation, so there was no issue. Again, last year, there was more concern from the community about PFAS, and we started to test all the plants, and they were all compliant with Australian drinking water guidelines. So we do listen to our customers, and when there is something where our customers are telling us, well, even if there is no risk and we want you to test, this is something that we are doing.
Thank you.
Questions from the opposition, Mrs. Aileen McDonald.
I'll direct my questions to Mr. Nichols. I just wondered, how should regional and rural communities be supported in managing the financial burden of PFAS remediation?
Well, I think there are two aspects that I might firstly say. I think it's a little early to tell yet exactly what the level of impact will be to comply with the new guidelines. And our expectation is that the impacts will vary across different water utilities, depending on their particular circumstances. Some may face engineering requirements, some may be able to source their water from another source. Some organisations may be better capable of absorbing those costs within their existing framework. So I think at this point, there's not a clear view on what the costs will be overall in relation to any change to the guidelines that are being considered. That said, IPART's jurisdiction doesn't extend to those local water utilities in relation to pricing. So although IPART plays a role in obviously the development of council rates and rate pegs, the rates don't cover the water, and the water costs are independently set. So I think it's a valid question that you're raising, and it exposes some policy questions, I think, around what type of support might be required by different entities on a case-by-case basis in the event that the new PFAS requirements do have significant cost implications. And we know from our work in rates in local councils that some councils are doing it tough, and we're on record in other committees and processes raising concerns about the viability of some of those councils, and this would be an additional cost for some of those, but as I say, it will be case by case.
So as if we can't do that, would IPART support, say, maybe a statewide levy on polluting industries then to help cover the costs of PFAS remediation?
Well, I think that's something that would be probably more of a question for government. It's not a question that we in IPART have been asked to consider or look at, and so I don't think we would have a particular view on that option at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols or Ms. Ellen, I'll go to you quickly, just continuing that line of query. There has been some submissions that suggest that the issue of monitoring for PFAS or testing, improved testing in the water supply systems really needs to be built into the operating licences of the Sydney Water, Hunter Water. That's something I understand, of course, is regulated by IPART. Do you have a say in that, just in terms of talking us through that, or is that something that just comes straight from government about setting the regulations and then it's built into the operating licences, then changed accordingly?
Yes, so it's a very good question, thank you. The licensing system, as it relates to drinking water quality, has two elements to it. So the licence itself has components that require compliance with the Australian drinking standards, as well as responding to any requirements of New South Wales Health. Those requirements are written in a deliberately outcome-based way so that those guidelines and requirements can change over time. So the licence is not used to establish prescriptive standards, but rather ensuring that the outcome, which is public safety and public health, is paramount in the delivery of the licence by the water utility. And the work that we do as a regulator is to monitor that performance against the standards and requirements at any given point in time. Should there be a case to change the monitoring regime, which is the second part of my response, that could be effected without a need to change the licence by simply, it may be through amendments of guidelines, or it may be that the government through or New South Wales Health were to issue instructions in that regard, and the licence would not be required to change in order to give effect to that. In terms of the making of the licence, the final thing I'll say is the licence is made by the Minister on the recommendations of IPART. So IPART, when we consider changes to the licences, will conduct thorough consultative processes, get input from all key players, including the health regulators as well as the water utilities. We make recommendations to the Minister, who takes advice from the department. So IPART can't just change the licence. We would need to get the Minister to do that. But I'm confident that the outcome-based approach that we've taken to regulating this space would mean that administrative step wouldn't be necessary.
Okay, thank you. And remind me, with the review of the operating licences, when you're saying in terms of IPART making recommendations, is that every 5 years? Is it upon when you see a need? What's the time frame again?
So we have a formal review process. Ms. Allen might be able to help me on the exact timeframes, but each licence has a time frame and an expiry, and we commence the process of review, a formal review of that. That's right. In the sort of 12 months prior to that expiry. Yeah. But you have capacity to be able to make recommendations to the Minister within the term of a licence to make amendments to the licence, should there be a strong public interest reason for doing that. And perhaps Christine, I'm not sure if Ms. Allen, if you're able to help on the exact time frame.
The current Sydney Water licence is operational from the 1st of July 2024 to 2028, and we just completed a review of that operating licence after a 5-year period last year. Water New South Wales was similarly reviewed and is now in effect from 2024 to 2028. Hunter Water is slightly behind. We reviewed it in 2022, and that's in effect until 2026, I think, 2027 is the next. We would move into a 5-year review process. But as Mr. Nichols mentioned, it is possible to amend an operating licence within that period should there be a need to do so.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mr. Scott Barrett now for questions.
Thank you. My questions are for Mr. Sherroat. Maybe a weird question, but the two dams, Medlow Dam and Greaves Creek, are they ever used? They're shut because of PFAS contamination. Are they ever used for firefighting purposes? So the water in those dams, those water bodies?
I'm sorry, but I will have to defer the question to Water New South Wales, because the dams are operated by Water New South Wales.
Okay. Okay, second question, and I'm presuming you've been there for a couple of years. Given that the Cascades water treatment plant is down to about 30% of its normal capacity, if you put the same sort of circumstances we had in sort of 2019, 20, 2018, how would we be as far as water security with that treatment plant only running at 30%?
So again, in terms of dam management, I would defer the question to Water New South Wales, but there are alternative schemes that we can, or that Water New South Wales can use to provide water to the Cascade plants.
Okay, and then just one final one. Did you ever have discussions or receive advice from the Minister's office in relation to those media requests we were talking about earlier, or the agenda referred to in the email?
Look, I think in terms of communication, there is always a lot of cooperation between the departments, the different departments within government and the different agencies. And this is extremely important in this sort of situation where we're discussing things that are difficult to understand. So yes, we are discussing all the time, but it's not about issuing or receiving a direction. It's about sharing information and making sure that the information that we discuss is shared, known by everyone, and that when we discuss the information, this is something where everyone is aligned.
So you agreed with that show of unity by not talking to the media on that issue?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the communication between the different departments and government agencies is something that is absolutely normal to happen. You want everyone to understand the information coming from different parts of government. It can be, in the case of PFAS, you've got information coming from the EPA, coming from Water New South Wales, coming from New South Wales Health, coming from Sydney Water. You want to make sure that the information is shared and everyone is talking about the same base of information.
So then I guess what I'm trying to work out, who was the final decision to say, no, let's stay mum on this one?
There was no final decision maker. That was a discussion about sharing information and deciding when it was the time to disclose, when the information was ready to be made available to the public or not.
Okay, I'm happy to go back to you, Chair. Some others.
Thank you. Mr. Shura, just in terms of Sydney Water testing, how many PFAS chemicals are you testing for? What's that regime look like?
Do you want to take this one, Kate?
So we run a suite of 45 PFAS chemicals that we routinely test for.
So, sorry, did you say 3 to 45?
No, 45.
Oh, 45.
Sorry.
Okay, and is there a reason why, or how many are publicly released at the moment?
At the moment, we release the ones that have guidelines against them. And that is because, as Rock just said, part of that is about community information and sharing that information in a way that the community can actually understand and, actually understand.
So you're testing for 45 PFAS chemicals. I think we heard again at the Katoomba hearing that over the December period, there was one of the PFAS class of chemicals families called PFBA.
Yep.
It was very high.
No, it wasn't very high. It spiked up a slight. It wasn't very high.
Right. So
it went up a little bit, but if you take any analysis and you do sample collection, they will go up and down like this because they're not dead straight, they're not equal all the time. So you will get it going up and down and up and down.
So with those class of chemicals that you're testing for, are you doing anything with those results? Are you sending them anywhere, notifying any government agencies, notifying anybody, or are you just sitting on the results?
Well, we're reviewing them internally. We have weekly meetings with Water New South Wales and with New South Wales Health to go over those. We don't always present all of that data because all of it is sitting at very low concentrations. And so we have a lot of information that we can share. Part of what we have to do is decide, rather than overwhelm everybody with lots of information, is pulling out the information that's relevant to what we're trying to achieve at a meeting.
So some of the chemicals that Sydney Water test for, though, are essentially have been deemed problematic in other countries. So, for example, PFBA, I was in Minnesota just a couple of weeks ago and met with them about PFAS contamination in their water, the government there. So they test for PFBA, and in fact their fact sheet about PFBA does does say that there are concerns. High levels of PFPA result in thyroid, liver effects, what have you. I suppose the reason I'm asking this is we've just had at the federal level, the National Health and Medical Research Council they're just kind of regulating these 3 chemicals.
Yep.
Because everybody's talking about PFAS and PFHXS. Yep. But if you're starting to test for 45 chemicals,
yep,
and you're finding different spikes and everything else of these PFAS chemicals, don't you think Sydney Water has a responsibility to notify other agencies, notify the NHMRC, hey, look, we're getting a few spikes here of PFPA, maybe it's worth us looking at whether we should be expanding the list of chemicals we're regulating.
So, Chair, this is exactly what we're doing. So we are testing. Our primary objective is to comply with the regulation that is in place: public health, environmental, economic regulation, all the different regulations that are regulating our activity. There are some activities, some components that we're testing outside, and this is why they are shared with New South Wales Health, because they are the health authority. So we are openly sharing what we test, and if they ask us to test something else, we will do it. That's part of our role, and discuss that with them. So this is part of the regular meeting that Kay was mentioning with New South Wales Health and Water New South Wales.
When can the public expect, do you think, because there's probably the public trust is a little bit lacking as a result of the fact that it was a media investigation that uncovered the PFAS contamination in Greaves Creek. It was a result of independent testing, not Sydney Water, and Sydney Water assured the community that there was no contamination hotspots. So now they're testing only as a result of that pressure. They're testing for 45 chemicals, only releasing 3, and now is the community just supposed to trust Sydney Water about the other chemicals that it's testing for if you're not releasing them publicly?
So I think, Chair, again, important to say that our water is compliant with the Australian drinking water guidelines, and this is a really critical aspect of what we do.
There's 43 chemicals that you're testing for that in terms of PFAS chemicals.
Yes, and this is where our discussion with health, and health is the public health experts, New South Wales Health. We are not. So we are discussing and making this information available to New South Wales Health.
So you're making, just to be clear, every result, the results you're getting, is it weekly or fortnightly?
It depends on the different testing.
We do Cascades Water Filtration Plant weekly, and the other plants monthly, and Richmond weekly. And they go to New South Wales Health? No, we have a meeting with New South Wales Health where we discuss unusual, like how the results are going and what our monitoring results are like. We are not actively handing over Excel spreadsheets of data to New South Wales Health. The summary of all of those 45 chemicals, just the bottom line in terms of how much is there each week? No, we're not handing. So no, we are focusing on the chemicals that have guideline limits to them. Just looking. Yes, those 3 are the ones that we are focusing on. Doesn't mean if New South Wales Health said, can we have all your data, we wouldn't give it to them. It's just that those are the ones that we're focusing on in those meetings. So how do we know if there's not, and please any other members jump in, but we've got a few more minutes. For example, the PFBA that is being regulated in some other jurisdictions, but not here in Australia. Like, we are behind what other countries are doing. The Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, the draft guidelines, are regulating 3. Like other nations, the US, for example, they even have a sum total of exposure. We don't even have that. So you're testing for chemicals that there are limits for in other nations that you're not releasing to anybody. So how do we know that there's not going to be a spike
in these chemicals that other countries have deemed potentially toxic enough to limit. We don't have the limits.
Chair, they are available to New South Wales Health if they want them. We again, I think the public health question is a question for New South Wales Health.
Any other questions for these witnesses?
Very good.
It's time has expired, shall we say, for this session. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate it, Mr. Nichols and Ms. Allen as well for appearing, and thank you, Sydney Water, for appearing today. The committee will get in touch with you if you agree to take anything on notice, or if the committee members have supplementary questions for you. Thanks again for appearing. We will now break for afternoon tea. We'll be back at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
kick off. It's going to take a while to get people sworn in. May as well. Good, great. Thank you. Welcome back to our final afternoon session to government witnesses. We'll begin by getting those of you who haven't already sworn into this inquiry sworn in. So we'll start with, let's see, we'll start with you, Dr. Connerty, please, on my left, if you are right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Name, position, title and oath or affirmation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My name's Dr. Stephen Connerty. I'm Director of the Environmental Health Branch in Health Protection New South Wales, part of New South Wales Health. And I'll make the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. McAnulty.
My name's Dr. Jeremy McAnulty. I'm Executive Director of Health Protection New South Wales at New South Wales Ministry of Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Chappell and Mr. Beeman have been sworn in already. Ms. Smith.
So, Fiona Smith is my name, Executive Manager Strategy and Performance with Water New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Magaharan.
Yeah. Ronan McGahern, Executive Manager Operations from Water New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Guinea.
My name's Brendan Guiney, the Executive Officer of the New South Wales Water Directorate, representing local water utilities in New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Now, opening statements. Is anybody giving one? Okay, Mr. Chappell, we've heard one opening statement from you, so will be different to the previous
that's
one,
right.
I'm assuming.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us up here on this important issue. And before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and extend my respects to their elders, past and present, and any Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander colleagues joining today. Noting our previous appearance where we did provide an opening statement, I'd like to provide some additional information on our role working with the Commonwealth on Commonwealth-owned sites, consistent with some testimony the EPA provided in January to a Senate inquiry. In respect of Commonwealth sites, there are a number of challenges. In New South Wales, the polluter pays. The EPA has no legal powers, however, to compel the Australian Government to undertake remediation actions on Australian Government land. And this includes Department of Defence sites, as well as Australian Government, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts sites, such as Sydney Airport, Bankstown Airport and Camden Airport. Nonetheless, the EPA has pursued the Australian Government as the polluter to take actions to protect the community from PFAS contamination, including at RAF Base Williamtown and other defence and federal airport sites in New South Wales. Without legal powers to compel the Australian Government, this has created issues for the EPA in exercising our effective regulatory functions. The EPA advocates on behalf of the community impacted by Commonwealth activities such as defence bases and federal airports to ensure they're assessed and managed, even though we do not have legislative powers to do so. The EPA has also assessed New South Wales sites around Australian Government sites to ensure the local communities have access to accurate information. In New South Wales, we've fostered a collaborative approach to the management of PFAS across agencies responsible, including New South Wales Health, government scientists, water agencies and the Department of Primary Industries. Unfortunately, this has not always been the EPA's experience working with the federal agencies, and we'd appreciate the opportunity to extend the spirit of collaboration more effectively across jurisdictions. Recently, we've seen an example around Botany Bay where signs have been erected without communication with our agency, which contradict the advice the EPA has provided based on sampling and scientific testing. Greater effort from Commonwealth agencies to work with us on matters relating to PFAS contamination in New South Wales would help ensure local communities receive consistent and accurate information. In New South Wales, We have established a whole-of-government team of experts to support the EPA's investigation program known as the Technical Advisory Group, or TAG, chaired by the EPA and containing government experts from New South Wales Health, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, Fisheries, Agriculture, Biosecurity, the New South Wales Food Authority and DECU's Science Division. The TAG reviews investigation, scientific reports and sampling results to help develop tailored and general precautionary advice on actions impacted communities can take to reduce their exposure. The TAG also assesses ongoing monitoring reports for specific sites such as those at RAAF base Williamtown, and undertakes detailed risk assessments used to formulate specific tailored dietary advice for food consumption as precautionary advice for the community. We also use the experts in the PFAS TAG to review the EPA's approach to sampling and interpretation of data and help ensure the advice we provide is rigorous and robust. I note the inquiry has had recent commentary that some in the community consider there's a lack of coordination inside the New South Wales Government on these important issues, and I want to assure the community that is not the case. The EPA has also established the New South Wales PFAS Expert Panel under the Protection of the Environment Administration Act. The expert panel is chaired by the New South Wales Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer and consists of senior representatives from the same agencies included in the TAG. It provides the EPA and other agencies with strategic advice on management of risks posed by PFAS to people and the environment. The EPA and other agencies are concerned about man-made chemicals that are persistent and bioaccumulate where they occur in the environment. We've seen the evolution of the science that underpins the setting of national standards, laboratory techniques and assessment approaches rapidly change over the last 10 years. An example of the rapid changes has been the development of the PFAS National Environment Management Plan. Since January 2018, there have been 3 iterations of these national standards, and we expect more to come as science continues to become available. I'd like to point the committee to an interesting piece of work undertaken by the Victorian EPA titled Summary of PFAS Concentrations Detected in the Environment. The Victorian EPA undertook soil, sediment and water sampling across a range of different land uses, and the work identified a 100% detection rate of PFAS in urban environments, 75% detection rate in agricultural environment and 87% detection rates in mixed catchments. Unfortunately, this work highlights the ubiquitous nature of these chemicals. And we live in an environment that has many natural contaminants, such as lead, for example, as well as man-made chemicals such as PFAS. A number of these can pose a risk to people and the environment, but there are 3 important factors that turn these hazards into risks. Firstly, toxicity of the contaminant. Secondly, how receptors are exposed. And thirdly, the frequency or duration of exposure. The use of risk assessment provides a robust and systematic approach that underpins the development and implementation of contaminant management in Australia. Under our investigation program, we've used the agreed national approach that focuses on the areas of greatest risk and the degree of potential harm, being the activities that have used large quantities of PFAS over long periods of time. As noted previously, the EPA leads a statewide PFAS investigation program and does so in close partnership with other agencies and regulators such as New South Wales Health. When it comes to drinking water quality, this is a responsibility of New South Wales Health and water utilities under the Public Health Act. I understand New South Wales Health has asked water utilities to ensure they have assessed risks to drinking water from PFAS and included this in their drinking water management system. New South Wales Health is supporting local water utilities in regional New South Wales that have not tested with initial screening tests for PFAS. An example of this close work between New South Wales Health and the EPA has been the recent PFAS testing across 83 local water utilities. EPA has been working with Health to help identify potential sources and identify approaches to reduce PFAS risks in those communities with detections. The work the EPA is involved in the PFAS space doesn't stop there. EPA assists authorities to comply with New South Wales government restrictions on long-chain PFAS firefighting foams, and thanks to the recent passage of the Environment Legislation Amendment Hazardous Chemicals Act in 2024, New South Wales is able to adopt the Industrial Chemicals Environmental Management Standards, ICHEMS. We know there's been a lot of discussion about stopping PFAS entering the system in the first place, and I'm very pleased to advise the committee that under the new ICHEMS framework, PFAS chemicals, PFOA, PFOS and PFH-XS will be prohibited from being imported, manufactured, exported or used from 1 July this year. So the EPA is focusing on stopping PFAS from being included in everyday products and packaging like compostable packaging because of the risk to water streams, and this work includes guidance on how to test and report on PFAS in fibre-based food content packaging and how to find alternative materials. The EPA is also very involved in the development of the National PFAS Environment Management Plan and other matters relating to PFAS which are considered through the Heads of EPA Forum. So that's just a short update and summary of actions the EPA is undertaking to manage existing PFAS contaminated sites and seeking to prevent further contamination. We acknowledge the community's concerns. The issue of PFAS contamination remains complex and the science continues to evolve, and we need to ensure the community has the best available information to ensure that people can minimise their exposure effectively to PFAS chemicals, and that's why the EPA continues to review and, where necessary, update the measures we're taking alongside other state and federal government agencies to ensure we protect the environment and human health from PFAS contamination. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. McAnulty.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to appear. I'd like to begin by also acknowledging that we're meeting on Aboriginal land and pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and any Aboriginal people at the inquiry today. The community has understandable concerns about their potential exposures to PFAS. New South Wales Health acknowledges that the community can experience high levels of distress associated with potential exposure to PFAS. New South Wales Health is committed to work across government agencies and with stakeholders to help utilities minimise exposure to PFAS, comply with the National Health and Medical Research Council Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, and communicate effectively with their communities. Together with other government agencies, we are committed to prevent, monitor and investigate where appropriate remediation and appropriately remediate PFAS contamination to limit a potential impact on health. Although to date a causative relationship between the health effects and PFAS exposure has not been clearly established, PFAS exposure has been associated with various health effects. The available evidence on the health effects of PFAS is limited, and associations have been generally small and unlikely to be important to many health outcomes. However, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, or IAC, has reviewed the carcinogenicity, or the potential cause cancer, of PFOA and PFOS chemicals, but has not yet published the related monograph which details the evidence that IARC has used to underpin the classification. Whilst PFAS has not definitively been shown to cause disease in humans, the science and our understanding of these issues will continue to evolve. As a precaution, the Australian Government, Department of Health and the National Environmental Health Standing Committee, or NHEalth, continues to recommend exposure to PFAS be minimised wherever possible. Excuse me 1 minute. Water utilities have responsibilities under the Public Health Act 2010. All water utilities are required to have a drinking water management system or quality assurance program based on the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. Water utilities must demonstrate how they satisfy these requirements. As part of its management system, a utility should assess the risk of contamination of drinking water and also have processes to communicate with consumers about the quality of drinking water. To comply with the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, water utilities need to assess and control sources of contamination in their catchment and or changes to treatment processes if other processes do not control that risk. New South Wales Health recommends that all local water utilities report drinking water monitoring results, including PFAS, to their communities. The NHMRC has a robust process for expert, evidence-based rolling revision of the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. In October 2024, the NHMRC published proposed changes to the guideline value for PFAS. New South Wales Health will support the implementation of revised guideline values for PFAS when they are finalised. The proposed guideline values are conservative and incorporate considerable safety factors. It's important to note that the NHMRC has confirmed that drinking water that meets the current guidelines remains safe to drink. Sydney Water and Water New South Wales have acted to manage PFAS risk in water supplied from the Cascade Water Filtration Plant, including the commissioning of a temporary PFAS treatment system. Hunter Water has also been active in managing PFAS risk in its supply. Initial screening from the public drinking water supplies in regional New South Wales were reassuring for the majority of drinking water supplies. Of the 83 local water utilities, which have included a total of 263 drinking water supplies, tested in 2024, excuse me once again. Of the 83 local water utilities, including 263 drinking water suppliers tested in 2024. Only 3 suppliers had initial results or were above the draft proposed drinking water guidelines. One of the utilities, I'm sorry, I just have to...
Sorry.
Very good Sydney water there you're drinking.
That's right. Only 3 suppliers had initial results or were above the draft proposed Australian drinking water guidelines. One of these utilities had a supplier with an initial result that was above the current Australian drinking water guidelines. In addition to the 3 utilities that had results above the proposed guidelines, a 4th utility had a result at the proposed guideline, with a subsequent result below the proposed guideline. New South Wales Health is proactively engaging to support these utilities to manage PFAS levels in their drinking water. There are broader challenges faced by some local water utilities in regional New South Wales, including managing risks from pathogens, cyanobacteria, chemical characteristics, extreme climate events, ageing infrastructure and resourcing. There are processes underway for the New South Wales Government to respond to the New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commission's review of the local water utilities funding models, which will consider many of these challenges and the merit of implementing minimum water quality standards. New South Wales Health will continue to work with other government agencies to support local water utilities to provide safe drinking water to their consumers by supporting the implementation of the drinking water management systems that are based on the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start with a few questions to begin with before I go to other oh, there is, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, if we could make an opening statement. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Also, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the land of Gadigal people, pay respects to elders past and present. So Water New South Wales operates 41 major dams around the state, capturing and storing water and supplying it ready for distribution for use in the environment, agriculture, industry and the community. And with responsibility for delivering 2/3 of all water in New South Wales, we take water quality and the health of our communities very seriously. In Greater Sydney, we manage and protect the declared areas of the drinking water catchment, which is around 16,000 square kilometres, so stretching north past Lithgow, down past Goulburn to Braidwood, and it's an area equivalent to half the size of Belgium. The strict legislative protections and restrictions on human activities within this area are in place to ensure raw water supplied from the 21 dams in this catchment is as clean and as safe as possible. In providing water that is then treated for drinking, we believe nothing is more important than a safe water supply. We work closely with Sydney Water and New South Wales Health to assess hazards to the water supply and ensure that drinking water supplied to customers meets the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. And in doing so, Water New South Wales closely monitors source water, receiving live quality data from physical in situ instruments and taking around 10,000 manual water samples every year. Those samples are tested for over 180 analytes, including chemicals, bacteria, contaminants. So altogether, we perform almost 250,000 analyses every year. Our work is informed by the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines and follows a standard for water managers across Australia. And it's a risk-based approach in protecting the source water, meaning we focus our time and resources on the water quality parameters that are likely to pose the highest risk to public safety and to providing a safe drinking water supply. Another component of the risk-based approach is regularly conducting catchment to customer risk assessment reviews with our partner agencies New South Wales Health and Sydney Water. Our reviews first identified PFAS as a hazard of emerging concern in 2017, and an assessment was conducted. The outcomes of this assessment showed that the risk to Greater Sydney's water supply was low, with no major industrial sources of PFAS identified in the catchment area. In doing these assessments for PFAS, we applied the guidance provided by the National Environmental Management Plans, the NEMP, and as the Australian authority. And since then, we have continued to monitor developments of the latest science and changes in risk, including from the EPA's PFAS investigation program. And as is well known, following the detection of elevated levels of PFAS in 2 dams, Medlow Dam and Greaves Creek Dam, Water New South Wales took the action to disconnect those from the affected Blue Mountains dams as a precautionary measure. We also commenced regular testing and are undertaking a forensic investigation into the source, including land use mapping and the development of a conceptual site model. At all times, we've sought to keep the local community up to date, including hosting 3 community drop-ins in the Blue Mountains in September 2024, publishing fortnightly water quality testing results and 2 community updates. And we anticipate our investigation report will be available in mid-2025, and we look forward to sharing the findings with the community. Water New South Wales operates around the state. However, in regional New South Wales, we don't have the same catchment management role as we do in Sydney, nor do we operate urban water supply dams or directly supply drinking water. The storage dams, however, are often popular locations for recreational activities such as boating, swimming and fishing. So reflecting our different role in the regions, we have conducted a screening analysis of our regional dams, supporting the New South Wales Government's work with testing by local water utilities. All our results are within the recreational and drinking water guidelines, and these results have been provided to local water utilities to help inform their own risk assessments, and they're also available on the Water New South Wales website. And we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Goney.
I represent the 90 council and local water utilities across regional New South Wales. Many small councils who don't have the scale and capacity to respond on these detailed technical matters, so thank you for your time today. We've always been committed to protecting public health and the environment. The Water Directorate collaborates with government and non-government bodies to produce better water supplies right across regional New South Wales. I think the most important point I can make is it's very difficult to just stop providing water and sewage services in regional New South Wales. I think you heard from some of our members earlier, including Gwydir Shire and Dubbo Regional Council, in that there's a complex interplay when we start to have water quality challenges that can also affect water security and the ability to continuously supply water. So we support the submissions of many parties about source control of PFAS being the most pragmatic and effective measure, because we don't think we can build our way out of trouble with this particular challenge. We can't test everywhere all of the time. I don't think regional communities can afford that. So we're very much reliant on the state agencies, hopefully the participation and funding of the Commonwealth, to deal with this in a strategic way and support a risk-based approach, because we've got many challenges and many contaminants of concern out there in water. So thank you, and I'm also ready for questions.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I wanted to turn to the situation of the Blue Mountains water supply, the contamination that was there in the water that residents of the Blue Mountains believe that they may have been drinking for some time in terms of PFAS in their water. Dr. McAnulty, why isn't New South Wales Health doing any kind of screening of blood of the residents of the Blue Mountains?
So, first of all, we understand the concern that the community has, and there's been a lot of interest in blood testing. The results that we have are the levels are below the current drinking water guidelines, so we would not expect there to be ill health effects from drinking the water, from what we know. Screening of blood or testing of blood for an individual does not provide evidence that either predicts disease outcome or helps in the diagnosis of any health conditions. That's the main reason for clinical reasons. There may be a role, and National and Health and the Australian Government has recommended there may be a role for well-constructed, well-designed monitoring at a population level over time to see what happens with PFAS results in well-constructed studies where there is concern. And there's been a number of studies that ANU has been involved in that has looked at different levels of different communities.
So it's New South Wales's Health's position that there's no point in testing blood. Did you say there was no correlation?
There's no evidence that you can take from a person's individual blood test that can be used to give information to that individual about whether they're at increased risk of any disease or condition, or in helping diagnose any condition. So there's, for the individual, there is no known benefit with the information we have to date.
I did meet a woman who was actually at the Katoomba hearing who told me that she ended up getting her own blood tested. She went to her GP. Her GP said that they couldn't get her blood tested. She'd have to go to Douglas Hanly. While she went there, she had to pay $500 for this blood test of her PFAS levels. Her PFAS levels came back at a level that the figure in the US National Centre for Biotechnology Information has deemed as high. This woman put a submission into the federal inquiry into PFAS. So she shared her submission with me. Her PFAS levels were something like just above the 20 micrograms per millilitre. I think that's the micrograms per millilitre, which says here, the US National Centre for Biotech Information says that if somebody comes back with that level, the doctor should conduct thyroid function testing. They should assess for signs and symptoms of kidney cancer. Don't you think that's one of the reasons why people do get their blood tested? Because there have been associations. New South Wales Health continues to say that PFAS doesn't cause any disease, but it's the association, the potential, isn't it? And that's what the research is showing, that there's a potential for somebody, a greater potential for them to develop thyroid issues or kidney cancer.
The evidence, as I understand it, based on evidence available and discussions nationally, is that for an individual, whatever their level, it actually isn't helpful in predicting whether they're at increased risk of those cancers or conditions you mentioned. So without that evidence, it can't be used to assist in what the risk of the person might be, and therefore whether other tests are necessary. It's important to remember in the background that PFAS is ubiquitous in the community, and so people might be exposed in a range of products they're consuming, apart from water. So we all have, and be expected to have, PFAS levels in our blood. That level, just as I understand it from expert advice and materials, there is no correlation at an individual level between that level and what your disease risk might be.
And has New South Wales Health advised Fire and Rescue New South Wales in relation to firefighters that blood, the same advice for those individuals that may have historically worked with a Triple F, the PFAS firefighting foam? New South Wales Health suggested that blood testing in that situation has no value either.
I'm not aware of that specific advice.
So the Assistant Commissioner in Katoomba, when asked about blood testing from a firefighter, for example, that would approach the agency requesting to have their blood tested because they've got a particular illness or potentially cancer, he said to me, prior New South Wales Health advice suggested blood testing had no current value in informing clinical management of people with exposure to PFAS. He read that out. That was his lines that he had prepared. So that's what New South Wales Health has also advised in relation to firefighters.
Without knowing that specific piece of evidence, but that is consistent with what I was saying earlier.
But firefighters have worked with the foam, the very toxic PFAS foam that was phased out in 2007, Dr. McAnulty. You don't see any reason for firefighters to have their blood tested as a result of working with that foam? I mean,
if the question is about whether that information is going to help that individual know whether or not they have an increased risk for disease, it won't. Given the available information we have, my understanding of the evidence is it won't help predict that person's risk of disease.
There's lots of other jurisdictions that are undertaking blood tests, though, of, for example, in the US, which I visited recently, Minnesota, we've got a history of quite high PFAS pollution, obviously, but they undertake extensive testing for impacted communities. Is there a reason why New South Wales Health seems so resistant to it?
What we like in New South Wales Health is keen to follow the evidence and provide advice to the community about what the evidence shows. There is, as I mentioned earlier, there is maybe a role in properly constructed studies of using population-based levels of PFAS to determine whether at a population community group over time, whether blood levels have been changing to reflect, and that can be used to help understand whether policies about reducing exposures to PFAS have been successful or not. And I understand, and I might defer to Dr. Connerty here, I understand the Australian government has begun a study to monitor that.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Australian government has funded, the Australian Bureau of Statistics around about 800,000 to add on a component of testing to one of their existing studies. So that's I think it's the intergenerational mental health study. So, and that will give us a good understanding of the population distribution of PFAS, various range of PFAS chemicals in the Australian population. So I think that's probably a kind of credible population-based study that Dr. McAnother was referring to, and we expect that, my information is that those results should become available in 2025.
Sorry, quick question before I throw it to Mr. Martin. What exactly are they in terms of the ABS? What's the data they're collecting there? Is it blood?
Yes, they're collecting blood. So some of the studies that are done at that national level have a component of physical examination, and so it's been added on to one of those studies.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mr. Taylor-Martin now.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chappell, you began your opening statement by telling us that polluters pay here in New South Wales, and that the EPA cannot compel the Commonwealth to pay its fair share in regards to PFAS, for example, around defence bases, particularly Air Force bases. Is it fair to say where the EPA cannot compel a polluter to pay, or it cannot identify the offending polluter, that action is not then taken to the same level of remediation where it can otherwise be the case where a polluter can be identified?
No, I mean, we seek to use a risk-based approach for remediation. When I'm talking about the polluter paying an ultimate liability or conviction for offences, the Commonwealth Constitution creates some challenges there for the entities. And, there is an intergovernmental agreement, but I think it would be more effective if we could agree that either Commonwealth entities would submit themselves to the same rules and regulations that apply to every other entity in the state, or duplicate or replicate those and try and align. In terms of how we consider remediation, I might invite my colleague, Mr. Beeman, to give you a bit more detail there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think remediation often gets viewed as something that's very narrow in its definition, but the way the National Environmental Management Plan for PFAS thinks about remediation, it's got a couple of things here. So it's about source removal. So if you can identify the source and the polluter, you can remove the source and you can dispose of that material. It's about source control. So how do you limit the material leaving a site? So is there anything you can do to contain it? The other things that we often do is intervention, exposure pathway interventions, and they're about changing people's behaviour. And then there's also the thing about receptor management. Where does it go? Where does it end up? Is there any advice we can give the community? So typically the way that our program's run in New South Wales is we've done about 1,100 sites that we've looked at, which is probably the biggest sort of analysis in the country. So often we can find a particular hotspot on a site or any particular source, Where we're now moving, and where the debate has sort of moved, this debate around the drinking water has taken it, is around this ambient PFAS in the ambient environment. And what Mr. Chappell spoke about in his opening statement is some really great work that's come out of Victoria about, you know, the detections that we see of PFAS and PFOS in the environment. That's a much more challenging one to manage because you haven't got a particular single source always to identify where to put those remediation strategies.
Sure thing. Are you able to give us a bit more of an insight into the difference in remediation strategies for different sites? For example, defence bases. Is it the case that Defence is saying that they'll look after some sites? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know in Williamtown that was the case a while ago, that Defence were remediating some of the water surrounding Williamtown alone.
Yeah, there's some really, and you know, we've been pushing Defence pretty hard, and we want to stay on their hammer to make sure they, you know, they say they're going to do something, make sure they do it. They've installed 3 water treatment plants and another one to come online. There's interesting statistics on this. They've treated 5.2 billion litres of water, and they've probably extracted about 60 kilograms of PFAS.
Yeah,
so it just shows you a very small quantity goes a long way. So what they've done on the base is pulled out the contaminated soil in the fire training ground. So that's that source control. So they're trying to reduce the massive PFAS that's leaving the site.
Yep.
They're trying to treat the water surface on the site, which they've done. So there's a big lake there called Lake Cochrane, and they've been treating that. The thing that Defence has done now, which we're really supportive of, is they've got pumping wells in what we call the primary management zone, just outside the base, and they're pumping the contaminated water back onto the base and treating it.
This is what the locals call the red zone, yes?
We call it the primary management zone.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that Defence is going to do is put what they call a permeable barrier. So they're going to dig down below Lake Cochrane deep and then put a trench system in that treats the water as it moves through that membrane. So there's a whole range of treatment options that you can use, and Defence has been doing that on those bigger bases.
I'm sure we could talk for the rest of the day. I might pass on to see if others...
Sure, I'll go to Mr. Barrett now.
Sure, thank you. I'm sure we all could talk for the day, Taylor. Mr. Chappell, are we any closer to finding the source of the contamination in Warialda?
In where? Sorry, I didn't hear
Warialda.
In Warialda?
No, so that's one of the 3 sites that Dr. McAnulty talked about of the 83 that were tested. So we're just starting a piece of work with our colleagues in health, looking at what are the potential sources in those 3 detection sites, and so that work's just commenced.
Sorry, so 3 out of the 84 have tested.
It was 3 out of the 83 local water utilities. That was the work that New South Wales Health paid for. There were 3 detections. Warialda was 1. But for each of those detection sites, we're going through, starting the process of identifying and mapping, looking at what other activities occurring in that water catchment that may be a contributor to it. And the obvious things for those catchments for us typically are landfills. So I suspect Warialda has a small land. Most country towns, as you know, usually have a small landfill or tip on the outside of it, and so that's where we'll probably start our work. But we're going to map that so we do it systematically and see if we can identify any sources.
And the other 2 sites, I'm not asking you to just name them if that hasn't been rolled out yet, but is the same thing underway? Are they aware? Are the councils aware?
I might hand over to my colleagues in health because they're the ones that hold all the info on those water sites. But the answer is yes. So we've met with all the councils and we're working together.
Should I speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeremy McAnulty. Yes, so as Mr. Beeman said, we're working closely with the local water utilities in those instances, and the local water utilities have communicated with their councils, with their communities about the results, and we've been working to do additional testing with the local water utilities in the case of Warialda to identify. I think there were a number of bores that were supplying the drinking water, to identify to test those bores. They were tested. Those that were identified to have PFAS in them were taken offline, and then the water cleared through the reservoir, so that now the levels of declined and will continue to decline. Further testing is underway and further meetings are being arranged with the council, the local water utility and other government agencies, as Mr Beeman mentioned.
Are those communities aware themselves?
There's been
or
communication with the communities about the results in those instances, yes.
Sorry, I've missed it. Thank you. Are you able to tell me which ones they are?
Yes, so they're publicly available. They're
Right, sorry.
Te Kata in Riverina Water County Council area, Narrabri in the Narrabri Shire Council area. Those levels were below the current drinking water guidelines.
Yeah, okay.
And Warriolda.
Yeah, sure. Now, I think we've been a bit lucky, and maybe Mr Gurney can answer this one. We've been a little bit lucky, I feel, that Warriolda, for instance, had those. There was a couple of bores that tested positive, but there was still other resources available. The one in Katoomba we could pump up from down the mountain. What happens in one of these communities that doesn't have that alternate source? And I don't know. Molong Dam might be one of them that, you know, is the singular source of water for that community. What happens in those communities if their water source is shut down?
So we wouldn't necessarily shut water off because we do need to provide it 24/7, but working with the regulating agencies, Health and EPA, you would switch those communities onto bottled water immediately. That would be difficult and expensive, and there's a lot of challenging situations like schools and aged care and hospitals where you need to pay closer attention in your community to compromised community members. So not easy, and the larger the inland city or coastal city, the larger the bottled water challenge becomes. So I think, as Health said just earlier, we're very fortunate that there's only 3 to 4 sites that have challenges with PFAS, because if we had a town that didn't have a second source of water, then those sorts of solutions would have to be implemented.
And how far through this testing are we, Mr Chappell? You said 83. There's still more to come?
I think that's a question for Health.
So Jeremy McAnulty again. So no, all the water utilities have been tested now with initial screening, which covered over 200 individual water supplies.
Right. And then I think I might have built the cat on this one a bit earlier, and this might be nothing scenario, but I'm just wondering, are Water New South Wales assets such as Medlow Dam and Greaves Creek traditionally available for firefighting purposes? And obviously this is a question for Water New South Wales.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of any circumstances where it might have been used, but certainly we can take that on notice and look, but it's not traditionally provided as for firefighting purposes. That does not mean in bushfires a helicopter may have extracted water from those dams for firefighting purposes.
I guess my question is, that where I'm clearly going, is I wonder if any consideration was given to the fact was if we did have an incident throughout the summer or even now, we might face a situation where someone in an instant has to make the decision, do we let that country burn or do we put PFAS contaminated water on it? Has any consideration been given to that decision beforehand, and who would be involved in that decision rather than someone having to make it on the spot?
Yeah, so we work very closely with the RFS, and in fact throughout Sydney's declared catchment, the RFS and national parks, we work quite closely with them in terms of firefighting. There is a approved list of chemicals which are used and the RFS is aware of, and then we also have people sit on at the control desk essentially discussing options for accessing water. So those decisions can be made through the control rooms, fighting the various fires with the relevant people.
So then would you be able to take on notice for me then whether any consideration or advice was given to that situation, whether there was a potential we could have been putting PFAS contaminated water onto the land?
I can take that on notice.
Yep. Also, while I'm with Water New South Wales, again, the drought question I've asked before, what would the situation be with something like the Cascade Water Plant that's only operating at 30% at the moment if we were or did have drought conditions like we did have in 1920?
So as you mentioned earlier, there are a number of options in terms of supply for the mountains. And so from Sydney Water's perspective, they're able to pump up the mountains to supply water. In terms of Water New South Wales, we're also able to transfer water from Oberon through to the Cascade system to help manage water supply. So right now, overall in Sydney, our supply level is at about 94% of capacity, and Oberon is a bit higher at 97, and roughly that's we'd get to 50% supply in Oberon in about 2 years if there were no inflows, so zero inflows. So there is quite a bit of flexibility there, and we have a number of options in terms of securing supply.
You can just imagine the frustration level of people as we're running out of water, yet there's water sources sitting there that we can't touch. I think that might put a bit of impetus in the need for some of this filtration. But I'm happy to hand...
Okay, thanks, Mr. Barrett. We can come back to you. I think we'll have another shorter round of questions, so we'll go to Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just had a question for Mr. Chappell. Just following on from the issue raised by my colleague, the Honourable Taylor Martin, where I think we've heard a number of times in evidence in these committee hearings that in New South Wales the polluter pays, and that you've got no ability to enforce state law against the Commonwealth. I mean, I really just want to tease that out a bit by saying, have you given any consideration at all to suing the Commonwealth in order to recover the cost of remediation? Have you got advice about that, or has the state looked at that?
Perhaps I might take that on notice, because some of that thinking, if it has occurred, would precede me. So why don't I take that one on notice?
Okay, but it's not right really to have this position that because they're the Commonwealth there's nothing we can do. And that seems to be the position, doesn't it?
Certainly the advice to me is that, with a few minor exceptions, that's the way the High Court's interpreted this issue. So it puts significant challenges in front of us. It's not to say...
Yeah, I don't think it's quite that clear.
Well, I welcome that discussion and understand.
I'm just wondering, have you got advice, have you given any consideration to taking action, even if that is simply something to prompt a more honest negotiation, perhaps, over how these things are dealt with?
It certainly has been discussed, and I understand in some detail prior to the last few years when I've been more directly involved, but also more recently. But let me take it on notice, and as I said, I'd also welcome,
Yeah, so if you're taking it on notice, then whether you've had a look at, I suppose, enforcing common law rights or taking action in tort against the Commonwealth, and also, I understand the grave difficulties in enforcing state law against the Commonwealth, but there is still some scope there where there are openings, and the court's allowed it in the past, the High Court. So also that issue of whether you've looked at enforcing state law against the Commonwealth.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thank you. Direct this question to the EPA. The mention in the opening statement, and thank you all for coming along. We've got the omnibus government, Commonwealth government submission, the state government submission, I should say, and we've got also the Water Directorate's submission. But specifically in the opening statement from the EPA, the reference to the statewide investigation program. I'm wondering if you'd be able to elucidate on that, its history, what it's currently doing, and perhaps some forecast of what work is likely to do into the future.
Yeah. Would you like to take
I'm happy to take that one.
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So, really, this work really commenced in full in about 2016. Again, driven by community concern around PFAS, and really, the really sort of ground zero for this was Williamtown in terms of community concern around the use of these chemicals. What we've done over a couple of periods of time, used our own internal data sources. We've also engaged with local governments. We wrote to every local council on a number of occasions saying, where are you aware of these chemicals being used, and particularly these types of land uses. The development and the release of the PFAS National Environmental Management Plan, you'll hear us talk about the NEMP version 1 of that was released in 2018 by memory. And from all of our other EPA, all the other EPA's experience and what we could see around the world, that generated a list in the back of it, which we call Appendix B, which is the list of activities undertaken that use large volumes of PFAS chemicals, and it's quite a range of industrial activities, about 29 by memory. And so we've then gone through and systematically identified, really from the top of the list down, where are those sites, had they used PFAS, and then done some, the way the national framework works for site contamination, it's called the Assessment of Site Contamination, NEPM, sets a framework, and the first step you do is a preliminary site investigation. So you do the desktop analysis, and you may take some samples at that point, given what the desktop analysis shows. And so we've systematically gone through and assessed those sites, and that work still continues today.
The number of sites that we're working through, what's the...
1,100. So we've done 1,100 sites. It's probably the most, it is by far the most in comparison to any other jurisdiction. So we've sort of almost started at the RAF bases,
yes,
defence sites, and just worked our way down.
Yeah.
And the pivot point in that is adjacent to that program, we've been working with RFS, the Royal Fire Services, and they have their triage program. So we've agreed with them how they're going to triage their sites. And because they use material, PFAS containing foams for training, and the same with Fire and Rescue New South Wales, they had training facilities, and they'd often go out to the back in some stations, use the backyard at the back or the paddock at the back to clean their equipment, do that over a number of years, or do some basic training at the back of the fire station. And so we're working with both of those agencies still today, systematically working through their sites where their records show that they've used PFAS. So for us, this has been an ongoing and will be an ongoing piece of work for quite a while. This isn't something that we can declare certainly any conclusion that we've completed that work. But we're confident we've just systematically was working our way through that list. The focus on that list is really around what all the literature really talks about, and all the work out that you see overseas, from other jurisdictions like the US. It's where the material's used in over a long period of time in high volumes. So that's the area of the greatest risk. And so if I use for comparison, and personally it's not a great comparison, but somewhere like Williamtown, they're at 150 parts, micrograms per litre in their groundwater, and then you might get to somewhere like, somewhere else in the state. When Botany Bay we sampled recently was 0.0017 micrograms per litre. So we're really focusing our effort on where the greatest potential harm is, and it's been those big RAF defence bases and airports, because that's where a lot of training was done in a very concentrated way. The other part to this is the work where we'll sort of move into next, and been planning for a little while, is around what type of ambient work, a little bit like the Victorians have done. So how do you build a picture for the community about where PFAS is, where across the state? How do you do that in a robust way? How do you make that information accessible? How do we give people good information in relation to how they minimise their exposure to PFAS chemicals? So part of this is starting to build that picture. We get work in from New South Wales Health. We get our own work when we require others to do work, like the Department of Defence. So we're starting to develop up that sort of database of information across the state, and just seeing what that looks like, and is there a particular story we can tell. The other reason why you might do something like an ambient program, it helps you look at elsewhere in the catchment about where there might be potential source sites that may have been missed. So I think at last count there were 363 small country landfills in New South Wales. Like every town above 1,000 people usually has a little tip on the outside. we know that those locations where people are disposing of material end up being sinks for PFAS. So you know, how then do you systematically over time go back and through those landfill sites and identify them and see whether they pose a risk or not. So the program has been a very robust, systematic approach that uses all the national standards and guidelines. That's why we're pretty proud of the nature of the work that the team's done.
Thank you. My just next question, final question. Just I have raised it with previous witnesses, and this is, I guess, directed across the agencies and group. The matter of engaging publicly and communicating with the public over what is a complex issue in a way that's digestible and in plain English, and done in a coordinated fashion. I'm wondering if, and maybe one might speak on behalf of the whole lot, but it's open to all. Is ongoing work being done to look at how that could be done better? Because we do face challenges of people misunderstanding or miscategorising what they're looking at as an event or as a situation, to try and, as clearly as possible, present to the public through whatever channels you use, and be interested to sort of know what channels you do use to explain the actual situation that we're looking at.
Yep, that's I think everyone, and I've been sort of on this PFAS journey for a while now, is that risk communication. How do you turn some very complex science? Some of the data is still a bit, you know, it's still emerging. When we say emerging, there's still debate in the scientific community about that data. If you go and look at the data, the number of journal papers published since the 1990s, it's almost nothing on PFAS till about the mid-2000s, and then the curve just skyrockets. So in peer-reviewed journals. So there was sort of not much being done in the science community, and then all of a sudden it piques everyone's interest in about the mid-2000s. So, and we're talking, that's why the science, when we say the science is still emerging, there's still work that's actually coming to the fore to really guide the work we do. So how do you get all that complex information about risk assessment and harm where people are feeling quite scared and uncertain? They're looking, you know, things on the internet, and how do you give them good information? And all the versions of the National Environmental Management Plan have all talked about risk communication, and that's the bit we're putting. We're starting to put we need to be better at how we do that risk communication. So that's a piece of work we're starting to think about how we can do better. What we found in the past works well, and I heard some of the evidence my colleague Mr. Gathercole gave yesterday, is we find it's often the personal, one-on-one, the chat you can do with someone. That's when we talk about, so the thing we've done in the last couple of years, and I'll use an example, it might be the Mullumbimby fire station where it was detected in the soil there. We just find the door knocking approach, to go and knock on the door and metaphorically have the cup of tea and have that discussion with the property owner and give them advice for their situation, because often it's about, do you have a bore? And sometimes some people have some unregistered bores. We say that's okay, like, we don't worry about that, but we'd like to sample it, we'd like to give you advice. Do you grow veggies in the garden? Yada yada. So you can actually have a very meaningful one-on-one conversation it's not sitting in a brochure or a newsletter or a pamphlet. And so we're finding that to be the way that you can actually have that conversation with people. It's very resource intensive.
Of course, yeah.
But we find in those particular communities, that's the way that's evolved best for us to have that communication one-on-one. We often do it in partnership with other agencies, so we often might take a health colleague along. I know when we did the fire stations, we take a fire and rescue colleague along. They're often known in the community and trusted. But that's really the approach, is how do we that's the challenge, how do we distill this complex information into good risk-based science communication? And it's something. The bonus
of having a fire alarm check while you're having the visit.
Yeah. There's all of that, and it's something we've been having a discussion. I've been having a discussion with Darren Saunders, who's the deputy chief scientist, the officer chief scientist. His background is risk communication in the cancer area, and it's a challenge to to get that information into people's hands. But we try.
Okay, let's go for a second round of questions, shall we?
Thank you.
So, with the testing that's been undertaken by, like with all the local water utilities, just to be clear, so has every single local water utility said yes? Was that mandated that they be tested?
We wrote to each water utility recommending that they do the testing, and then we offered to support them in the paying for the tests for where they hadn't been able to do a test yet. And through personal communication through public health units and also formal correspondence, local water utilities who have the responsibility for doing the testing, did the testing.
Okay, so that's been recommended, and then I understand it that New South Wales Health also recommended rather than directing that they publicly report that information?
That's correct. Water utilities have the responsibility to do the risk assessment, to do follow-up testing and to communicate with their responsibility.
So New South Wales Health doesn't think that it should direct local water utilities to publicise the results of the water testing? New South Wales Health can't make that decision?
I think that's a matter for government, about the relationships between local government and state agencies, about who owns the information. But certainly we have worked with local water utilities to strongly recommend they do that, and those where they've had positive findings have provided that information to their communities.
So I've got an email here that this is in this very extensive SO52 order that I got passed by the House last year. 130 boxes are still downstairs. But one of the emails does suggest, and it's from, it suggests that at this point we thought it was decided that New South Wales Health would recommend rather than direct public reporting. That sounds like the decision does rest with New South Wales Health as to whether they would recommend local water utilities publish the results as opposed to telling them they really should publish the results, doesn't it?
Well, again, the water utilities are the owners of the data and the owners of the responsibility to provide safe water to their communities. And we have a respectful working relationship with local water utilities. We, through our public health units, have regular communications with them. So I think part of our approach is to be supportive, to be respectful of their ownership, and however, if there was, we were concerned that there weren't important information being published, we would work with those communities, water utilities, to explain why they needed to do that. And in fact, the approach was successful in making sure that the testing occurred and that the results were reported where they were above any guideline.
Okay, so with the results that have come back, so I understand how many local water utilities were there issues with in terms of PFAS, but particularly in terms of the new standards. I assume that there are some local water utilities that won't meet the new Australian drinking water standards for, I've got information in front of me for PFAS in particular.
So there were, putting aside Sydney Water and Hunter Water, which have been doing
local
routine,
water utilities.
So there are 83 local water utilities who have 263 individual water systems. So some have multiple water systems at different communities. So those 83 were all tested in 2024. Of those, two had levels above the proposed guidelines. So the guidelines aren't yet in force and aren't yet finalised. We're expecting those to be finalised in April by NHMRC. Two had levels above those proposed guidelines, which are much lower than the current ones. They were Tarcutta and Narrabri. And then one, Warialda, had levels above the current guideline. Another water utility had initial screening at equal to the level of the proposed guideline, but subsequently tested lower. So the majority of...
Were there issues with... Do they all go to the same lab? the
I
water?
understand there were more than one lab involved. We used NATO accredited, the National Association of Testing Agency, the NATO accredited laboratories to have the testing. We arranged for the testing to be done. We would often send out specimen jars, instructions about how to do the testing, and where required, pay for that testing.
Because there was issues, wasn't there, that I think that some of the labs, the reporting limit was too high for the new PFAS limits.
So we went back.
You've repeated that.
We had to go back to a number of the utilities.
Sorry?
We had to go back to a number of the utilities to arrange further testing. So, which was eventually done.
Okay. Mr McAnulty, just back to the communication that New South Wales Health and also the National Health, Health has been communicating in relation to the health effects of PFAS. So in the submission and also in the NHealth's guidance, is there, let's stick with the New South Wales government submission. It says, while PFAS has not definitively been shown to be a cause of disease in humans, NHealth notes as science and our understanding of these issues will continue to evolve, and it also mentions the increased potential associations between PFAS exposure and increased risk of two uncommon cancers, namely testicular and kidney cancer, also being reported. Is there a reason? Because there's quite a lot of research about cholesterol, though, isn't there?
There's a lot of research out there, and there's a difference between associations and causality. So when you look at particular outcomes and a range of exposures that people might have had, when you do epidemiological studies, you'll often find associations between a higher level of an outcome and exposure to certain things, but that doesn't mean they're causal. That could be a range of reasons why
Dr.
that
McAnulty,
is.
I think people are aware of the difference between actually causing the cancer. Like that is I think, well understood. But people even within your department, again, an email here, PFAS and cholesterol, Akishan Lockie Reddy, sorry for that pronunciation, but sent you in July last year. It is well understood that PFAS, owing to their structural resemblance of lipid molecules, may disrupt human lipid metabolism by activating nuclear receptors such as peroxisome proliferator activating receptor alpha, and attached this study, which is per and PFAS exposure and thyroid cancer risk, which essentially says that the study reports association between exposure to PFAS and increased rate of thyroid cancer. Thyroid cancer risk from PFAS exposure is a global concern. Given the prevalence of PFAS exposure, individual PFAS studied here a small proportion of the total number of PFAS supporting additional large-scale prospective studies. I mean, that's people within your own department are sending you and you came back saying, interesting. Thanks, Kishan. Jeremy.
So the evidence...
I am curious as to know whether, is there something going on within New South Wales Health as to kind of continually suppress some of the evidence and research, and does that make its way up to the National Health and Medical Research Council and NHealth? Because it's extraordinary compared to what everybody else is talking about.
It's really important that we...
In fairness, I think I understand that you're asking the question, but...
Is this a point of order?
Well, yes, it is. Well, it is a point of order, because, I mean, I think this is the second time the witness has been addressed from an email that he hasn't had a chance to have before him. You're quoting directly from it. I mean, I think it's just courtesy to ensure a witness can see what's being proposed, because you then, from that, pivot off and make certain assertions. And I just think that, in fairness, there could be a context to that email. I don't know whether you've even asked that question. I think the witnesses do need to be provided with that opportunity to fully understand what's being presented to
Well,
them.
we'll just go with the research document because I don't have a copy at this point. But this research paper, which you're familiar with because one of your people...
I might defer to Dr. Connerty if that's
And
okay.
sorry, and just can I note the word
Doctor.
association was clearly stated in the email that, in terms of you read from it. So the association is dealing with the exact issue of correlation, just to be distinguished from causality. So, I mean, that's not inconsistent with the evidence that's been provided. So,
Can you grab that? Can you give that to Dr. McNaughton?
If I might...
We'll send it round.
Look, Kishan works for me in the Environment Health branch, and he's a very valued colleague. He's also on the TAG, which is, so he is very familiar with PFAS. And look, it's not uncommon within the health department to exchange sort of papers that we come across. As Steve Beeman rightly pointed out, there are thousands of new papers that are dealing with various associations between PFAS and health that are published every year. It's difficult to be across them all. As on the particular point about the association with cholesterol, I think if you look at one of the very good sort of systematic reviews that was done as part of the ANU health study, I mean, I think they had, on balance, they agree that there is an association between PFAS and cholesterol. But for the vast majority of other associations in that systematic review, they have considered that the evidence is really inadequate. And that goes for a number of the cancers that have been, we've been talking about this afternoon, including, kidney and testicular cancer, which are two of the cancers that have been identified particularly in the large occupational cohort studies in the United States. So we haven't seen that at lower levels of PFAS exposure. So I think some of this, but the evidence is evolving, and I think part of this robust discussion that we have within the health department is a sign, I think, of good health, that we're actually taking some of these potential associations seriously.
I'm just conscious of other people's time, so I'll go to Aileen McDonald. Thank you.
I'll change direction here and direct my questions to the Water Director, Mr. Is it Guiney? Guiney, sorry. I just, with regard to, I think, page 4 of your submission, can you please expand on the environmental and social impacts of PFAS contaminations that you outlined? And are there groups which are more at risk when contamination occurs, and how would you address those?
So we always defer again in support with the regulators about environmental risks to EPA and health risks to health, of course. Noting that a lot of the local water utilities we work with aren't highly capable in science and engineering. But to answer your question about what general cohorts, if we have water quality incidents in communities, you would start to worry about aged care facilities, schools, hospitals, and the consequences of having a water quality incident on those parts of the community can be very serious. You can't simply cut water off to a hospital or an aged care facility, and then what do you do next? So that's why we take those sorts of incidents very seriously, and we're encouraging utilities to have better incident management plans in place and map out their where those community facilities are that could be suffer serious consequences from a water quality failure.
So have you got an example of where you've done this? Just off the top of your head, sorry.
So in terms of actual examples, no. My career is about 25 years long.
Yep.
I've been in a few water quality incidents myself as a water engineer. We've certainly seen episodes, even in the floods and the fires, where either water quantity or water quality was compromised or cut off,
yep.
and that we need to escalate to the combat agencies and our regulators to get assistance.
Okay. And then I think on page 7, in your submission you state, and I'll just read it, local water utilities which are owned and operated by New South Wales local government lack the necessary resources, expertise and capacity to independently address the complex risks posed by PFAS contamination to human health and the environment. Effectively managing these risks will require significant funding, coordination and leadership from responsible New South Wales government agencies. Do you have like a structure in mind, or could you sort of map out what would that look like?
So I think the regulating agencies certainly have talked about their investigations and programs, and we've talked about our reliance on open communication, sharing data with the appropriate utilities, which is already underway. If we take it back up a level in terms of risk reduction for councils, there's been a town water risk reduction program in place for more than 4 years now. Water New South Wales, EPA and Health have been coordinating on a multi-agency approach with the local water utilities. Keeping in mind when I talk about the capacity to solve issues, water operators and engineers in regional New South Wales are not specialists. They have to be very generalist in their operations. We call them jack of all trades compared to, say, a Sydney water operator. So having those collaborative approaches as alongside the regulators is really quite important. But I also think witnesses earlier in the day, like Whiteshire and Dubbo, did allude to where some water supplies are compromised and we need to either increase treatment or we need to find new sources of water. That's extremely expensive, and we don't think we can build our way out of trouble easily. It will take a very long-term strategic approach. That's presently mapped out in the Safe and Secure Water Program, which has been about $1 billion every 10 years. Now, $1 billion over 10 years sounds like a lot, but we think we've got a backlog of effort of about in excess of $5 billion for regional water utilities. So we've got significant challenges, and we could use a lot of support from the higher levels of government.
Yeah. And not to put you on the spot, have your members found it easy to interact with, say, EPA and New South Wales Health when identifying and testing and then treating for PFAS?
I think in the last 6 to 12 months there's been a massive increase in communication on PFAS, and we've been very grateful. A lot of public-facing information now. I think the councils have played their part quite well, particularly those councils that are affected and are above either the proposed limits or the current PFAS limits. So everyone's doing their best.
And you think that's because there's more of it? So EPA and New South Wales Health sort of already know what to do, so when someone comes knocking on their door, they've already sort of got a plan of action that they can implement?
Keeping in mind, I think that some utilities have had earlier experience, particularly Hunter Water at Williamtown. So while Hunter Water and Sydney Water are not our members because they're not local government, we do rely on, we can contact the utilities and look at the lessons learned. To coin an industry pun though, a lot of this information flowing through councils, it's like trying to drink from a hydrant, and we see our role as trying to distill down and get simpler, concise messages and implementable actions for small utilities.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's fair to say from the hearings that we've had and the evidence that we've seen, so we have this problem in different parts of the state. It's a large problem. In different parts of the state, it's a smaller problem. Take that. We can't unscramble this egg. The genie's out of the bottle. So I guess my question is more for New South Wales Health. Should there be a standardised protocol which would then be well circulated and communicated not only to medical professionals and those in the chemical industry or firefighting, but also throughout the community with regards to basically a protocol for what to do if you're exposed throughout your occupational life or throughout ordinary life? We heard earlier today from a local up in the Coffs Harbour area who has been exposed to PFAS and has had symptoms through the different types of barrels that he uses and has used in the past. So should there be a protocol? Is there one in place that's just not well communicated? I mean, it seems very haphazard that people might see their GP, they might present to a hospital, and they're treated differently depending on the level of education from the medical professional that they see.
Certainly we've tried to, as Mr Beeman said earlier, tried to make sure we've got coordinated communication at the national and state level, so there's clear, concise information that's available to the public. But yeah, look, happy to take on that we can do better in how we communicate and to clinicians and the community, and we'll continue to work with the other agencies to, as the evidence evolves, to try and make sure that people have the right information.
Thank you. Doctor, did anyone else wish to add? No?
Look, I mean, we have given advice most recently, I think, to GPs in the Blue Mountains area, because we actually provided a fact sheet, and but it included the recommendation, which is that N-Health recommendation, that we don't see that there's a particular indication for blood testing, and so we wouldn't recommend it, but patients can pursue it at their own cost if they wish, which is not a very kind message in some ways. I think for those other special categories of people who might be in occupational groups who might be exposed at high levels, I think there might be some sort of case or rationale, even for to provide reassurance, to provide some testing. But no, we don't have a particular protocol, and generally at least the national level, the advice is still, and this is based on sound grounds, that if I test you or I, it doesn't provide any particular diagnostic or prognostic information of value, so it can't tell you what's going to happen in the future. So, but I agree that that's something that we can work on in terms of our communication.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answer of both of you to that, because throughout this inquiry we have heard that different people get different responses, and that's a good point you just said then. It's not I think you said it's not a kind message to tell people to go stump up for their own blood tests. And I mean, we've talked a lot, whether it's the EPA or councils or the different water bodies, to get rid of this chemical out of the environment. But we now are in a phase where there are particular people, particularly our state's firefighting service, where they need to get it out of their bodies. And there just doesn't seem to be a protocol for that. Or, as I said earlier, Mr Chappell said in his opening statement, polluters are meant to pay to remove it from the environment. But we're at a point now where people are meant to pay to get it out of their bodies. It's terrible. Anyway, that's not a question, that's just a comment. So there you go. Chair?
I've got a few more questions. I'll just look at...
Yeah, thank you. Think to the EPA again, but others may jump in. It's a technical question, you might want to take it on notice, but we've had evidence about the identification of plumes in aquifers and the movement of those plumes and the variability of that movement. I'm just wondering, is the technology that we're using or available for us to use for the identification and the tracking of the movement of plumes of PFAS, and if they don't exist, please tell me I'm barking up the wrong tree, that we're satisfied we are able to do that. So if there is some testing and we believe that is the case, or perhaps it may be the case, that testing of aquifer plumes can be done and can be done to a quite a high standard.
The answer to that is yes, and I'll take you to Williamtown as a good example, in that if you are able to get enough groundwater monitoring bores in place to get a good spatial coverage of the area that you're interested in, and you can do that regular testing and then develop up plume models. So plume models are things, in the EPA we're lucky we have a couple of hydrogeologist specialists with PhDs that this is their specialty. It is a very specialised area. You can do that plume modelling to work out where the plume is today, and then with the movement of that ground, where do we think it goes in the future?
Right.
And Williamtown is a good example. So Williamtown actually has 3 zones: a primary zone, which is just just outside the defence base, a secondary zone, and a broader management zone.
Yes.
And there's a lot of community debate about those zones,
Yes.
but the zones were developed with an eye to what the plume models were telling us that might happen in the future. So we could be quite protective early on when we issued that map in December 2017. We could then say, it mightn't be in this part of the area now, but if nothing changes, the plume expects to... And if you think of a plume, it's a little bit like ink on a blotting paper, it just spreads out. And so we could model that quite effectively. And so we do have access to experts. We also within the EPA, but also within the broader department, DQ, the broader water, environment department. But that's really, you can do it if you've got really good groundwater testing data.
Thank you.
Mr. Beeman, I just wanted to ask you about, let's go to Central Coast Water, Warimba Creek. There has been a platypus that was found there. I think there was one in Warimba Creek, dead platypus, one in Hunter River at Morpeth. You're aware of the study that was undertaken by UNSW about the PFAS levels in platypus?
Yes.
Very high levels in the ones found in Warimba Creek and Hunter River, Morpeth. When I asked the EPA yesterday about the Hunter River, Morpeth one and high PFAS levels potentially in that river, they said that it's probably as a result of the Hunter Water sewage treatment plant that's there. So there's several things. Firstly, what response has the EPA done to try and find those high levels of PFAS, clearly in Warimba Creek, around there, as well as the knowledge that Hunter River at Morpeth as well potentially also has high PFAS. So are you doing anything about Warimba Creek firstly?
Absolutely. The teams have actually been out sampling at Warimba Creek. So there's been sampling occurring on the upstream section of that creek for quite a few years, but the team, I think Central Coast Council advised us of a detection, and so we've swung into action with Council and gone out and done more testing, and the idea of that testing is to see if we can identify sources.
What about Mangrove Mountain landfill?
Yeah, so there's been testing at the landfill over quite a amount of time. The first thing you see that pops out of a landfill usually isn't PFAS, it's ammonia. So we use ammonia as the signature contaminant when a landfill has leaked into the environment. And so there's been ongoing testing at that landfill, I understand, as part of a licence condition, and we haven't seen that
ongoing testing of, PFAS?
No, but for ammonia, because you see ammonia first before you typically see PFAS. So we haven't seen a breakout of anything from the landfill site as a pollutant.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's because you've only tested for ammonia?
Yeah, but you use ammonia as an indicator.
It's the canary.
Yeah.
And so because there's no ammonia,
you
don't test for PFAS?
Yeah. But we've actually, nevertheless, we've been actually sampling around that upper part of the catchment at Warimba Creek, and the teams are out this week. And
including PFAS.
And then for PFAS. And that will look at a whole range of sources we'll probably look at. So I understand that part of the community is actually on septic tanks, and so people have it in their washing detergents and soaps and all that household stuff. So so we need to actually run that down. We'll actually also look at the landfill, and so there'll be testing done at the landfill, and we'll also further work downstream. So no, absolutely take that one. We take that Warimba one seriously, and when Council came to us, we offered us. We've got the technical expertise to help local councils address these issues.
Just sticking at that one, because we'll go back to the Hunter Water Sewage Treatment Plant in a second. But so for the Warimba Creek, then recognising that the Sydney Water, the contamination there was potentially from a 1992 petrol tanker crash, and Fire and Rescue New South Wales said to us that they had undertaken a collection of data and evidence of accidents, big accidents that had occurred, and firefighting foam was used between mid-80s right through, I think, till 2007 or something, in areas that potentially would see foam going into the catchment. Does your investigation extend to that? Are you looking at the types of serious accidents that occurred around the area?
I think that one I'd have to take on notice. I haven't actually had a chance to sit with the team in detail in the last couple of days, but I know they've been out testing last week. But I can take that on notice.
Have you asked Fire and Rescue to do that though? Because they said they've done this in the Blue Mountains. Has the EPA communicated with Fire and Rescue to assist them? Would it make sense that that
I'm not sure
happens?
as evidence I can say they have or haven't. I haven't had a chance to talk to the team.
Right. So were you aware of Fire and Rescue doing that in the Blue Mountains?
Yes. Yeah, no, in terms of a RIMBO, I haven't actually found out off the team whether they are, what lines of inquiry they're adopting in terms of other PFAS sources in that catchment.
Would it make sense, or Mr. Chappell, for that to be a line of inquiry that across the state, really, in terms of significant petrol tanker or other fires on roadsides, highways that required a hell of a lot of firefighting foam pre-2007 to put out, to be part of your investigations in terms of where that foam then flowed?
Yes, I understand that analysis has commenced, but I'm just not sure of the status. I know we've had some conversations at a strategic level about the issue more broadly with some of these agencies like Fire and Rescue, but...
Right.
So is the question you're asking, are we looking at previous motor vehicle accidents to build into our PFAS
yes, because
program?
at this point your contaminated sites is largely...
A site?
Yes,
Yep.
a site.
Yep.
Yet, you know, it was an investigation by the community
Yep.
that found this very disturbing footage about the, you know,
Yep.
foam going into the catchment, what have you.
Yep.
Is that now an active line of investigation, not just for where it's already been discovered in the Blue Mountains, but other areas?
I think the answer to that is yes, but I'll qualify it on a risk basis. So you need to, you got a bit like PFAS more generally. You're going to have it applied in hundreds, or if not thousands, of motor vehicle accidents over the last 30, 40 years.
That's the point of the... But it's the massive petrol tanker.
Yeah, correct.
I'm not talking every...
But even those, you're going to have a lot of those that have occurred over the last 40, 50 years. The overlay of that is what's the sensitive land use nearby. And I think that if it's if it's on the edge of a drinking water catchment, if it's on the edge of a sensitive receiver, that's the work we're starting to think about. How do you get that intersection of the records of the motor vehicle accident data and sensitive land use? So that's the thing we're thinking of next, and that goes to that idea about, and you're right, our program has been focused on sites and places that used it. Now we're moving more into, for a better word, a diffuse, more ambient application. It's either been a one-off or one incident. How do we grapple with that? And that's the thing we're starting to put some thinking of what that might look like.
Yeah, and we have had some conversations with some of these agencies in that regard as well, but we can give you some more detail.
We're done time-wise, but Mr. Martin is desperate for the last
okay.
word.
No,
Go in.
no, we are over time now. But I mean, on Monday we were told in Blue Mountains, if someone can correct me, there was 200 litres or something of firefighting foam used on that petrol tanker. So I mean, if there's other spots around the state where there were heavy vehicle fires and there were dozens and dozens and dozens of litres PFAS used.
Yeah.
Because they had to log an incident log. They had to do an incident log.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of those records I think are quite easily obtained, electronic, and then ones for older incidents, well, I've been told, they're still in paper form, and that'll be a bit of an exercise to go through.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately for you all, we are out of time, so we will have to let you go, and thank you very much for making yourselves available to this very important inquiry. If you've agreed to take anything on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch. Members may be in touch as well with supplementary questions. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's the end of our hearing. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.